Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn into one piece as Corazon and conquered the world with Doflamingo. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, Ohara, West Blue. A little girl was hurriedly pulling along a teenage girl down the stone-paved path. The teenage girl was carrying what seemed like freshly baked food, carefully balanced in her arms. "Robin, slow down, the cake is going to fall if you pull me along like this," Lily commented, struggling to keep up with the enthusiastic little girl. They were on their way to meet some new friends Robin had made. A small group of visitors had arrived in Ohara last month and settled on the northernmost edge of the town, away from everyone else. Robin, being Robin, had secretly been interacting with this group, unknown to anyone. According to Robin, the group included a teenager around Lily's age, a young boy the same age as little Robin who always wore a black top hat, and, most intriguingly for Lily, two dwarfs from the famed Donquxote tribe, mentioned in many books within the Ohara library. Today, Lily had finally mustered the courage to meet these strangers, driven by her fascination with the dwarfs. "Lily, you are too slow and clumsy." "You know what? Brother Ross is super handsome. Maybe you should try and make him your boyfriend," Robin giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Since her first contact with the strangers, she had grown attached to them, especially Leo and Mancherry, and the silent kid called Lucci, who, despite never speaking to her, did not display the disdain or hatred she often encountered from the other children on the island. Brother Ross, however, had become her idol. They shared a secret she hadn't even told Lily, whom she considered her own elder sister. Ross was knowledgeable about the world and had started teaching her a dialect that even the researchers in Ohara struggled to decrypt, the lost language. Every day, he taught her a little, and in return, she promised to keep it a secret from everyone, a promise she intended to keep. As they approached the edge of the island, where the newcomers had built their abode, Robin and Lily could see the modest yet beautiful house. It was a charming, cozy dwelling right by the shore, surrounded by lush greenery and colorful flowers. The scent of the sea mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming cherry blossoms. By the shore, a small caravel lay anchored, its sails gently swaying with the breeze, a vessel that probably belonged to the visitors. Just as Robin scanned the area, she and Lily heard the sound of children crying and pleading. They immediately rushed to see what was happening. As they neared the house, they saw a young boy wearing a top hat stringing 4 kids, about 10 years old, to a tree and beating them with a stick. It was none other than Rob Lucci. Lily was shocked by the display, but Robin immediately understood. These were the 4 kids who had strung her to a tree yesterday and beaten her badly. She hadn't disclosed this to anyone to avoid causing problems, but it seemed Lucci had found out. What Robin didn't know was that it was Ross's observation hockey, covering the entire Ohara and beyond, that had caught this act. He had instructed Lucci to teach the kids a lesson so they wouldn't bully Robin again. Lily hesitated, her shock evident, but Robin stepped forward, her little voice firm. "Lucci, stop," she called out. Lucci paused, his stern expression unwavering, but he lowered the stick. But just then, from behind the tied-up kids, a small figure appeared and perched on Lucci's shoulder. It was Leo, carrying a little stick to punish the kids. The Donquxote tribe are simple people, and once they consider someone their friend, they will do anything to help them. When Leo found out that these kids had harmed Robin, it was his idea to repay them with the exact same treatment they had subjected Robin to. "Leo! Can you guys please let them go? I don't want them hurt," Robin pleaded. Though she was happy inwardly to see that someone was standing up for her, she didn't want the issue to escalate. She was sure that if the kids were hurt, their parents, along with the villagers, would come and cause problems for Brother Ross. Beside her, Lily was frozen in shock. It was a dwarf from the Donquxote tribe, the tribe believed to have a history spanning over a millennium, having lived through even the Void Century. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. She already forgot about the wailing kids strung to the tree, her eyes shining as if she wanted to gobble up Leo whole. Under Robin's repeated coaxing, Lucci released the 4 kids. However, his glare promised retribution if they ever considered hurting Robin again. Originally, Lucci wouldn't have cared much about a random girl, but Ross had told him that soon Robin might become part of their family, so he had started to treat her like one of their own. For Lucci, all that mattered was family, everything else was irrelevant. "Oh, we have guests." Just as Lily was about to grab the cute little Leo, who was ready to bite her finger off, a voice echoed from the shore, catching everyone's attention. Suddenly, a small pebble hit Lucci squarely on his forehead. Though he detected it at the last second, he couldn't dodge it. Lucci had already started his hockey training, and such attacks were the norm. Lily suddenly turned towards the shore again and saw a young teen rising from the water, carrying what seemed like a massive sea king, a creature large enough to feed the entirety of Ohara. The teen effortlessly pulled the massive behemoth. Lily, mesmerized by what she saw, noticed his blonde hair, tall, lean build, and perfectly toned muscles glistening with water droplets in the sun, his entire upper left bare for her to admire. Her heart skipped a beat. She had never felt such a rush except when handling ancient documents. Robin giggled at her sister's reaction. She definitely had a crush on Brother Ross at first sight. Lily immediately flushed with embarrassment, looking away but sneaking glances as the team moved closer to the house, dragging the Sea King. Suddenly, a small figure rushed towards Robin, circling around her before finally settling on her shoulders. It was little Mancherry, her delicate tail fluttering as she perched comfortably. "Robin! Who's your friend?" Mancherry asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. In the last month since they had met, both Robin and Mancherry had grown close. "This is my sister, Lily," Robin introduced, smiling warmly. Lily, still flustered, managed a shy wave. "Hi. It's nice to meet you." Mancherry beamed. "It's nice to meet you too, Lily. Do you like barbecue? We were about to make some." Lily's eyes lit up. "I'd love to try some." She was thrilled by the fact that she was actually interacting with a Tontana tribe member. Just then, I approached the house, dragging the Sea King and dropping it to the side with a thud that seemed to shake the entire ground. Lucci immediately moved to carry out the prep work, punching the Sea King's corpse to tenderize the Sea King meat. I smiled at the new guest, already guessing who it was because Robin had spoken of her sister Lily many times in the past month. Though I was certain Lily was not a character from the canon, this world has changed since I arrived. The current Robin was not as miserable as in the original story, thanks to Lily, whom she considered family. "Welcome, everyone. Make yourselves at home." I gestured for the two to take a seat at the table on the porch. Suddenly, Lily dropped the cake she was holding onto the grassy ground with a plop. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror, and she instinctively pulled Robin behind her, shielding her. Lily finally recognized the handsome face that had seemed familiar to her earlier. Initially love-struck, she now saw the teen up close and realized there was no mistaking it. This man was a pirate, and not just any pirate, but one whose bounty was over 2.2 billion bellies. A monster, a true monster of the New World. Why was such a monster here, and why did he approach Robin? Lily's mind started racing, but fear had frozen her in place. Robin might not have recognized me, but as someone who documented all the recent news, Lily would never mistake it. The guy standing casually in front of her while wiping himself with a fresh towel was none other than one of the twin heavens, Donquxote Rosinante. She had to let the others know. The others in the library needed to know that a true monster of the New World was here, right on this very island. I could tell that Lily had already recognized me. She wanted to run far away from here, but fear had frozen her. Robin, standing by her side, didn't understand why her sister was showing such an extreme reaction and stepped forward to make sure Lily was all right, worry etched on her face. However, I wasn't bothered by her reaction and moved into the house to change into a fresh set of clothes. Inside, I glanced back and saw little Robin trying to comfort Lily, who was trembling with fear. Robin's small hand was patting Lily's arm, confusion and concern mingling in her young eyes. "Lily, what's wrong?" "He's nice, I promise," Robin said softly, trying to reassure her sister. But Lily's gaze was fixed on me, her thoughts a whirlwind of panic. She had read every piece of news, every bounty poster, and every story about the infamous pirates. And here stood one of the most dangerous among them, casually wiping his face with a towel. "Robin, we need to leave," Lily whispered urgently. "He's dangerous." Robin's brows furrowed. "But he's my friend." "They all are. They've been so kind to me." Lily looked at Robin, seeing the innocence in her eyes. She didn't want to shatter that innocence, but she also couldn't ignore the threat. "I know, but he's not what he seems." Meanwhile, outside, Lucci and Leo continued their tasks, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Leo hopped over to Robin and Lily, smiling brightly. "Hey, Robin! Want to help with the barbecue?" Robin's face lit up. "Yes, please." She turned to Lily, her expression pleading. "Please stay. Just for a little while?" "I apologize if I scared you, Lily. My name is Rosinante, but you can call me Ross." "We mean you no harm," I said gently, trying to ease her fear. Lily's eyes widened at my calm demeanor. She had expected a ruthless pirate, but instead, she saw a young man trying to reassure her. Her fear began to heighten, because all she saw in front of her was the propaganda that the world government spread about me in the newspapers and other articles. Robin smiled up at me. "See, Lily? Ross is nice. He's been teaching me so many things." "No! Robin, we are leaving now." Lily finally composed herself. Despite Robin's struggles and protests, she was dragged away by Lily, who was still trembling in fear. Mancherry flew back to my shoulders, a bit of worry etched on her face. "Is Robin going to be all right?" she asked. I reassured her, "Don't worry, she will find her way back later. How about we set aside a portion of the barbecue for little Robin?" Mancherry beamed in delight. "Yes, let's do that." Just then, one of the transponder snails inside the house started ringing. Mancherry immediately flew over and received the call. "Ross, it's Miyamoto-san. He says he wants to speak to you about something important," she declared, carrying the snail towards me. I had sent Miyamoto on a very important mission, so for him to call outside the scheduled contact time meant something significant must have transpired. As I received the transponder snail, a steady voice from the other side echoed, "Ross Dono, I'm here in Batterilla as you instructed. I have yet to find any traces of the woman you asked me to locate, but earlier this morning, I saw someone from the list of people you instructed me to avoid if I saw them out at sea." I had given Miyamoto a list of individuals he had no chance against in the seas. For him to meet one of them in Batterilla piqued my curiosity. I had sent Miyamoto to find Port Gastee, Rouge. Like me, Garp must be looking for her. Maybe he had even found her. However, I didn't want to reach out to my teacher for a favor, at least not yet. The man had not been accepting any form of communication and seemed to have completely gone dark, so I was sure he was searching for Rouge. Even Bogart Sam was unreachable. "So, who was it?" I asked, wanting to know if the presence of this person would hinder my upcoming plans. "The Dark King," Miyamoto responded. My eyes narrowed. The man was believed to be dead by everyone. Someone who had vanished for almost 3 years had resurfaced again. I couldn't help but smile involuntarily. This was going to be quite a show, especially with Shaki being forced into servitude to act as a dog for the world government. "Is he still on the island?" I asked. Miyamoto confirmed Rayleigh's presence and said he was collecting information around the island. He had followed the Dark King discreetly to gather intel. "And Miyamoto-san, you thought it was smart to try and follow the right hand of the Pirate King? For all I know, he already knows you're stalking him. He may be just waiting for the right time to strike. Do not try to fight him. Just tell him my name." Just then, the call disconnected abruptly before I could complete my instructions. The sudden silence from the transponder snail left me uneasy. Miyamoto, while capable, was no match for Rayleigh. The Dark King's reappearance complicated things, but it also presented an opportunity. If Rayleigh was collecting information, it meant he was looking for something, or someone. Shaki's predicament under the world government's thumb made me wonder if Rayleigh's return was tied to that in some way. Chapter 152, Batarilla, South Blue. In a secluded alleyway, Miyamoto was on a call with his master, Ross. He had been sharing updates about his mission in South Blue, where he had been searching for a woman whose sketch Ross had provided. The likeness was strikingly accurate, more like a portrait than a mere sketch. Just as he detailed the recent events, including his sighting of the Dark King on the same island, Ross expressed dissatisfaction with Miyamoto's decision to follow the man. As Ross began giving further instructions, a sudden, looming presence appeared behind Miyamoto. Despite his observation hockey being active, he had not detected the person approaching so close. His instincts screamed at him to disconnect the call and destroy the transponder snail, but before he could react, an arm shot out at blinding speed, catching his wrist and preventing him from crushing the snail. Care to tell me why you have been stalking me and who exactly you were reporting to? Aren't you quite far from home, especially for a samurai from Ueno? Rayleigh's voice was cold and dangerous. Miyamoto turned slowly, immediately recognizing Silver's Rayleigh. Just as Ross had feared, the Dark King had come for him. Despite the pain, he tried to crush the snail. Crack! But before he could make an attempt, Rayleigh crushed his wrist, sending pain shooting through his entire body. Though Miyamoto was a towering and bulky man, he was powerless against Rayleigh, who was smaller but far more formidable. Now, Miyamoto understood why Ross had advised avoiding the people on the list at all costs. I'm not going to repeat my question again. Tell me who you are and who you were reporting to. Rayleigh tightened his grip, crushing the already shattered wrist further. Filled with wrath after learning of his friend's demise and Shaki's fate, Rayleigh was on edge, ready to unleash his fury on any perceived threat. Despite the overwhelming pain, Miyamoto didn't give in. Sensing Rayleigh's intent to pull the snail from his hand, Miyamoto quickly drew his katana with his free hand. He didn't aim for Rayleigh, knowing he didn't stand a chance, but instead aimed to sever his own palm to destroy the snail. Rayleigh, with his observation hockey honed to perfection, foresaw this. In an instant, he unsheathed his own blade and plunged it into Miyamoto's right shoulder, pinning it to the wall. The samurai was completely powerless. Despite his struggles, Rayleigh pulled the special transponder snail from his hand and redialed the number, leaving Miyamoto pinned to the wall. Though Miyamoto had made a conscious effort to change his attire and blend in, Rayleigh could tell he was a samurai from Ueno. The snail buzzed, and the line connected again. Are you still there? Rayleigh's voice was measured, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. I have your man here. Care to explain what he's doing by following me? And more importantly, who are you? On the other end, my mood was dangerously calm. My voice turned stern as I disregarded Rayleigh's question, put my man back on the line, Rayleigh-san. Whatever you have to ask, I can wait until I make sure Miyamoto-san is all right. Rayleigh could tell that the person speaking seemed somewhat familiar with him by the way he was addressing him. It was a young voice, but he vaguely remembered it from somewhere, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly where. Brat, whoever you are, it's better you don't test me. I am really not in the mood for games right now. With all the anger I'm experiencing currently, it wouldn't take me long to plunge the sword that's now stuck to his shoulder into his neck and end him, Rayleigh said, his threat genuine. He was not in the mood to entertain anyone. Try harming one more hair on his body, Rayleigh-san, and trust me, I will start hunting every single one of Roger's pirates and present them to you with their heads. You should know better than most that I am not the sort to make empty promises, Rayleigh-san. I understand that you are angry, but trust me, you do not want me as your enemy. I spoke, my fists clenched in anger. Though I was acquainted with Silver's Rayleigh, his importance did not match that of Miyamoto, who was part of my family. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile at the challenge, his face brimming with a mix of anger and amusement. When was the last time someone dared to threaten him like this, and to threaten him with his own crewmates' lives? The boldness of his young opponent made his mind race curiously, trying to figure out who exactly he was talking to. And then it struck him. Ross? Is that you, little brat? Rayleigh questioned urgently, his features softening a little at the recognition. Rayleigh-san, it's good that you recognize me. But please put Miyamoto-san on the line, I replied, my tone still edged with coldness. Rayleigh thought for a few seconds, reflecting on everything Roger had said about Ross back when he was still alive. With a sigh, he turned to Miyamoto, who was pinned to the wall. He pulled out the sword, and Miyamoto crashed to the ground with a thud. Casually, Rayleigh tossed the transponder snail to him. That kid Ross wants to talk to you. He then moved away, picked up a rag, and started wiping the bloodstained blade as he sat down in the alleyway. Miyamoto-san, are you alright? My voice echoed through the transponder snail, bringing Miyamoto, who was still eyeing Rayleigh warily, back to concentrate on the call. He hastily responded, I'm sorry, Ross Dono. I let my guard down. I will punish myself for this folly, he replied sincerely, feeling frustrated about not being able to keep Ross's identity from Rayleigh. Forget about that, Miyamoto-san. Neither of us is at the level where we can challenge the Dark King. Even I don't stand a chance against that man as I am now. So, tell me, are you seriously wounded? I questioned, my tone softening compared to when I spoke to Silver's Rayleigh, concern etched in my voice. Sigh. I am fine, Ross Dono. Nothing fatal. I will be able to completely recover in a week or two with treatment, he responded, still feeling a bit ashamed. Fine. In that case, pass the transponder snail over to Rayleigh-san. Leave the transponder snail with him, you can use the spare one to reach out to me. Get treated and rest for a week before you start your search again. I am sure she must be somewhere in South Blue. Keep an eye out for Bogart-san and Garp-san, they might lead you to where Rouge is, but be careful not to follow them too closely, I said, relieved after knowing Miyamoto-san was all right. By the side, Rayleigh's ears perked up. He seemed to vaguely remember the name from somewhere, though not exactly where. It seemed like a name Roger had mentioned long ago. He decided maybe he could ask Ross about it. Soon, Miyamoto stood up after receiving all the instructions from me and passed the transponder snail to Rayleigh, who had cleaned his blade meticulously. Sorry about that. I thought you were an enemy, Rayleigh pointed to Miyamoto's shoulders and wrist, but Miyamoto did not show any resentment. He simply nodded and thanked him, thank you for sparing my life, Rayleigh Dono. The exchange showed me how much I am lacking. Thank you for your guidance. You samurai are a weird bunch, just like Odin. You should get that treated soon, Rayleigh chuckled and took the transponder snail from him, preparing to leave. Miyamoto was curious about the mention of the Shogun, but understood this was not the time and left the alleyway to find a local healer to fix his wound. So, Ross, care to tell me why your man was stalking me? Rayleigh questioned, still curious. His earlier doubts were dropped because he knew they were not after him. The samurai following him was a mere coincidence. Rayleigh-san, my man was not stalking you. He was on a mission to find someone important to us, a woman. I replied, deciding honesty would be the best course with someone as perceptive as Rayleigh. Rayleigh paused, trying to make sense of the name he had heard earlier. Rouge? Why is she important to you? And why do I feel like I should know her? His instincts told him that the woman was significant. And why would I tell you that, Rayleigh-san? She is not someone you should be concerned about, at least for now, I couldn't help but chuckle. He had harmed Miyamoto, and I intended to repay him in some way. Although I couldn't harm him physically for now, I could torment him mentally. I was petty that way, especially when someone tried to harm my family. Ross, you are not going to tell me, are you? Rayleigh stressed, trying to pry the information from me. You harmed my man, Rayleigh-san, so this will be your punishment. And let me warn you, don't go looking for that woman because your presence will surely put her life in danger. If something happens to Rouge because you were being reckless, you will come to regret it dearly later on. I could hear Rayleigh muttering under his breath from the other side, but I simply smiled and continued. I promise to tell you about her when the time is right. If I am not wrong, by my estimate, the woman should currently be in safe hands. I am warning you again, Rayleigh-san, don't try anything, I stated firmly. It was Roger's final request to me, and I couldn't have Rayleigh mess it up. The Dark King's mere presence would attract attention from all parties, and for the time being, Rouge being under Garpsan's protection was the safest bet. There was a lingering silence over the call for more than a minute. Rayleigh's gut instinct told him that whoever the woman Rouge was, she was important. But he weighed my words and knew I was warning him for a reason. Rayleigh took a deep breath and exhaled. Sigh. Fine. I promise not to go looking for Rouge, but promise me that you will tell me about her when the time is right. I will, Rayleigh-san. For now, I think there are other things you should be worried about, like maybe Shaki-san. I commented, knowing he must have already learned about the Shichibukai. As someone who knew what the world government truly was, he would understand the kind of means they must have used to make Shaki accept the offer of becoming a pirate again. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed at the mention of Shaki. Shaki, what do you know about her situation? His voice was tinged with concern. Rayleigh-san, you should know that Shaki's involvement with the Shichibukai is not by choice. The world government has their ways of coercing even the most strong-willed individuals. She's been forced into servitude, and her freedom is a mere illusion, I explained, hoping to stir his protective instincts. Rayleigh clenched his jaw, his anger palpable even through the transponder snail. Damn those world government bastards. They never change, he muttered. I will deal with Shaki's matter on my own, but if you meet her before I do, have her talk to me. I will hold on to this transponder snail, Rayleigh declared. He didn't want me getting involved in Shaki's matter, maybe he still hadn't come across my bounty poster. I agreed, there was no benefit in helping the duo currently in the matter unless they wanted to join my family. In the future, I was sure, with all the pieces I had in place, sooner or later they would join, especially after Ace was born. So tell me, Ross, were you there? Rayleigh spoke again. His steady voice cracked a bit. His question was vague, but I understood what he was asking about. He wanted to know about his friend's final moments. Yes, Rayleigh-san, I was. He died a free man, giving birth to a new era. You should have seen it. It may have well been the single greatest moment of his life, I said, recounting Roger's final moments in vivid detail to Rayleigh. So, were the others there to give him a proper send-off? He asked. I knew he was speaking about his crew. Your captain had given orders forbidding it. I heard it from Shanks and Buggy, who had come to Lodetown despite that. And I'm sure Gaban-san was there. The others must have been too. The whole island was chaos. He surely went out with a bang. I shared. I could hear a sniffle from the other side but chose not to say anything, knowing Roger and Rayleigh were close like brothers. So did he go out with his stupid smile plastered on his face like he had promised me? Rayleigh almost choked when he asked me about it. Sigh. You should have seen it, Rayleigh-san. I don't think anyone would have welcomed death's embrace as much as Roger did. There was not an ounce of regret or fear. All I could feel was happiness and the contentment of a man who had conquered it all, I said genuinely. When Roger had died, I had used my voice of all things. All I could feel was unbound happiness and the will of a man who had achieved it all. You should have been there, Rayleigh-san, at his final moment. He would have liked that despite asking you guys not to come there, I shared. I didn't know. I didn't know that madman would go ahead and do something so crazy. But I should have expected something like this from him. If I were there, I would have broken his legs and taken him back safely. He fumed at the madness of his friend, but more than anyone, he understood why. I don't think you could have, Rayleigh-san. I don't think you could have bested him, I said with certainty. Maybe not in his prime, but as he was, I'm sure I could have beaten him unconscious and dragged him away from the scaffold, he countered. Roger had been gradually weakening after the ailment struck him, and by the time the crew disbanded, Rayleigh was sure he could best his ailing friend. I very much doubt it, Rayleigh-san. The man I saw in Lodetown was not something anyone could match. Even Roger in his prime would have been a mere flicker against that sun. He burned so brightly, Rayleigh-san. On that day stood a man who had the will to topple the whole world. Rayleigh fell silent, absorbing my words. The weight of Roger's legacy hung heavy between us. a testament to the Pirate King's indomitable spirit. He always did have a flair for the dramatic, Rayleigh finally said, his voice softening. But I suppose that's why we all followed him, why we believed in him. He had that light, that fire. Indeed. And that light has ignited a new era. The world is changing, Rayleigh-san. We have to be ready for what's to come, I replied, the weight of the future pressing on my shoulders. Rayleigh sighed deeply, the sound of a man carrying the burdens of the past. I'll hold you to your promise, Ross. When the time is right, tell me everything. Until then, I'll handle things on my end. And remember, if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you, Rayleigh-san. I will. Take care, I said, ending the call. As I put down the transponder snail, I couldn't help but reflect on the monumental task ahead. The legacy of Gold, Roger was a heavy mantle to bear, but it was also a promise that I made and intended to keep. Chapter 153, back on Ohara, Lily dragged Robin hastily toward the library and into her grandfather's office, hoping he could talk some sense into the little girl. She knew how headstrong Robin was. Once she set her mind to something, she wouldn't easily let go. Entering the small office, Lily ushered Robin in and closed the door behind them. She looked for her grandfather, but it seemed like he was away. Frantically, she searched the table and finally found what she was looking for. She placed it in Robin's arms, the latest bounty poster of Donquxote Rosinante. Look here, Robin. He's a pirate, I say. He's not a good man. Everyone who has a bounty to their name is a criminal who only deserves death. They all need to be put down like beasts. They don't deserve to be called humans, Lily roared in frustration. She did this out of genuine concern for her little sister, but Robin's eyes became moist, and tears started falling down her face. Lily froze, not understanding why Robin showed such extreme emotions when talking about a criminal. It wasn't like they had known each other for long. And there was also a reason why Lily hated pirates so much. Both her parents were killed by pirates, and she had never known her parents. As she sniffled, Robin looked up at Lily with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Do you really mean that, Sister Lily? Do you really think everyone with a bounty is a criminal and needs to be put down like a beast?" Tears streamed down her face. Lily paused but thought that to keep Robin away from that monster, she needed to say it. Yes, Robin, they are all monsters. They are people who thrive on the suffering of innocent people, she added, sharing her general opinion about pirates and criminals alike. Robin sobbed, then took out a neatly folded bounty poster from her pocket and presented it to Lily. Do you think she needs to be put down like an animal too? Do you think she is also cruel like you say? She asked, her eyes reddened. Lily's hands trembled as she held the bounty poster. It was someone she recognized well, Robin's mother, Nico Olivia. Wanted. Nico Olivia. Dead or alive. 79 million belly. Lily's heart skipped a beat. As a scholar involved in forbidden research, she knew that Nico Olivia was part of the team that had ventured out to sea to collect more details about the Void Century. Although it was deemed illegal, they did it anyway in the name of finding the truth. Lily now didn't know how to salvage the situation. She knew that whatever she tried to say now would make her seem like a hypocrite, and Robin was too smart to be fooled. Just as she was at a loss, the door to the room opened, and Professor Clover stepped in. He saw the two bounty posters and somewhat deduced the situation. He had already known that little Robin was stealthily making trips to the island's edge and that the young man there was none other than an infamous pirate from the New World. But because Rosinante hadn't caused any issues in the past month, he had chosen to ignore his presence. Little Robin, seeing the old man step in, started sobbing more loudly and clung to his legs, bawling. Professor Clover turned to his granddaughter, Lily. What happened? Tell me everything in detail, he said gently but firmly. Lily took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. She then started sharing everything that had happened. Professor Clover's expression softened as he looked at the tear-streaked face of little Robin. He knelt down beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Robin, not everyone with a bounty is a monster. Some people are labeled as criminals for seeking the truth or for standing up against injustice. Your mother, Nico Olivia, is one of those people. She is a brave woman who wants to uncover the truth about our world's history. Robin sniffled, looking up at her grandfather with wide, tear-filled eyes. But what about Brother Ross? He doesn't seem bad. Professor Clover sighed deeply. Rosinante is a complicated youth. While many people out there have a bounty, it doesn't necessarily mean they are evil. Sometimes, people are forced into difficult situations, and their actions are misunderstood. It's important to judge people by their actions and their intentions, not just by the bounty on their heads. Professor Clover offered gently, while I can confidently say that your mother's hands are not drenched with the blood of innocence, I cannot say the same about your new friend Rosinante. What Lily told you may hold partial truth. He knew that saying this might not convince Robin to stay away from such a dangerous youth, so he thought it would be better to confront Rosinante face to face. From what he had come to understand over the past month, the ex-celestial dragon didn't seem like the type who was averse to dialogue. As long as he kept Robin away from Rosinante's influence, it would be a win for him. Robin's face, however, soured. She did not believe that Brother Ross was truly evil. She had seen the bond between Lucci, Leo, and Mancherry with Ross. That kind of familial bond could not be faked. Professor Clover saw the mix of doubt and confusion on Robin's face. He stood up while ruffling her hair affectionately. How about this, Robin? Let's go ahead and meet your friend. I am sure if he is as good as you say, then he wouldn't harm us. Brother Ross won't harm us, I promise. I promise, she sniffed, rubbing her tears away. Although she trusted Ross, she trusted Lily and Grandpa Clover even more. For now, she decided to heed their words, following them to find out if Brother was really the sort of person they had told her he was. Soon, under Professor Clover's lead, both Lily and Robin followed towards the island's north. It seems like we are going to have guests. I couldn't help but comment as I detected the presences making their way toward our abode. Lucci, eat properly. The more vitality you can store within yourself, the longer you can train, and the longer you train, the stronger you get. I eyed Lucci, who, with his bloated tummy, had fallen on his back, giving up eating halfway. He immediately sat up and started practicing life return, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, his bloated tummy started shrinking back to normal. He once again started devouring the Sea King meat. Unfortunately, Leo hadn't learned life return yet, so he cutely rolled around with a bloated belly under the silent giggles of Mancherry. Just then, Professor Clover and the others arrived near the massive fireplace I had built to barbecue the Sea King. Would you like to join us? I offered without turning back. Lucci was about to get up to get fresh plates. Robin even wanted to join, but Lily held her back. Now all she held in her eyes for the blonde teen in front of her was hatred, a hatred she held for all pirates. Professor Clover looked around the fire and saw the happy faces of Lucci and even the jovial dwarves of the Tontana tribe. For a moment, even he himself doubted if the young teen seated by the fire was really the monster the world government made him out to be. But for now, he did not want to take any chances with Robin, so he cleared his throat and spoke. Can we speak, somewhere in private? The crackling of the fire was all the sound that was heard. Then, with a sigh, I stood up, gesturing for Lucci to make sure the rest of the Sea King meat wasn't overcooked because I hadn't had my fill yet. Soon, Professor Clover and I stood at the edge of the shore, the sea water caressing our feet. Though he had said he wanted to talk privately, Robin had insisted on following along, and Lily had joined them. So, what did you want to talk about, Professor? I questioned him, though I already knew what the matter was regarding. Tell me, Rosinante, what is a pirate like you, whose name is infamous even in the New World, doing here in West Blue? And what exactly do you plan to achieve by getting close to young Robin? He questioned me, knowing full well he was no match for someone like me, but he stood firm, hoping to make me back down. What I plan to achieve? I couldn't help but chuckle at his question. Tell me, Professor Clover, aren't you a smart man? Do you really think I can achieve something by forming a friendship with an 8-year-old girl? Ross. He paused and checked if I was okay with him addressing me that way, and I simply nodded. Listen, you should understand that you are a pirate, a criminal, and a man wanted by the world government. If you really thought about little Robin's well-being, you should have stayed away. Do you think it's safe for Robin to associate with people like you, Roscoe? Clover tried to get through to me with logic, but the old fool had no idea that the only reason I had come all the way here was to try and help these people in the upcoming tragedy. I wanted to smash the old man's skull in, just to make it clear that I am a pirate and I can bloody well do what I want. But then I calmed myself down. It seemed like Doffy's behavior was rubbing off on me. The little kid was the one who found us, despite our settling at the remote edge of the island, where people rarely venture. I had entertained little Robin because, in the canon, she was a future crew member of Luffy, and her life was tragic. Although now I was really in the One Piece world, I still had a lingering attachment to the original One Piece world that I had only known as fiction in my past life, especially its main characters, if that made any sense. I sighed again, deciding to overlook the old man's stupidity and let it slide this time around for little Robin's sake. But then I couldn't help but scoff at the old man's hypocrisy as he kept blabbering on and on. Heh, old man, are you sure that little Robin is going to be in danger because she associates herself with me? So what about you? Do you think that little Robin is safe if she associates with people like you? I countered, not willing to put up with more of his words. You. How dare you? Of course, Robin is safe with us. You are a pirate. A pirate who thrives on destroying the lives of innocents. You are someone who blatantly breaks the laws and harms others in the process of breaking them. Lily roared. Professor Clover was flustered. He did not expect his granddaughter to speak up. He knew she hated pirates with vigor, especially since she had lost both her parents to a pirate attack. Ha 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 ha, I almost tripped over laughing. Really? Really? Breaking the law, harming innocents. You speak as if the people here aren't doing the exact same thing. So tell me, what's the difference between you and me? I questioned. Roscoe, what do you mean? We scholars are peace-loving people. Please don't slander us. We don't break the law, and we absolutely do not harm any innocents. Clover's face soured. He was an intellectual man, and my words were an insult to him and his profession, which he worshipped. So what about your study of the poneglyphs? Your underground secret lab that you have set up to decipher the secrets of the Void Century? Isn't that blatantly breaking the law? I mocked him. And please don't tell me that you don't know what the consequences would be. Isn't that inevitably harming all the innocent lives here in Ohara? You already know the consequences of your actions, and you still choose to play with innocent lives. So tell me, Professor, how different are we? I asked with sarcasm, wanting to pull him down from his high horse. Clover's face turned a shade darker as my words sank in. He was not sure how I had become aware of their research on poneglyphs. He instinctively turned to Robin, but then he realized even little Robin was not aware of what exactly they were doing down there, as he had always managed to fool Robin when she wanted to be involved with the poneglyph. Robin stood by, confusion evident in her eyes. She looked between us, struggling to reconcile the image of her kind, knowledgeable grandfather with the accusations I hurled at him. Ross, Clover began, his voice softer but laced with a steely resolve. He knew there was no use in trying to act ignorant of the matter in front of such a person who could simply force himself into the lab if he denied its existence. We study history to uncover the truth and understand the past so that we may build a better future. The laws that prohibit this knowledge are unjust, and it is our duty to challenge them. Yes, there are risks, but the pursuit of knowledge is worth those risks. Knowledge at the cost of lives? At the cost of innocent lives, who have no idea about your noble pursuits. I interrupted. The world government will not spare Ohara if they find out what you're doing. You know this, and yet you persist. You're gambling with lives, old man. So tell me, how are you any better than the pirates you despise? Did you even bother asking the opinion of the same innocent people whose lives you are gambling with according to your own whims, who gave you the right to act God when it comes to those innocent lives, Professor, or are those lives insignificant and worthless in your eyes? Knowledge, my foot! You are simply fulfilling your ambition while sacrificing others. Clover remained silent for a moment, clearly struggling with his thoughts. Lily, however, was not so restrained. You speak as if you care about innocent lives, pirate. But what about the lives you've ruined? The people you've killed? You have no right to lecture us on morality, she spat, her eyes blazing with anger. I took a deep breath, reining in my temper. I won't deny who I am. I've done terrible things, things I'm not proud of. But never have I staked another person's life and called it greater good. What I do to fulfill my ambition, plain and simple, and there are no lies. Don't act like sacrificing innocent lives for the so-called greater good is a saintly act. You're playing with fire, and when it burns, it won't be just you who suffers. The tension hung thick in the air. Robin's eyes filled with tears, clearly torn between her loyalty to her grandfather and her growing bond with me. However, with her intelligence, she could say that the matter wasn't simple. Let's not pretend any of us are saints, I finally said, my voice softer. But remember this, Professor. The pursuit of knowledge is a noble goal, but not when it comes at the cost of those who trust and depend on you, especially when the people involved don't even realize what they are dying for. Trust me, that's the worst way someone can die. Make sure you're ready to face the consequences of your actions. Chapter 154, Little Robin, still confused about how to react, decided to step up and make a conclusion of her own. She stepped next to me despite Lily's protests. Brother Ross, please tell me, are your hands stained with the blood of innocence? She asked in a sobbing voice. I had a complicated feeling, but I chose to answer the kid honestly. Yes, I have the blood of innocence on my hands, I sighed. Are all the bad things that Sister Lily told me about you true? She asked, quivering. She just wanted Brother Ross to say it was all a lie, and she would believe it, but the words she wanted never came. I am not sure what your sister told you, but from the looks of it, she doesn't seem like a liar, so whatever she told you must have some truth in it. I knew I was destroying the little girl's hope, but lying was not something I wanted to do to her. So, Brother Ross, are you a monster? She sobbed, taking a step back in fear. Are you a good man or an evil man, Brother Ross? The little girl asked. I looked at the horizon, wanting to know the answer to that question myself, and whispered, I wish I knew. Little Robin felt disappointed and silently turned around, walking away along the shore, while Lily silently followed her. After the two girls left, Professor Clover turned to me. He had lost all the charisma of a learned man, his pride in dedicating his life to the pursuit of truth was no longer there. My words had shattered everything he had believed. Ross, I don't care why you have come to Ohara any longer, but I hope you can stay away from matters regarding Little Robin and Ohara. We scholars will take responsibility for everything. Please do not involve yourself in matters regarding Ohara or its people anymore. He made an earnest plea. Although he was shaken by my words, he had pride as a scholar. He wanted to show me that whatever I said earlier was false and that scholars were different from pirates. Even thinking about it made him feel disgusted, so he had to prove it. Are you sure, old man? There is a storm brewing. Are you absolutely sure that you don't want me to involve myself in the matters regarding Ohara? I knew what was coming. My observation hockey had already detected a giant washing ashore, and with the direction both Robin and Lily took, they would surely come across Saul. Yes. You are a pirate, and we scholars do not want a pirate involving himself in our matters. If possible, I request that you leave the island immediately, he added. It seemed like fate. After a soft chuckle, I spoke, you have my word, old man. I will not involve myself with the matters of Ohara, and rest assured, I will leave the island within a week or two. You have my word. Saying so, I turned around and walked back in the direction of my house. The walk back was slow, each step heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. I could still hear Robin's sobs echoing in my mind, her innocent questions cutting deeper than any sword. I glanced back once, seeing the figures of Clover, Robin, and Lily fading into the distance in different directions, their future uncertain and fraught with danger. But then my heart was steady as my conscience was clear. As I neared the makeshift camp, the scent of sea king meat wafted through the air. Little Lucci was diligently tending to the fire, ensuring the meat didn't overcook. Leo was still rolling around, his belly full, and Mancherry giggled at his antics. "How did it go, master?" Lucci asked, not looking up from his task. I had already told him what was coming for Ohara. I sighed deeply, sitting down beside the fire. About as well as expected. The old man, Clover, wants us gone. He thinks they can handle what's coming on their own. Lucci nodded, his young face unreadable. And you, master? Do you think they can? And what about Robin's fate? Didn't you say that we could consider having her as part of our family? I stared into the fire, the flames dancing wildly. No. But it's their choice to make. We've given them the warnings. Now it's up to them. As for little Robin, if she decides to become one of us, then we will help her. I knew that though Lucci showed a cold expression, he always cared about his friends, and despite not showing it, he had already come to consider little Robin his friend. The night grew darker, and the stars overhead twinkled like distant beacons. The sea king meat crackled and sizzled, filling the air with its rich aroma. I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom, the sense that no matter what I did, the tragedy of Ohara was inevitable. As the fire burned down to embers, I made a silent vow to myself. I would watch over little Robin from a distance, at least for Lucci's sake. I might not be able to intervene directly, but I could ensure that when the storm hit, the little girl wouldn't face it alone. Marine HQ, Marineford. Knock, knock. A soft knock echoed inside Admiral Sengoku's office as he prepared the necessary paperwork for a secret mission. According to the world government, the scholars of Ohara were researching ancient documents to recreate ancient weapons, and the Marines needed to put an end to this. After nearly 6 years of a cat-and-mouse chase, the Marines had finally found incriminating evidence that the Ohara scholars were researching taboo topics. Orders had come from the elders to destroy everything pertaining to the research and eliminate all the scholars involved. Sengoku had personally handed over the golden transponder snail to the director of CP9, Spandine. "Come in," Sengoku said without lifting his head from the documents. A rear admiral in charge of the intelligence team entered the room and began conveying an important message he had just received from the scout ship monitoring Ohara. "Admiral, we seem to have a complication in Ohara," the rear admiral said. Sengoku's mood soured. In recent times, the Marines' reputation has been taking blow after blow, the loss of Dressrosa, Ueno, and Impel down. They could not afford a mishap in Ohara mission. Though the world government had a stake in all these matters, the blame ultimately fell squarely on the Marines' shoulders. Even Sengoku felt the pressure, especially with a man like Garp missing. If his friend were here, he could have single-handedly stopped the Marines from suffering so much humiliation. With a sigh, Sengoku set the pen aside and looked up. "Tell me, Rear Admiral, what seems to be the problem now? What kind of new issue are we facing?" The rear admiral understood the admiral's frustration but spoke up. "Sir, the scout ships have detected the presence of Donquxote Rosinante on Ohara Island. He is currently residing in Ohara, and from the looks of it, he has been staying there for quite some time now," the rear admiral added. Sengoku couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration again. "Garp's protege," he muttered, standing up from his seat. "Pass me the folder. I will discuss it directly with Kong-san." Collecting the folder, he directly moved to the fleet admiral's office. Without knocking, as he always did, Sengoku entered the fleet admiral's office, where Kong was diligently working on some files. Kong raised his brow in surprise. He never expected Sengoku to barge in like this. Such behavior was only reserved for Garp, who never cared for protocol. "What is it, Sengoku?" "What's the hurry?" he asked the admiral. "We have a problem." Rosinante is on Ohara, and the people we have already sent for the mission will not be able to handle him, Sengoku shared, not wasting any time. Both of them knew how important this mission was. If they failed, there was a high chance the world government would pass down orders to downsize the Marines and increase the world government's operatives. Even the Marines' ranks might be filled by world government operatives. What the hell is that kid doing there? What is our intelligence team doing? Wasn't it estimated that he was still in the New World? Kong fumed. He mentally made a note to talk to the department head later to give him a piece of his mind. Kong-san, he is the Lightning Logia user. Tracking him is like trying to find a needle in the ocean, practically impossible. We should rather try and find a solution for the current situation. If Rosinante intervenes, I am afraid the mission may go sideways. Kong's fingers started tapping the table incessantly as he tried to find a solution. Then, suddenly, he spoke up. Isn't Akiji's ship near Ohara? Kong asked, remembering all the deployments. Sengoku nodded in confirmation. Have Akiji make contact with Rosinante. As former students of GARP, they might not come to blows immediately. All Akiji needs to do is keep Rosinante from involving himself in the matter. Make it clear to Akiji not to engage Rosinante first, he strategized. For now, with their forces en route, facing Rosinante would be disastrous. The kid had already showcased his strength by facing 2 Admiral-level fighters simultaneously when he faced Akiji and Tsuru back in Dressrosa. Now, the Ohara team only consisted of Kuzan and Sakazuki as Admiral-class fighters, so Kong needed to look for a compromise. But Kong-san, you know about the kid's character. He will definitely try to stir up trouble just for fun, Sengoku said, speaking the truth. Ross had inherited many traits from his mentor, one of which was causing unnecessary trouble for others. Kong's expression soured, understanding Sengoku was right. He then questioned, how much longer will it take for our main forces to reach Ohara? The main force consisted of the entire might of the Buster Call. They had already departed Marine HQ long ago. It consisted of 10 great battleships and carried 5 veteran vice admirals, with Sakazuki leading them. The main force should reach Ohara in 4 days, at worst, in 5 days' time, Sengoku answered. Kong was now in a fix. He couldn't find countermeasures for the problem because even if they dispatched a second force with enough strength to counter Ross, it might not reach Ohara on time. Just when Kong seemed out of options, Sengoku made a suggestion. How about we mobilize the Shichibukai in the vicinity? From the last report, Shikuyaku, Crocodile, Hector, and Bonnie should be able to reach Ohara on time if we mobilize them immediately, Sengoku added. Although he didn't like involving pirates in such matters, the presence of Ross alone could topple their mission, so they had to play all the cards they had. Kong considered the suggestion, his fingers drumming a steady rhythm on the table. Very well. Mobilize the Shichibukai. We need to ensure that this mission is not compromised. Contact them immediately and provide them with the details. Make it clear that their objective is to prevent Rosinante from interfering at all costs. Sengoku nodded, already planning the communication. Understood, Kong-san. I'll make sure they understand the importance of this mission. As Sengoku left the office, the weight of the mission pressed heavily on his shoulders. The fate of Ohara and the reputation of the Marines hung in the balance, and the presence of Rosinante only complicated matters further. But they had their orders, and failure was not an option. On the waters of West Blue, a few miles away from Ohara, a Marine battleship lay anchored, swaying peacefully in the calm waters. On the deck, sprawled on an easy chair, sleeping cozily, was none other than Admiral Candidate Akiji. He had been assigned to duty here because something big was going to happen in Ohara. Before the dispatch, Sengoku had explained to him the importance of the mission. The scholars were blatantly breaking the law by researching the poneglyphs in secret to create ancient weapons. Just as Akiji was enjoying his sleep, a loud shout from one of his subordinates woke him up. What the hell are you guys shouting for? He yelled back, his tone irritable. The relationship between him and his subordinates was much warmer compared to other Marine ships. Kuzan-san, we have urgent orders from HQ. a subordinate ran in, carrying a transponder snail, and passed it to Kuzan, who leisurely sat up. It was Admiral Sengoku on the other side of the call. As Kuzan listened to his new orders, his face showed a mix of frustration and reluctance. "Seriously, Sengoku-san? You want me to face that monster alone?" Kuzan questioned, still holding some resentment for Ross trying to cut him back in Dressrosa. He was addressing him as a monster. "Kuzan, you know how important this matter is. As much as I don't like pointing it out, just you and Sakazuki aren't going to be enough to stop that kid," Sengoku's voice echoed from the other side. "So, what if Ross tries to attack first? And you should know, if he decides to go on a rampage, without Borsellino here, no one will be able to match his speed," Kuzan added, aware that Ross was unparalleled in speed unless someone with a speed-based devil fruit stalled him. "Just keep him away from our matters. You don't need to fight him. I know you can do this. And don't worry, for the Shichibukai are on their way." Sengoku's voice was firm but reassuring. "You really want to deploy those scum in such a sensitive matter and 4 of them at the same time, Sengoku-san? It might spiral out of control real quick, real fast," Kuzan voiced his concerns. The Shichibukai were loose cannons. Except for Shikuyaku, who followed orders, and Mihawk, who vanished to who knows where, everyone else in the Shichibukai was unhinged in one way or another. With Moria's capture, these mad pirates had become more cruel to establish their authority in the chaotic seas. "Fine, I will meet with Ross, but no guarantees, Sengoku-san. You better send me a backup fast. For all I know, Ross might already be aware of what we are planning for Ohara. The Donquxote Pirates' intelligence network has been growing undetected at a monstrous rate. Even the underworld is shocked at how efficiently their network is spreading," Kuzan said with a sigh. After getting a few more instructions from Admiral Sengoku, he disconnected the call. He was ready to meet his former junior, who had now completely unfurled his wings and become a monster that even he doubted whether he could best in a life-and-death battle. As Kuzan prepared himself, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The mission in Ohara was already a delicate operation, and now, with Rosinante's presence, the stakes were even higher. He knew that his encounter with Ross could go in any direction, and he had to be prepared for the worst. As he gazed out at the sea, Kuzan couldn't help but reminisce about the days when they were all under Garp's tutelage, simpler times when the lines between right and wrong were clearer. "Guess it's time to face the music," Kuzan muttered to himself, stepping off the deck and creating a small road of ice to head towards Ohara. The upcoming confrontation would be a test of not just strength but also of wit and will. Chapter 155, Faster, Faster, Lucci. Don't just rely on your senses alone. Use your instincts, use your will. I was currently helping Lucci train in observation hockey. Since he had already mastered Tekai, armament hockey seemed to come more naturally to him. But I wasn't letting the kid off that easily. Little Lucci was blindfolded and trying to dodge attacks from a makeshift cane I had fashioned from sea king bone. Nearby, Leo was going through similar training, with little Mancheri merrily beating him up while his eyes were blindfolded. "Kuzan-san, don't you think you would understand the method much more easily if you observed closely?" I spoke without shifting my eyes away from Lucci, my hands moving in practiced motions as I swung the cane. Arara! And here I thought I could keep myself hidden longer. "Seriously, you want me to get closer to a monster like you? And then what? You expect me to get cut like last time?" "No thanks," a voice sounded from the edge of the makeshift training ground. From behind a tree, a tall man stepped out. Mancheri gave him a look, shrugged, and went back to merrily hitting the blindfolded Leo. "You still haven't forgotten that, have you, Kuzan-san? From what I remember, you were attacking my home and trying to freeze me into a popsicle. You don't see me whining about it," I chuckled, taunting my former senior. Despite his initial reluctance, Kuzan steadily made his way closer to where we were training and stood next to me. With how honed my observation hockey was, I wasn't afraid Kuzan would suddenly attack the kids. He wasn't that type of character anyway. "So, do you think such a crude method really works?" Kuzan asked, intrigued. He picked up another bone cane and started swinging it wildly at Lucci, who twisted and turned at unnatural speeds. As Kuzan increased the speed of his swings, Lucci struggled to keep up. Suddenly, Kuzan infused a bit of armament hockey and swung at Lucci's chest. Lucci's instincts kicked in. Tekai! In his defensive stance, a small layer of hockey covered his chest area. Despite his defense, he was sent flying back 10 meters but managed to somersault and stay on his feet. So, you tell me, Kuzan-san? I raised my brows in a mock challenge. Do you think the method is a viable means to awaken hockey? I'm sure anyone can awaken at least one type of hockey with enough beatings, ha ha ha. I laughed and asked the rest to take a break from training. Kuzan's face soured. If such a method were used as general training, only 1 out of every 100 Marines would even be willing to stay, the rest would pack their bags and leave. So, tell me, Kuzan-san, what brings the future admiral to my humble abode? I asked teasingly, although I already knew the answer. Kuzan sighed and scratched the back of his head. We've got orders from HQ. There's something big going down in Ohara, and your presence here complicates things. I leaned on the cane, giving him a sly smile. Complicates, huh? What exactly are you planning in Ohara that you need to keep secret from little old me? Kuzan's gaze hardened. He knew for a fact that Ross must be aware of the matter. It was Ross himself who had told him about poneglyphs back when both trained under Garp. The scholars of Ohara are researching the poneglyphs in secret, and the world government believes they're trying to recreate ancient weapons. We've been ordered to put an end to it. I chuckled darkly. And you seriously think these people here are planning to create some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Look at me, Kuzan-san. Do I look that naive to you? The people of Ohara are not criminals. They're scholars seeking knowledge, dangerous knowledge, yes. But I don't think they would have the guts to research an ancient weapon. I would have rather believed it if you had pointed at me, saying that I was currently building an ancient weapon in my backyard. Kuzan's expression softened slightly. Look, Ross, I don't want to fight you. Just stay out of this. The world government has decided, and the Marines have to follow orders. I leaned closer, my voice low and dangerous. And if I decide not to stay out of it, what then, Kuzan-san? He met my gaze, unwavering. Then it gets messy. But I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. I've got 4 Shichibukai on their way, and I'd rather not see a bloodbath. I smirked. Now that's a surprise. Since when did you start relying on pirates, Kuzan-san? And do you think they'll be able to stop me? For all I know, they might turn their attention to Ohara instead. Kuzan's face remained stoic, but I could see the tension in his eyes. 2 admiral candidates, a complete division of CP agents, for Shichibukai, and the full might of a buster call. Don't you feel that's a bit much to hunt down innocent people? Well, whatever. I'm just sightseeing here, so as long as you guys don't mess with me and my little crew, I won't bother you. And just so you know, besides the ones you see here, there's one more in the library. So stay away from them. I casually sat down on the easy chair, gesturing for Kuzan to take a seat next to me. So you already know about the buster call? Kuzan couldn't help but sigh in frustration. What he feared had come true. The information network of Donquxote was too dangerous. Of course, Kuzan-san, I know. Why do you think I'm waiting here? I'm just going to enjoy the show and see how you plan to establish the so-called justice you always preach about. As I commented, Lucci returned with a tray from inside the house. It had sorbets of different flavors. I picked up the blackcurrant one and savored it. Leo and Manchuri dug into their own portions while Lucci mechanically offered the tray to Kuzan, who reluctantly picked one and tasted it. Kids love desserts, they can't help it. It's a new specialty of Dressrosa. I hope you like it, I said, completely disregarding the earlier topic. I knew Kuzan was here to keep me out of the matter, and with Clover asking me to stay out of it, I intended to do just that. These scholars are criminals, Ross. They are breaking the law, and we have proof. We will only persecute them after we have found ample evidence, Kuzan added, wanting to justify the actions of the Marines. On the side, sitting on the grass, Lucci couldn't help but snort in disdain, which made Kuzan sulk. Even a kid was mocking them. Lucci, get back to your dessert, I said with a chuckle and turned to Kuzan. See, Kuzan-san, even a little kid knows that's all bullshit. And you seem to have mistaken my point. I was never referring to the scholars. They may be criminals. What I'm talking about are the civilians on the island of Ohara. Do you believe the whole population on the island is working to develop an ancient weapon? I questioned him. Ross, we Marines are the ones who embody justice. We will not harm the innocent. We have already arranged for evacuation ships to safely escort all the innocent civilians to a safe place, just in case, Kuzan shared. He knew about all the arrangements made and still naively believed that the world government was going to spare the innocents. Maybe that was what they had originally intended, but after Clover ran his mouth directly at the elders, it sealed everyone's fate. Well then, I hope everything goes according to your plan, Kuzan-san. Enjoy the sorbet. Kuzan paused, clearly struggling with the morality of the situation. It's not as black and white as you make it out to be, Ross. If the knowledge they uncover leads to the resurrection of ancient weapons, countless lives could be lost. We're trying to prevent a greater catastrophe. I leaned back, letting his words hang in the air. And you believe that killing innocent civilians is a necessary sacrifice for that greater good? By exterminating an entire island? I scoffed. That's the justice you're here to uphold? Kuzan's jaw tightened. We are not here to massacre civilians. I chuckled darkly. You really believe that, don't you? But let's be honest, Kuzan. When has the world government ever shown true mercy? They deal in absolutes, in control. They're terrified of what they can't understand or manage. Kuzan finished his sorbet and stood up. The easy camaraderie of earlier was replaced by the gravity of our conversation. Ross, just stay out of this. If you get involved, it will only escalate the situation. I waved a hand dismissively. Relax, Kuzan-san. I gave you my word, and I intend to keep it. I won't interfere unless provoked. But remember, my eyes are open, and I will not forget what happens here. Kuzan nodded, a shadow of doubt flickering in his eyes. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Meanwhile, a couple of days passed, and a few miles away from the shore where Ross had made his adobe, Lily and Robin were making their way towards a small, cliffy area where they had found a giant a few days before. Both girls had immediately recognized it was a giant, but since the giant had been unconscious, they had poked him with a stick, waking Saul from his unconscious state. Despite Saul's initial attempts to scare the girls away, they remained unafraid, their curiosity getting the better of them. Soon enough, they began interacting with the gentle giant. Now, the two girls were hauling a large sack of food that they had taken from the library upon Robin's insistence. Lily had initially wanted to inform the others, especially her grandfather, about the presence of a giant. However, Robin had persuaded her not to do so. Robin, who had forgotten her previous sadness, was actively interacting with the giant, who managed to make her laugh. Seeing this, Lily reluctantly agreed to keep it a secret. Saul, whose full name was Jaguar D. Saul, had shared that he would soon leave Ohara, which also helped alleviate Lily's concerns about causing unnecessary panic. As they approached the cliff where they had left Saul, Robin looked up at Lily, her eyes filled with excitement. "Do you think Saul will like the food we brought today?" she asked, her small hands gripping the sack tightly. Lily smiled down at her. "I'm sure he will, Robin. Giants must have big appetites. Didn't he say that he liked the fruit jam yesterday?" When they reached the small cliff, they saw Saul sitting there, gazing out at the sea while his hands were diligently working on the raft. He turned and smiled warmly at the sight of the two girls, and he noticed the two large sacks they were dragging behind them. "Ah, you two are back. And you brought more food, too." "Thank you." Robin grinned and ran ahead, placing the sack down in front of him. "We brought all kinds of food today. I hope you like it." Saul chuckled, his deep voice echoing off the cliffside. Thank you, little one. You've been very kind to me. Lily, still a bit wary but warming up to the giant in the past few days, sat down on a rock nearby. You said you would leave soon, right? Where will you go? Saul's expression turned somber. I'm not sure yet. But I must keep moving. It's dangerous for me to stay in one place for too long. Robin, sensing the sadness in Saul's voice, asked, Why is it dangerous for you? Saul sighed, looking out over the ocean. Because there are people who are looking for me currently. People who might try to hurt me or capture me because I might be a hindrance to their plans. Lily frowned, understanding a bit of what he meant. You mean the Marines? Saul chose not to answer the question and continued working on the raft. He needed to finish it quickly, find a safe place to hide, preferably an uninhabited island, and, if possible, make his way to Elbaf. To shift the topic, Saul turned to the girls and asked curiously, You both have quite a bit of time on your hands, eh? You've been with me here for days. Won't your parents look for you? Robin shook her head, her expression serious. We don't have parents. All I have is Sister Lily here. Actually, I do have a mother. Robin's face blossomed with a smile as she thought about her mother. When I was little, she went out to sea for her work. Honestly, after all these years, I don't even remember her face properly anymore. All I have is this bounty poster that I found. She unfurled the bounty poster and offered it to Saul. Saul glanced at the poster casually at first, but then he froze. His huge form shifted immediately as he stood up, taking a more careful look at the bounty poster in Robin's hands. It was a face he recognized, Aldea. His mind raced as he processed this revelation. This little girl was Aldea's daughter. Saul's expression turned serious as he handed the poster back to Robin. Aldea. So, you're her daughter. Robin nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity. You know my mother? Saul's heart raced as the realization hit him. Is this the island known as Ohara? This is terrible. Oh boy! Don't tell me I ended up being washed ashore on Ohara. Both Robin and Lily were confused by Saul's sudden panic. Lily stepped up and answered, Of course, this is Ohara, the island of knowledge. Little Robin here just recently became a scholar, she stated casually. No. No. No, this can't be happening. You cannot tell the others you are scholars. They are coming. They are coming to wipe out all the scholars. I can't have you kids die, Saul murmured, trying to make sense of the situation. Saul, what's happening? Who is coming? Who would want to kill all the scholars? Lily yelled, trying to catch Saul's attention. I can't waste time like this, he muttered to himself. Listen! Lily, Robin, you may not believe what I am going to say, but please, you need to listen carefully, he said urgently. Tell me, who is coming? Lily demanded, her voice rising in panic. The Navy. The Marines are coming to eradicate all the scholars of Ohara. You must not tell anyone you are a scholar. You kids need to leave the island, you must warn them, he added, desperation clear in his voice. Lily's mind raced as she finally recalled the conversation her grandfather and the pirate had a few days prior. Robin wanted to refute Saul's words, not wanting to believe him, but Lily had already started sprinting towards the library, dragging Robin along with her. As they ran, Lily's thoughts churned. She remembered how her grandfather seemed so serious and how the pirate Ross had warned them about a storm coming. It all made sense now. The storm was the Navy, and they were coming to destroy everything. Lily, slow down! Robin cried, struggling to keep up with her friend. We don't have time, Robin. We need to warn everyone. Lily shouted back. If Saul is right and the Marines are coming, we need to get everyone to safety. The urgency in Lily's voice spurred Robin on. Despite her fear and confusion, she matched Lily's pace. They dashed through the familiar streets of Ohara, past the homes and shops, towards the grand library that stood at the heart of their island. When they burst into the library, the scholars inside looked up in surprise. Professor Clover was there, along with several other familiar faces. "Grandfather!" Lily shouted, her voice echoing in the grand hall. "The Marines are coming! They're coming to destroy Ohara and kill the scholars." The room fell silent as the words sank in. Professor Clover's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. "Calm down, Lily. Tell us everything," he urged, helping Lily calm down and start explaining the situation. Chapter 156. So, it's finally happening, huh? The world government is coming for us, just like Lad said they would. Have I really become someone who is going to cause the death of all these innocent lives? Professor Clover's face was pale, and Ross's earlier words kept echoing in his mind. Everyone in the library was shocked by the information Lily had shared, but what shocked them even more was Professor Clover, who looked completely lost. "Professor, it's not your fault. Sooner or later, we knew this would happen," one of the scholars stepped up to comfort the old man. "We may still have time to rectify this. They have no evidence against us," he added. But Clover knew better. Finally, after a few moments, he composed himself. He could not let the things Ross warned about come to pass. He needed to act now. "Everyone, evacuate. You all need to quickly evacuate. Tell everyone on the island to evacuate. Do not trust the Marines, do not trust anyone. Run away from here as far as you can." Clover stood up, his urgency clear. He understood the true seriousness of the matter and urged everyone to leave. "Come now, Professor. Even if the situation is as dire as you think, we have already resolved ourselves to die. Let's face everything together," one of the scholars said, showing a brave front. Every scholar involved in the Pondliff research was ready to sacrifice their lives to uncover the truth of the world. "We did, yes, and for that, I will be eternally grateful to all of you fellow scholars. But what about the innocents on the island? Did they willingly give their lives to the pursuit of knowledge? The world government is coming for everyone, they will not spare anyone." The old man roared, torn between his pride as a scholar and his conscience as a human. Ross's words had struck him deeply. "Professor, I don't think what you fear will come to pass. It's just a single Marine ship on the coast," the scholar added. Just then, the door to the room they had gathered in opened, and a woman in a long coat entered the room. "No! The professor is right. The world government is coming for all of us, and maybe what the professor says may truly come to pass," the woman said while removing her cap. Everyone in the room was surprised to see the woman they all recognized. It was none other than Nico Olivia, who had left Ohara with 33 other researchers to help solve the mysteries of the world. However, Olivia failed to notice a little girl standing to the side, tears of joy streaming down her face as she finally met her mother after all these years. Just as everyone was about to bombard Olivia with questions, a sweet but soft voice overpowered every other sound. "Mother." Little Robin's voice filled the vast room. Olivia, who stood at the entrance, felt her heart skip a beat as she recognized the voice. She turned to the source of the voice and immediately recognized the little child who bore her likeness. "Robin." Her voice stuttered and cracked, but tears filled her eyes. Robin rushed toward her mother and jumped up, and Olivia caught her in a loving embrace. It was a reunion between mother and daughter after so many years. The entire room fell silent as no one disturbed the mother and child, who were crying in each other's arms. Then Olivia abruptly reacted, putting Robin down. "Robin, listen to me and listen carefully. There are bad people coming to the island, and they should not know that you are related to me. You will need to act like you do not know me, is that understood?" Olivia said urgently, knowing that associating little Robin with her was a one-way ticket to hell. "Mother, what do you mean?" No, I will stay with you. I will come to the sea with you. We can be together," Robin said with a smile plastered on her face, despite tears flowing from her eyes. Olivia's mind raced. She could not afford to let the Marines or the world government know that Robin was her daughter. During her time in captivity, they were never able to break her, but if they found out Robin was her child, she couldn't even think about the consequences.
No!
Robin, listen to me. You need to leave. You need to leave far from here, she said, then turned to the rest and addressed them. Everyone here needs to leave. They are coming here with the sole purpose of killing us all, she warned, but Robin clung tightly to Olivia, not letting her go. I am sorry, everyone. It was my fault that the world government was able to gather evidence against us. They rummaged through the corpses of the others and were able to make a connection with Ohara. I have brought disaster to Ohara, Olivia said, bowing her head in apology. It wasn't your fault, Olivia, nor was it the fault of the rest who sacrificed their lives for the cause. You all have suffered more than anyone here and ultimately paid the price. We are all on the same team, and the world government was simply waiting for an excuse. We have been marked for death for a long time, Clover disclosed. Unlike the others, he seemed to have more information, but his pursuit of knowledge had blinded him to the obvious dangers. Hee, so they probably think they've finally got us by the tail. They won't miss this opportunity, and like the professor and Olivia said, they will surely wipe us all out, a scholar said with a smile, but there was no fear in his eyes. So, please, everyone hurry. You need to leave Ohara before the Marines surround it. Olivia urged. Professor, you need to leave too. You are the one with the most knowledge about the Poneglyphs and the Void Century. We must preserve that knowledge, one of the scholars added hurriedly. Now almost everyone in the hall understood the gravity of the situation. But none felt the inner turmoil that Clover was experiencing. His human side was hoping against hope that someone among the scholars would consider the lives of the innocents and speak up, but none did. Everyone was concerned about the knowledge that needed to be passed down. Even Clover himself was going through an internal conflict, but finally, the inner scholar in him won as he turned to the massive library behind him. I'm sorry. If the world government intends to kill us all, then I cannot escape while leaving behind the artifacts of humanity. I hope you all understand. Finally, in Clover's eyes, the worth of this knowledge outweighed the worth of innocent lives. He knew in his heart that he was condemning himself. Even now, before the Marines encircled them, if they acted, they might be able to save a few innocent lives. But for him, saving these books was the priority. Ultimately, the blood of all these innocent lives would be on his hands. We feel the same way, Professor. If we are going to die, then so be it. But we need to somehow preserve all this knowledge, one scholar added. I don't know what the world government is truly planning, but if we all run away, we cannot protect all this valuable history that we have here, another chimed in, and many in the hall chorused similar sentiments. Unknown to anyone, seated on top of the library, I was casually flipping through an old book. I witnessed the entire event going down below and was disappointed. Some of the greatest minds in the world, willing to offer their lives for the noble cause of preserving history for humanity, had just forgotten a simple fact. In their pursuit of knowledge, their once noble ideals had become an obsession. All they needed was to send out a single scholar to warn the civilians of what was to come, but I was not in a position to judge them, for I was also a spectator from the sidelines. I had already left Lucci, Mancheri, and Leo somewhere safe away from Ohara. I didn't want the Marines to take advantage, especially if I had to engage in a fight. Down below, as every scholar prepared to preserve the knowledge, even Olivia decided to do her part. But she was in a fix, torn between her ideals and her love for her daughter. She had abandoned her daughter once, so she was in a dilemma. Clover, understanding the situation, stepped up. Olivia, I need a favor from you. I hope you do not refute it. I hope you can take my granddaughter and escape from here. The old man decided to make the decision for her. The other scholars had already started running about to preserve as many books as possible. No. No! Grandpa, I am a scholar too. I cannot leave you behind. I am involved in the research too. I will also stay behind, Lily protested. But Clover would not have his little granddaughter, who was in her teens and hadn't even experienced life, sacrifice herself. Clover felt more guilt. He was not worried about the other lives, but now he was trying to preserve his own granddaughter's life. In the end, everything Ross had told him came true. He was just a selfish man more akin to a pirate. But then he steeled his resolve. Lily, listen to me. We cannot have all the scholars die out here. Our mission remains unfulfilled. We need someone to carry out our legacy, fulfill our goal, child, and help the world understand its true history. Clover knew his granddaughter's nature. Only by manipulating her this way would she consent to leave. Lily was now in a fix. She was a scholar like her grandfather, and everything she knew came from him, but that man was making a final wish of her. Olivia, please. Consider this a final wish from a dying man. Guide these children, keep them safe. Move to the northern coast of the island. You will find someone there who will help you, or at least I hope he will, for little Robin's sake. Now leave before the Marines come, Clover urged. Olivia was struggling, but then she took in the faces of the two children and finally nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She took Lily and Robin's hands firmly and guided them towards the exit, her heart heavy but resolute. The other scholars continued their frantic efforts to save as much knowledge as they could, their dedication unwavering despite the impending danger. As Olivia led the children away, Ross watched from his perch, contemplating the unfolding tragedy. The scholars of Ohara, in their pursuit of knowledge, had indeed become blind to the immediate threat, prioritizing ancient texts over innocent lives. It was a harsh lesson in the cost of obsession, a reminder that even the noblest of causes could lead to ruin if not tempered with humanity. Just as Olivia exited the library with Robin and Lily, a world government ship docked on the island. Spandine stepped onto Ohara, his eyes cold and calculating. Mobilize everyone and surround the island. I need every single person accounted for. Make sure that none of the scholars escape. Detain anyone remotely connected with them and notify headquarters that we have arrived, he ordered. Thousands of Marines and world government agents swarmed the island, transforming the peaceful community into a chaotic nightmare. Ohara descended into turmoil as Marines burst into homes, breaking down doors. The residents' protests were ignored, their voices drowned out by the relentless march of soldiers enforcing Spandine's orders. In the central square, a world government agent, using a megaphone connected to a transponder snail, repeatedly made a chilling announcement. Hear this, citizens of Ohara. The scholars on this island are actually demons involved in forbidden research. We have found incriminating evidence against them. They have been using you, the regular folks, as cover to develop weapons, aiming to destroy the world. Anyone who does not want to be incriminated as a demon and hunted down, please share the names of everyone remotely related to these scholars so we don't end up hurting the innocents. The announcement spread like wildfire, causing murmurs among the people. Some residents bravely questioned the Marines. How? Why? The scholars are the pride of Ohara. They are some of the most brilliant minds in the world. You guys must be just spinning a tale, a man declared, voicing the sentiment growing among the crowd. Spandine's voice cut through the clamor. I suspect that man is connected to the scholars. Arrest him. As the man protested and resisted, gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 The echo of gunfire silenced the square. The man fell, lifeless, as smoke rose from Spandine's pistol. Don't be fooled by them. They are demons, and they will not hesitate to rile you against us. Identify them all for us so that your family and loved ones remain safe. Spandine's words struck fear into the hearts of the citizens. Driven by fear more than truth, many stepped forward, offering the names of the scholars, condemning their neighbors to a cruel fate to ensure their safety. This, Spandine knew, was human nature. Smirking, Spandine saw his plan unfolding perfectly. Searching person by person risked missing someone, but with the civilians turning on each other, no one would escape. Listen up, people. This entire island is now subjected to an exhaustive investigation. Please cooperate. Anyone who resists will be marked as a demon and eliminated, the world government agent continued. Those with no connections to the scholars, bring your proof of identification to the West Coast. Once verified, you can board the evacuation ships. Many in the crowd hesitated, reluctant to leave everything behind. Sensing the mood souring, Spandine walked up to the agent, yanked the transponder snail from his hand, and addressed the crowd himself. I understand this might be difficult for you, but we need to ensure the demons are punished. And just so you all know, anyone who provides us with the names of scholars or their acquaintances will receive 100,000 belly for each name. Hurry up! Help us catch these demons and secure your future. As he finished speaking, Spandine shoved the transponder snail back into his subordinate's hands, instructing him to keep repeating the message. Among the crowd, eyes that had been clouded with doubt began to clear. Why should they suffer because of these so-called criminals? They convinced themselves that they were doing the right thing by helping the government, not realizing that it was greed for money, that truly drove them. The island's once unified community began to fracture, with each person more concerned with their own safety and profit than the lives of their neighbors. Olivia, clutching Robin and Lily, hurried through the chaos, her heart heavy with dread. The reality of their situation was sinking in, and she knew she had to get the girls to safety before it was too late. The future of Ohara, and possibly the world, now rested on the choices she made in these desperate moments. Chapter 157. But sir, is evacuation really necessary? Don't you think it's extreme? If the scholars are the evil ones, why are we being implicated in the matter? One of the citizens, emboldened by Spandine's departure, mustered the courage to question the situation. Many had already left the square, driven by greed or fear, but some remained, reluctant to leave the only home they had ever known. The government agent narrowed his gaze. My duty is to inform you, and I have already relayed the message. If you choose to ignore it, be ready to face the consequences, he snapped, disregarding the man's plea. He continued broadcasting the offer of a reward and the instructions for everyone to evacuate to the West Coast with their identification. Meanwhile, inside the library of Ohara, government agents were ransacking the place despite the protests of Clover and the scholars. The agents restrained everyone within the library, sparing none. They began destroying shelves, searching for hidden compartments or secret doorways. Suddenly, a scholar who had returned after safely dumping a cartload of books into the lakebed tackled one of the soldiers. "Stop it! Stop it, you bastards! These books are the most precious cultural assets of the world," he yelled. Another soldier forcefully pulled him up and rammed the butt of his gun into the scholar's face, breaking his jaw. "Another one of those criminals! Get him out of here," the government agent bellowed. The soldier cuffed the scholar and dragged him outside to join the others who had been detained. "Curse you, people! Someday you will answer for all these crimes," the scholar shouted, earning himself a broken rib in the process. "Don't stop searching! There should be some kind of hidden chamber. Continue searching until you find it," the lead agent commanded. The soldiers toppled shelves that had stood for millennia, scattering ancient texts and artifacts. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure was transferring thousands of books to a nearby, uninhabited island at an alarming rate. I knew the books inside the lakebed would survive and could be collected later, so I focused on saving the oldest, most irreplaceable volumes. My actions were driven by boredom rather than altruism. I could have saved a few lives in the meantime, but would I? No. Not after Clover's high and mighty attitude, and knowing how the citizens turned on each other out of fear and greed. For me, a single life on this island mattered, little Robin's. And even little Robin needed to understand the harshness of this world, so for now, I was waiting and watching. From the direction Olivia was heading, she would need a miracle to reach the north coast. The buster call ships were already within my vast detection range, and soon the bombardment would start, catching Olivia and the two girls in the crossfire. Olivia, covered by a cloak, hurriedly dragged Lily while carrying Robin. She didn't initially understand why Professor Clover had asked her to trust a stranger and head north, but as they traversed the chaotic streets, Robin explained. Grandpa Clover had asked them to find Brother Ross. Lily then revealed the identity of the person they were seeking help from. As someone who had been out at sea for more than half a decade, Olivia knew things that Lily might not understand. She didn't hold any prejudice against Rosinante, despite Lily's complaints. Robin believed in him, and as a mother, Olivia chose to believe too. Professor Clover would not have sent them to a pirate if he hadn't deemed him trustworthy. Just as Olivia was about to enter an alleyway to dodge the soldiers checking people's identities, a cannon shell exploded right behind her. The force of the blast threw Olivia and Lily, while Robin, in her mother's arms, flew further away. Boom! Boom! The cannon shells ignited chaos, making everyone run for their lives. Hundreds of people were scattered, all heading toward the west coast. Lily's leg was trapped beneath debris as Olivia stood up groggily, unable to see Robin, who was separated from them. Turning her attention to the immediate issue, Olivia started digging at the debris. "Lily! Stay put. I'll get you out," she urged. After several minutes of backbreaking effort, Olivia managed to free Lily just as the damaged house crumbled. Well. Look who we have here, the criminal who escaped the clutches of the Marines with the help of a traitorous giant by sinking a prison ship, Spandine commented, smiling cruelly. The main reason he was specially dispatched was to capture Olivia. She was being transferred to the CP9 department, where they planned to extract information and see if the world government could obtain an ancient weapon. Olivia's heart pounded as she faced Spandine, knowing that the situation had just become dire. She needed to protect Lily and find Robin before it was too late. "I just asked my ship to start a random shelling to speed up the process of chasing the people, but it seems luck is on my side. Who would have expected that I would catch such a big fish?" Spandine said, turning his attention towards the young teenage girl covered in dust. "Is that your daughter? We were told that you have a daughter." He smirked, clearly showing interest in Lily. It was well known that Olivia had never broken during her torture sessions with the Marines, but now Spandine had found her weakness. Everyone eventually breaks when you have a hold of their family. In one smooth motion, Olivia pulled the gun strapped to her back and fired at Spandine. He narrowed his eyes and slightly tilted his head, dodging the projectile aimed for his head. Now! Let's not be hasty," he gestured. The two agents by his side moved with blinding speed and precisely broke Olivia's limbs. Spandine chuckled, closed in on Lily, whose legs were still bleeding, and crouched down. "Tell me, little one, what's your name?" he asked with a smile. Lily, from the corner of her eye, watched Robin hide in the nearby alleyway. She had already signaled the little girl to remain silent. Lily kept her composure. She was smart and knew that keeping Robin safe was more important than her own life. Stuttering, she replied, "Robin. My name is Nico Robin." Spandine turned to his subordinate, who checked the list he held and nodded, confirming that it was indeed Olivia's daughter's name. What Olivia didn't know was that her own sister-in-law had betrayed her, selling out her little daughter. If Lily hadn't lied about her name, Spandine would have alerted the entire island to look for someone named Nico Robin. "Fine! Bag them both. Let's take them to where the others are. I'm sure the rest of the scholars would love to see the traitor who will be helping us uncover all the secrets of the ancient weapons," he chuckled as he stood up. 4 CP agents moved in, restraining both Olivia and Lily, whom they thought to be Olivia's daughter. Robin observed everything from her hiding spot. As a smart girl, she understood what her sister Lily was doing. Clasping her hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, she watched as both her mother and Lily were dragged away. She knew she had to find Brother Ross. Mancherry had told her how strong Brother Ross was, saying he was capable of sinking entire islands. Without a second thought, as the agents left, Robin started sprinting towards the north coast. Ross was her last hope. Robin ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. She knew she had to find Brother Ross. Her mother and sister had been taken, and it was up to her to get help. She dodged through the crowds, avoiding Marines and agents, her small form easily slipping through gaps and alleyways. As she neared the north coast, she could see the Buster Call ships on the horizon, which her mother had mentioned earlier. The bombardment would soon begin, and she knew that time was running out. She pushed herself harder, ignoring the burning in her lungs and the tears streaming down her face. She had to find Brother Ross. He was their only hope. Is this everyone? Round up all the scholars here, Spandine ordered as he finally reached the area where Professor Clover and the rest of the scholars were bound. Olivia and Lily were pushed to the side. Clover was about to call out Lily's name, but a quick gesture from his granddaughter made him pause. "Oh, you recognize the girl? Care to tell me how you came to know Olivia's daughter here? By any chance, is she an aspiring scholar too?" Spandine asked, observing Clover's reaction. Seeing that little Robin was missing, Clover realized what Lily had done. Spandine, interpreting Clover's shock as confirmation that the teenage girl was planning to become a scholar, smirked. However, even he could not have guessed that Lily was already a scholar, and there was another scholar even younger than Lily, who was barely 8 years old. Well, who would have guessed there was such a young, aspiring scholar? "You sure are trouble. You are already training the next generation of demons," Nico Olivia, Spandine commented. He had just received the message that all the Buster Call battleships were in position. "The child has no connection with us." "You cannot condemn a child because she was born to a scholar," one of the bound scholars roared, trying to help Lily escape the clutches of these monsters. Nearby, many of the island citizens were witnessing the scene. It was all true. "Look how many monsters were hiding under the guise of scholars, planning to destroy the world," a civilian commented. Similar remarks spread through the crowd. "It's all because of these monsters that we are being chased away from our own home," another added. "If I had known these things earlier, I would have personally killed them all myself," another citizen declared as they made their way toward the evacuation ships. "You hear that?" Spandine chuckled. "The people that called you the pride of Ohara are now calling you the demons of Ohara." He laughed loudly, but Clover didn't react to his taunt. He was concerned about his granddaughter. Feeling insulted by the lack of reaction, Spandine continued. "You guys still don't get it, do you? How about we make a bet? You said this girl was innocent, right? I will let her go. If she is able to safely board the evacuation ship, I will let her go free," he said with a cruel smirk. There was a reason why the elders favored Spandine and why he was on the cusp of being promoted to a higher position. He excelled at breaking the opposition and getting things done neatly. Clover's eyes, which had lost their light, regained some clarity as Spandine spoke again. "However, if she fails to board the ship, I will gun her down, even though she might not be a scholar. How about it?" he added and released Lily. Lily stood there, dumbfounded. However, Olivia, with her broken limbs, moved. "Go! Go, get to the evacuation ship, get away far from here." Lily then turned to her grandfather, whose eyes spoke the same words. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from within the Tree of Knowledge, shaking the entire structure. Spandine's communicator rang. "Director! We have found it. There is some kind of underground, hidden chamber. There are thousands of written documents here related to poneglyphs, and they also have a large block of stone, which I believe is a poneglyph." "It's confirmed, sir. They have broken the taboo," the agent on the other end covied. "Ha ha ha, finally! So you bastards were not only studying poneglyphs but also somehow managed to move one here. You dumb morons have just sealed your fate. I wonder, did you have something to do with the poneglyph that vanished from the seafloor on Fishman Island? I'm sure the elders will be interested in hearing this." Spandine forgot about the matter of Olivia's daughter. He had just found a much more important lead. Their CP organization had been searching for any clues regarding the two poneglyphs that had vanished from the seabed. Moving a poneglyph was not something anyone could achieve, but these scholars had managed to do it. Soon, the call connected, and a heavy voice sounded from the other side. "Spandine, is the cleanup done?" "Elder Sama. I might have found a possible lead about the missing poneglyph," Spandine spoke, and the expression of the transponder snail turned dangerous. "Sir! These scholars have a poneglyph hidden in the basement. They have somehow managed to move it, so I thought you should know about it. Spandine spoke respectfully. Let me speak. Let me speak to them. I want to ask them something directly. Clover stood up staggering. On the side, Lily had reached the evacuation ship, but when she tried to board, she was pushed away. Get out, you fucking monster. It's all your fault. You guys were the ones who took everything away from us. A woman shoved Lily away. They knew she was Clover's granddaughter but didn't understand why she was allowed to board the ship. Many who watched didn't intervene, sharing the same sentiment and hatred for Clover's granddaughter. Luckily, Spandine was engrossed in his call with the elders, otherwise, he would have realized the girl's name was Lily, not Robin. A man with a daughter of his own felt sorry for Lily and tried to speak up for her. She is just a little girl. But another man quickly retorted, if you're so worried about the monster, why don't you step out of the ship and help the demon yourself? Don't drag us into this. Soon, a few others expressed similar opinions, making the man fall silent. He could not afford to risk himself and his own daughter. Lily, witnessing this, finally began to understand Ross's words. She now felt foolish, completely naive about true human nature. She realized why the CP leader had let her go so confidently despite knowing how valuable a hostage she was. It was because she had nowhere to go, and no way of escape. Chapter 158, Have the orders been given? Sakazuki questioned impatiently as he waited for the buster call signal, which had yet to be initiated. Not yet, sir. We have been asked to remain on standby, one of the Marines on Sakazuki's ship informed him. Ohara was now surrounded, and the moment the buster call signal was given, hell would rain down upon the island. From the corner of his eye, Sakazuki saw the Marine evacuation ship filling up with the citizens of Ohara. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes, but he refrained from taking action hastily. Spandine. Has the evidence been found? The voice on the transponder snail echoed with authority. Yes, sir. Without a doubt, they are researching weapons of mass destruction to destroy the world, Spandine lied with feigned sincerity. What an unfortunate outcome. It is such a pity that the famed scholars of Ohara were involved in such a heinous act against this world. Carry out the execution, the voice on the transponder snail commanded. Spare us your false pity. Elders, we are not fooled by your words. I know why you are afraid of us. Yes, you are afraid. We learned it all from the poneglyphs, the history you want buried. Did you think that the lie you built for over 8 centuries would never come to light again? Clover roared defiantly. Meanwhile, Lily sat there, lost and despondent, yet finding some solace in knowing she had saved Robin. Clover, in a bid to show how much they had uncovered over the years, began sharing his theory, oblivious to the rapidly changing expression on the elder's face. But the key is the ancient kingdom that once thrived. The name of the kingdom is... Just as Clover was about to disclose the information, a voice roared from the other end, "Kill him." Spandine immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Before anyone could react, Clover's lifeless body hit the ground. Grandpa, Lily, lost in her despair, saw her grandfather being shot at such close range and forgot that she was still pretending to be Robin. Spandine, kill them all. Burn every last soul on Ohara. I don't want any survivors. Is that understood? The order came, and Spandine, without hesitation, activated the buster call. Lily reached her grandfather's cold corpse and started wailing, confusion etched on Spandine's features. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. You bitch! You dare deceive me? He roared in anger, pulling out his pistol to kill Lily. But suddenly, the entire land shook. Ruawar! A giant rushed forward, knocking out the surrounding soldiers and agents left and right amidst gunfire and cannon fire. Don't leave a single soul alive, Spandine ordered. He knew staying on the island was risky and quickly ordered the Marines to shoot down the subdued scholars while he retreated to the safety of his ship. But then he noticed a peculiarity: the northern coast was not being bombarded. He turned to his subordinate for answers. Sir, we have confirmation that Donquxote Rosinante is residing in that area, so we were advised not to bombard it, the subordinate replied. You moron! Did you not hear the elder's orders? No soul alive. So what if it is Rosinante? Just sink him along with the island. I don't believe he can best the buster call, and we have those government dogs tied up. Unleash them. Let the Shichibukai deal with Rosinante. Just make sure no one leaves the island alive. Sir, what about the evacuation ship? The subordinate questioned. You don't have to worry about that. I have already assigned a mad dog to handle it, Spandine said with a chuckle. On Spandine's orders, the entirety of Ohara was under siege. However, Saul had managed to save Olivia and Lily, though Olivia's condition was dire, riddled with dozens of bullets. Even Saul had been bombarded by the cannon fire of multiple ships. Sir, that giant is carrying the criminal Olivia and her daughter, the subordinate, tracking Saul with his spyglass, responded. Fucking shoot that giant down. Where is that admiral candidate, Akiji? Spandine roared, seeing the giant scooping up Olivia and the girl pretending to be Olivia's daughter. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding, a massive lightning bolt tore through the sky like heaven's retribution, splitting the world government's ship in two. Spandine, at the center, vanished into nothingness. For a moment, the entire scene froze, even the cannon sounds from the buster call ceasing. A few moments earlier, Robin finally managed to reach the house on the edge of the northern coast. I casually stepped out of the house, emptying the last of its contents. Brother! Brother Ross, help! Help me! Help me save my mother and sister Lily. Help save everyone on the island. She fell, planting her face directly onto the grassy ground, breaking her nose. Despite the pain and exhaustion, she pleaded with me once more. But I continued arranging the last box as if I hadn't heard anything. Robin struggled to move closer. I'm sorry, Brother Ross. I'm sorry that I doubted you. Please! Please help me save my mother, she pleaded. Little Robin, have you forgotten already? I am a pirate, an evil man. How can you expect me to help you? I questioned. Robin's world crumbled as she heard my answer. She was dumbfounded, but then she did the only thing she knew she could do. She sat on her knees and bowed her little head, ramming it into the solid ground with force, tearing the skin and staining the grassy floor with her blood. She continued, ramming her head with more ferocity each time, tears flowing from her eyes, snot running down her nose. Please! Please! I was wrong. I was naive. Please help me save them, the little girl asked earnestly as she fainted. Sigh. I really am not the monster I thought I was. I looked to the other side of the island. Under my observation hockey, everything was as clear as day. I immediately aimed for the world government's ship, especially Spandine, who had just commanded to bring down Saul, who was carrying the two figures that Robin had asked me to save. As silence reigned, many couldn't comprehend what was happening, but the veterans, especially Sakazuki and Kuzan, did. It was the unmistakable power of a lightning Logia user. Even Kuzan, who had been tracking his friend Saul to see if it was possible to save him amidst the chaos, froze in shock. A single entity floated in the sky, like the guardian god of Ohara, with lightning surging out like an unrelenting wave. I had already left Robin under Lucci's care, who were safely hiding on a nearby island. Suddenly, Sakazuki received a call on his transponder snail. Soon enough, he roared orders, continue the bombardment. Pass down the orders to the Shichibukai. Have them bring down that pirate scum, he commanded. The 10 great battleships re-engaged, and suddenly my observation hockey picked up a projectile aimed for my shoulder. I easily dodged it, but soon enough, back-to-back shots were fired, each bullet infused with hockey, forcing me to move away from the island. The only reason I kept dodging and didn't retaliate was because I knew who the attacker was. I came face to face with my attackers and found myself surrounded by the 4 Shichibukai, Shikuyaku, Hector, and Crocodile. A quick glance told me all I needed to know about their strength. Except for Shaki, who was a peak admiral level powerhouse, the other two, and in Hector, had admiral-level strength, with him having a slight edge and skill, but it seemed like Hector made it up with some kind of special devil fruit. Crocodile, however, was a disappointment even with his Logia fruit. The moron didn't even seem to have a decent hockey level. And he was challenging Whitebeard's crew. For all I knew, Whitebeard must have asked the rest of his crew to go easy on him. If not, he would have been buried in an unmarked grave already. "So, you are the infamous sword demon," and was the first to speak, unsheathing her own great sword as if ready for the challenge. "Poof," Crocodile exhaled. "He is nothing but a brat," he commented. But before he could react, I moved, appearing right in front of him, clad my arm with hockey, and punched him in the gut. Boom! A reverberating shockwave echoed. Although Crocodile had managed to enter his elemental state, his internal organs were ruptured. He was lucky that I was holding back because Hector was watching me like a predator, ready to pounce if I had fully committed to that attack. TCH. Did you really think you stood a chance against a man like Whitebeard? What a naive little crocodile, I teased him. Crocodile, buckling from the overwhelming pain, stood up as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Pfft, and couldn't help but snicker. The other three kept their distance, knowing how dangerous their opponent was, but Crocodile had the audacity to run his mouth. Ice Age! Just as I was about to launch another attack at Crocodile, the ground froze, forcing me to quickly retreat and create some distance. Are you not going to chase after your friend, Kuzan-san? I questioned him. He didn't respond, just looked at Crocodile with pity. Ignoring the others around me, I looked at Shaki and pulled out a transponder snail, throwing it in her direction. She caught it, despite knowing we were now enemies, and I couldn't help but smile. You can thank me later, Shaki-san. The king wants to speak to his queen. Your days as a warlord are over, Shaki-san. Everyone around me was confused about what was being said, but Shaki's eyes widened in evident delight. The smile that she had lost since she was forced to become a Shichibukai finally returned. In front of everyone's shocked gaze, Shikuyaku strapped her rifle to her back. From the looks of it, it was the same high-caliber rifle that I had gifted her. So, you're still using that bad boy, Shaki-san, I spoke casually, as if I wasn't surrounded. Saul was already making his way to safety, so I was in no hurry. Ah, this rifle truly is a marvel. I've become quite attached to it, she commented, her old demeanor returning. Shikuyaku, what's the meaning of this? Akiji couldn't help but question in disbelief. She lit a cigarette, something she had ceased to do, and took a deep drag. You can go tell your superiors that I quit. I will no longer be their dog, she chuckled and turned to me. I will remember this favor, Roscoon. You owe me quite a few favors, Shaki-san. How about repaying one right now? I questioned her. And, on the other hand, was laughing, holding her tummy as she watched the drama unfold. Hector, however, was getting more and more frustrated at being ignored, like every other time. Akiji was trying to make sense of what exactly was happening. Crocodile, however, was coming to terms with his new reality. You want me to fight them? Shaki asked, raising her brows in amusement. This bunch? Oh no, they aren't even enough to keep me entertained. What I want from you is to ensure the safety of that giant and his companions. I gestured in the direction Saul was heading. With a soft murmur of thanks, Shaki left in the indicated direction before anyone could react. Hector roared, trying to strike Shaki from behind. But just as he took a step, a massive flying slash obstructed his path, forcing him to swing his massive battle axe to intercept the sword slash. Did I give you permission to leave? I chuckled while keeping my eye on Akiji, who was the strongest among the bunch. Ross, what are you playing at? Do you know what you have done? If the world government knows that Shaki has defected, then her home will be destroyed, Akiji added. The current Akiji was not like the one in canon. Because of my influence during my time under Garo, he might even be stronger than Sakazuki in a fair fight. Kuzan-san, you should be more worried about what your friend Sakazuki is going to do in a few minutes. You'd better hurry up and save those people on the ship. And don't worry, I've given you my word. Now that Saul is far away, you can burn Ohara, sink it, I don't care. But I'm curious to see what kind of justice you will enact. Go on! Meanwhile, I'll entertain these 2 warlords here. Oh my bad. It's 3. I've yet to clash with a warlord. I wonder if my bounty will increase if I take one of their heads, I chuckled. Kuzan got a bad premonition from my words, so he turned to the other 3. Can you handle him? He asked. Is that supposed to be some sort of insult? Hector roared, readying his weapon. And turned serious, not liking being disregarded. Even though she knew her opponent was tough, she genuinely believed she could best me, being a Logia fruit user like me. Anne's eyes blazed with determination as she brandished her sword, the metal gleaming ominously in the flickering light of the ongoing bombardment. You've got quite the ego, kid, thinking you can handle us so easily, she hissed. Hector, wielding his massive battle axe, took a step forward, his muscles bulging with barely contained rage. I've had enough of your arrogance, he growled, swinging his axe in a wide arc to test my reaction. I sidestepped effortlessly, my eyes locking onto his with a challenging glint. Is that all you've got? I taunted, making sure to keep my guard up. The air crackled with tension as lightning bolts danced around me, a reminder of the power I held. Hector lunged at me, his axe coming down with terrifying force, but I blocked it with my shusway, the clash sending shockwaves through the ground. And seized the opportunity to strike, her blade aiming for my side. I easily managed to deflect it, the impact sending a sharp jolt up my arm. She was fast, faster than I had anticipated. Crocodile, recovering from my earlier attack, joined the fray, his sand powers swirling around him menacingly. You're nothing but a child playing with forces you can't comprehend, he sneered. He wanted to wipe away the earlier humiliation. Ignoring his taunts, I focused on their movements. Shikuyaku was already gone, heading to ensure the safety of Saul and his companions. That was one less concern for now. Kuzan-san, you better hurry. Those people won't save themselves, I reminded him, my voice dripping with mockery. Kuzan shot me a final look before turning into a blur of motion, racing towards the evacuation ship, wanting to know what exactly Sakazuki was planning to do with the evacuation ships. Chapter 159, You're good, I'll give you that, Anne admitted, her breathing heavy. But you're not invincible. Never claimed to be, I replied, a grin spreading across my face. But I'm having fun. Aren't you? With a roar, Hector charged at me again, and while his body morphed into a hybrid form, I tried to discern what kind of Zoan fruit he had consumed, but my observation hockey detected a new attack. I ducked under the sand blades and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Hector sprawling backward. And tried to take advantage of the opening, but I spun around and blocked her attack, our swords clashing in a shower of sparks. Crocodile, seeing an opportunity, launched a massive wave of sand towards me. I responded with a burst of lightning, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of power. You're outnumbered and outmatched, Crocodile spat, trying to regain his composure. Numbers mean nothing against absolute power, I retorted, my eyes gleaming with determination. And let me show you what absolute power means. Black lightning surged out, forcing Hector and Crocodile to immediately create some distance. You said I was outmatched, right? Let me show you how naive you've been all these years, Crocodile. More black lightning crackled, and the pressure mounted on the three of them. The skies darkened as thunderclouds covered the entire sky. Despite the commotion, the Buster Call ships fired on the island unrelentingly. I wasn't bothered by Ohara anymore. Sending Akiji to check on the evacuation ship wasn't out of compassion, it was to pit Sakazuki and Akiji against each other. My plan was soon to come to fruition. I unsheathed Shusway, the blade vibrating with a rhythmic hum as if eager to be unleashed. Channeling black lightning into the blade, I couldn't help but smile. Shusway handled the strain unlike Sandai Katetsu. Here I come, ready or not. I vanished and reappeared behind Anne, unleashing Shusway with a massive bolt of lightning tracing my sword. And immediately stopped holding back and unleashed her devil fruit power. A thick layer of snow formed a shield behind her, but my lightning-clad sword tore through it. The shield, however, gave her enough time to dodge. Snow began to fall, and a snowstorm started building, forming a domain of snow. I moved like lightning, slashing at her. Blows came in rapid succession, each attack sending a jolt of pain up Anne's arms. Shusui swung, aiming for her neck, but she turned into particles of snow and dispersed just in time. She reappeared a dozen meters away, sweat forming on her forehead despite the low temperature. "Are you guys here to daydream, or are you too afraid to face him?" Anne sneered, turning to the other two Shichibukai. She was simply trying to rile them up, knowing that alone it might be too dangerous for her to face me. "Desert Spada!" Crocodile roared, sending a massive sand blade towards my back. I simply clad my blade with haki and swung at it, shattering it to dust. Suddenly, with a roar, Hector morphed into his Zoan form. He was a towering, 20-meter-tall abomination, a gorgon from mythology, with serpentine hair and a monstrous visage. His scales glistened with a sickly green hue, and his eyes radiated a malevolent glow. Hector's transformation was a sight to behold, a terrifying blend of human and mythological beast. His massive, muscular body was covered in impenetrable scales, and his hair writhed with living serpents that hissed and snapped at the air. His eyes glowed with a sinister red light, promising destruction to anyone who dared challenge him. "You think you can handle this?" Hector's voice was a guttural growl, echoing through the battlefield. He swung his massive tail, smashing the ground and sending shockwaves in every direction. I held my ground, my eyes locked on his. "Do you even realize how ugly you are?" I replied calmly, gripping Shusui tighter. The blade vibrated in anticipation, black lightning crackling along its edge. Hector lunged at me, his giant fists crashing down with the force of an avalanche. I dodged, moving with lightning speed, and countered with a swift slash aimed at his midsection. My blade met his scales, creating a shower of sparks, but not before leaving a shallow scar. "Is that all you've got?" I taunted, jumping back to avoid his sweeping tail. And Crocodile took the opportunity to attack simultaneously. Anne's snowstorm intensified, her snow particles trying to freeze me in place, while Crocodile sent another wave of sand blades my way. I spun around, my blade a blur of motion as I deflected Crocodile's attack and dissipated Anne's snow particles with bursts of lightning. The three of them were powerful, but I was faster and more agile. My observation haki gave me the edge, allowing me to anticipate their moves and counter them effectively. The battle raged on, with each clash of weapons and powers creating shockwaves that echoed across the island. The ground shook, and the air was thick with the sounds of combat. Despite the overwhelming odds, I held my own, my determination unwavering. Hector, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, roared in fury. "I'll crush you!" He brought both fists down in a devastating double strike, the ground cracking under the force. I dodged to the side, using the opportunity to slash at his exposed side. Shusui cut through a few of the serpents on his head, making him roar in pain and anger. And tried to capitalize on my distraction, but I spun around, deflecting her greatsword with a swift parry. Crocodile, seeing an opening, lunged at me, his hook aimed for my chest. I sidestepped and countered with a powerful kick, sending him flying back and crashing through the trees. Just as Hector prepared to charge again, I swung Shusui. "Lightning Dragon!" I shouted, summoning a massive black dragon made of lightning. The dragon lunged at Hector, clamping its jaws on the Gorgon's form and sending him flying. As Hector traversed the battlefield, massive lightning bolts repeatedly struck his body, breaking off his scales. Although his armor wasn't as strong as Kaido's, it was still incredibly durable, so the lightning wasn't doing as much damage as I had intended. Suddenly, a massive dome of snow enclosed me, and immediately began layering more and more snow to confine me within the dome. I couldn't help but smile in amusement. Busashoku Koka. My entire form was imbued with pitch-black armament haki, extending to Shusui. I sheathed Shusui into its scabbard, holding it in my arm. Outside the dome, and relentlessly stacked layers upon layers of snow, already over 24 layers and showing no signs of stopping. She wanted to bury her opponent under a mountain of snow. Itorio Iai, Heaven's Roar. I unleashed my blade, which moved with the tranquility of water, in harmony with the whole world. In the next instant, a massive pillar of black lightning tore through the ground, piercing through the snowy dome layer by layer. Outside the dome, and was still stacking more layers, but then she suddenly felt everything shake. Her instincts screamed at her to move, and she immediately entered her elemental state. Beneath her, the snow dome cracked, and in the next second, a massive pillar of light emerged from it, engulfing everything within a 100-meter radius, lighting up the entire sky. The lightning pillar seemed to ascend all the way to the heavens. Crocodile, who had just picked himself up from the rubble, couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Suddenly, a deafening boom reverberated, the sound of the attack lagging behind its visual impact. Even the people of Ohara on the evacuation ships couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the massive pillar of light ascending all the way to the skies and beyond. And, now in her elemental form, hovered above the ground, her face a mix of shock and fury. Her once carefully layered dome was utterly destroyed, and the display of power left her shaken. Her entire right arm was drenched in blood, and despite turning into her elemental form and trying to dodge, she was still caught in the attack radius. Hector charged, roaring madly, his massive form barreling towards me with a ferocity that shook the ground. I met his charge head-on, our weapons clashing with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of our collision created shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. I sidestepped Hector's next attack and swung Shusui, aiming for his legs. Hector jumped back, but the blade still managed to graze him, leaving a deep cut. Black lightning surged out, and Hector roared in pain, his scales cracking under the relentless assault. And, seizing the moment, unleashed a barrage of snow spikes from above. I dodged and deflected the spikes with swift, precise movements, each attack barely missing its mark. Crocodile finally joined the fray again, taking advantage of the distraction, and attempted to encase me in a sandstorm, the swirling sands obscuring my vision. I closed my eyes and relied on my observation haki, feeling the movements of my opponents through the storm. With a swift motion, I spun Shusui, generating a vortex of black lightning that dispersed the sandstorm, sending particles scattering in all directions. "You'll have to do better than that," I taunted, my voice cutting through the chaos. Crocodile lunged at me, his arm clad in a sand blade aiming for my throat. I parried his attack and countered with a swift kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling back. Hector, enraged by the sight, charged again, his massive form creating tremors with each step. I met his charge with a powerful upward slash, the black lightning-infused blade cutting through his scales. Hector howled in pain, but his momentum carried him forward, and he swung his massive tail at me. I ducked under the tail and retaliated with a series of rapid slashes, each strike finding its mark and leaving Hector reeling. And, seeing her comrades faltering, intensified her assault. The snowstorm around us grew fiercer, visibility dropping to near zero. She created massive ice constructs, sending them hurtling towards me with deadly precision. I sliced through the constructs with ease, but their sheer number and speed were relentless. Amidst the blizzard, I sensed Hector's presence closing in. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike powerful enough to shatter boulders. I deflected and dodged, the force of his blows sending shockwaves through the air. Our clash was a dance of strength and speed, neither of us was willing to give an inch. The skies above Ohara darkened ominously, heralding the storm of battle that was about to erupt. Black lightning crackled around me, charging the air with an oppressive energy that made even the most stalwart warriors flinch. "Have you even considered the true power of that mythical fruit, Hector?" I taunted, my voice carrying across the desolate battlefield. "It's simply being wasted on you." Hector, in his colossal Gorgon form, retreated just in time to avoid my blade. He was using the fruit's vitality and nearly indestructible body merely to brawl, not realizing its true potential. "Death gaze!" Hector roared, his eyes turning golden. Everything in his line of sight began to petrify, the snow, the sand, even my black lightning slowed as if caught in a temporal snare. My movements grew sluggish, the petrifying force sapping my speed. A smile crept across my face. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Suddenly, a massive burst of Conqueror's haki surged out from me, countering the Gorgon's petrification. The almost invisible force rammed into Hector, throwing his massive form backward. The snow and sandstorms were obliterated in an instant. I launched myself forward, intending to cut Hector down, and immediately intercepted, swinging her greatsword to block my path. I swung Shusui, the blade humming with power. Itorio Iai, Death Sonata. A thin, precise blade slash aimed for Anne's neck. She reacted swiftly. Iron Maiden! And cried, and a massive construct made of snow erupted from the ground, its form covered in her armament haki. It was one of her strongest defensive moves, but against my haki-infused lightning slash, it stood no chance. The defensive structure was severed and crumbled to snow. Anne's eyes widened, and she mustered every ounce of armament haki she had, swinging her greatsword downward to defend herself. Boom! With a resounding explosion, and was sent flying through the air from the force of the blow. Desert La Spada. Crocodile lunged at me from my blind spot, not realizing the extent of my observation haki. I sidestepped his attack effortlessly, and as he overextended, I swung Shusui, clad in haki. Crocodile immediately entered his elemental state, crumbling into sand. Aarg! A blood-curdling cry rang out as a wrist dropped in front of me. I had cleanly severed Crocodile's arm at the wrist. He reappeared 100 meters away, clutching his stump and roaring in pain. He had never imagined that anyone could touch him, let alone sever his arm. Gorgon's breath! Hector roared, opening his grotesque mouth and firing a massive beam of sizzling acid that scorched through everything, burning trees, the ground, and melting sand and snow. The acid morphed into a massive serpent and shot toward me. Dark Dragon's Descent. I swung Shusui in a downward arc, and a massive black dragon manifested in the sky. With an earth-shaking roar, it descended with ferocity, aimed directly at the acid serpent. The two colossal elemental constructs clashed with ferocity, sending ripples of shockwaves that shook the entire island. Lightning crackled, acid sizzled, and the ground beneath them formed a massive crater. Despite the potent acid, the lightning dragon devoured the behemoth serpent completely, evaporating it and charging forward to strike at Hector. Snake's Nest. Hector roared, and thousands of thick snakes made of poison manifested, surrounding him and forming a massive cocoon. The black dragon rammed into the cocoon, melting through the layers. Just then, a phoenix made of snow rammed into the side of the lightning dragon. After a dozen seconds of stalemate, the three attacks neutralized each other. The entire surrounding area was supercharged with static electricity. If these charges weren't dissipated soon, the entire zone would become a lightning field. Anne supported herself with her greatsword as she climbed out of the rubble, using it as a crutch. The last attack had left a massive gash on her chest, even destroying part of her face. Her once beautiful visage was now marred and scorched beyond recognition. Fury filled her eyes. She had been hailed as the snow goddess, but now all that remained of that beauty was an ugly scar. Rage consumed her, and all she wanted was to kill me and drink my blood. Chapter 160, on the marine side, the relentless bombardment of the island continued unabated. The Marines watched, awestruck, as the nearby island became a battleground for forces beyond their wildest imagination. The clash's ferocity was so intense that it sent tremors through their great battleships, even from dozens of miles away. For an hour, the bombardment had raged, yet the intensity of the clash showed no sign of waning. Even the seas seemed electrified, with lightning crackling and surging around them. On one of the ships, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu, turned his attention to the three evacuation vessels. He had already received orders to send every soul to the afterlife. With a grim determination, he unleashed his attack. Ryusei Kuzan, he bellowed, launching a barrage of flaming magma fists into the air. They rapidly expanded, following a deadly trajectory toward the evacuation ships. Each massive fist of magma rained down upon the vessels, which carried thousands of Ohara citizens and hundreds of Marine soldiers who were manning them. Screams of terror reverberated through the evacuation ships as the inferno approached, and even the Marines on Sakazuki's ship watched in disbelief. Their superior was planning to bury fellow Marines alongside innocent civilians. Just as the magma fists were about to engulf the ships, the sneer on Sakazuki's face turned into a frown. Ice Age! A massive dome of ice suddenly encased the three ships, shielding them from the relentless rain of magma. Akainu's face contorted in anger as he saw a tall man step out of one of the evacuation ships and stand defiantly on its railing. Akiji's eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth for his fellow admiral candidate. Sakazuki, care to explain why you are attacking a civilian evacuation ship? Akiji's voice carried over the open sea. The bombardment ceased as the entire island of Ohara burned, with even the famed tree of knowledge succumbing to the relentless assault. Kuzan, why are you here? Weren't you given orders to chase the traitor Saul and capture him along with Nico Alvia and her daughter? Akainu retorted, disregarding Akiji's question. Akainu, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you attack a civilian transport that also carried fellow Marines on board? Akiji roared as ice spread beneath them, freezing the sea and trapping almost all the battleships in a thick sheet of ice. Justice needs to be absolute. I suspect there are scholars hidden among the so-called civilians. To ensure that no one escapes, I have to eradicate everyone, Akainu countered, his voice dripping with conviction. Akiji couldn't believe the absurdity of Akainu's justification. Even if you think there are scholars hidden among them, you could have screened everyone to find the real ones hiding. Why did you even target the Marines on board? Tell me, Sakazuki, what difference is there between you and a filthy pirate? Akiji's voice was a mix of incredulity and anger. The tension between the two admiral candidates was palpable. What Akiji asked was logical. Even if Akainu suspected scholars were hiding, a stringent screening process could have uncovered them. Akainu's actions seemed more like an attempt to bury evidence than to serve justice. Akainu's face twisted in fury at being compared to a pirate. His arm morphed into magma, ready for confrontation. I have my orders, Akiji. It is you who is defying orders and impeding my work. If you do not move away from those ships, I don't mind sinking you alongside them, Akainu roared, his voice almost a dangerous hiss. But Akiji stood unfazed, confident in his ability to face Akainu if it came to a clash. Bring it on, Akainu. For trying to harm your fellow Marines without proper cause, I don't mind putting down a mad dog like you. Akiji's voice rang out with righteous fury. Akainu's actions had crossed his bottom line, and he needed to prove that the Marines stood for justice. Allowing Akainu to kill innocents would shatter his belief in what justice truly means. Die Funka! Akainu roared, launching himself toward the evacuation ships using Jeppo. But Akiji was ready. Ice Punch! He launched himself forward, not holding back. The two admiral candidates clashed with ferocity, magma meeting ice in a brilliant display. A resounding shockwave pushed the nearby ships away as the figures parted, equally matched. But Akainu could tell he was pushed back first, anger surging through him. Inugami Gyurin! Akainu bellowed, manifesting a massive magma hound that launched itself at Akiji. Akiji countered with his own attack, Ice Block, Pheasant Beak. A massive bird made of crystalline ice shot forth, charging at the incoming magma hound. The two constructs, embodiments of raw natural power, tore at each other, trying to gain the upper hand. The elements were relentless, neutralizing each other. Every Marine and world government agent watched, shocked and puzzled, as the two admiral candidates went at each other's throats with a ferocity that seemed intent on tearing the opponent apart. Lightning Nova! A blinding flash of light tore through the skies as I unleashed a devastating attack on Hector. Now battered and bruised, he staggered under the assault. And, despite having lost an arm, had gone completely unhinged. Consumed by anger, she leaped back into the thick of the fight time and again, fashioning an arm made of snow to replace her missing limb. Crocodile, however, was a broken man. Nearly every bone in his body seemed shattered, and even his devil fruit powers refused to respond to his commands. He lay at the battle's edge, resembling a broken doll. He, Hector. Do you still think you can take my head? I taunted, slashing Shusway and leaving another deep gash on his massive form. He was completely on the defensive, desperate for a way to escape. Winter wind! And roared, slashing her greatsword with her remaining hand. Her body was already covered in hundreds of wounds. She might have had a chance to survive if she had chosen to escape, but instead, she attacked me relentlessly. Each exchange proved more fatal for her. The snow beneath her feet was stained with her blood. Shusway streaked through the air, clashing with Anne's massive greatsword. Despite her ferocity, Anne's strength waned with each passing second. My release of Conqueror's hockey put them at a complete disadvantage. Hector's eyes were wide with desperation, his once proud form now reduced to a trembling mass of fear. You'll never win, he stammered, though his voice lacked conviction. Is that so? I replied with a sneer, my voice dripping with contempt. Look around you, Hector. Your allies are falling. Your strength is fading. You are nothing but a shell of the warrior you once were. At least if you had remained defiant till the end, I would have respected you. You simply reek of fear, even Crocodile seems better than you in my eyes. Anne's attacks grew increasingly wild and uncoordinated, her exhaustion was evident. Each swing of her greatsword was slower and less precise. I easily parried her blows, the force behind them diminishing with every strike. Her snow arm, a symbol of her defiance, began to crumble under the relentless pressure. Anne, give up! I shouted, hoping to break through her rage. This is a fight you cannot win. Save yourself while you still can. Serve my family, you may still live. But Anne's eyes burned with a stubborn fury. I will never surrender to the likes of you, she screamed, lunging at me with all the strength she could muster. I met her charge head-on, Shusway clashing violently with her greatsword. The force of our collision sent tremors through the battlefield, with snow swirling around us like a storm. Despite her determination, Anne's body could no longer keep up with her spirit. Her wounds slowed her movements, and with one final, powerful slash, I disarmed her. Her greatsword flew from her grasp, embedding itself in the snow several feet away, and fell to her knees, breathing heavily, blood pouring from her numerous injuries. I stood over her, Shusway poised for the finishing blow. It didn't have to end like this, I said softly, almost regretfully. Hector, seeing Anne's defeat, roared in frustration and fear. He charged at me. I thought it was in a desperate attempt to save his comrade, but my future sight said otherwise. The guy was truly a coward unfit to be a pirate. The mythical Gorgon fruit was truly wasted on him. Compared to him, I could at least respect Anne and Crocodile, who fought without backing down despite finding themselves at a complete disadvantage. Hector, without consideration for his fellow warlords, dashed away in a desperate attempt to survive. As Hector fled, the battlefield grew eerily silent. The storm of battle had passed, leaving behind a stark, frozen wasteland dotted with the fallen. Anne, though beaten, still glared up at me with defiant eyes. Do it, she spat, challenging me to end her life. Is that what you truly want, Miss Bonnie? I asked her one last time, my voice steady and cold against the howling wind. The snowstorm raged around us, and the battlefield was a frozen wasteland littered with the remnants of our fierce struggle. Bonnie simply spat defiantly, her eyes burning with unyielding rage. Why, kid? Are you chickening out now? Out on the seas, the strong prey on the weak, or are you going to tell me you haven't taken another human's life? She spoke with fierce defiance, her words cutting through the icy air. Take it, it's the victor's spoils. Take my head, you bastard, she roared, her voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. I gripped Shusway tightly, its blade gleaming ominously under the dim, stormy sky. Bonnie's challenge hung in the air, a testament to her unbreakable spirit even in the face of certain death. She stood tall, her gaze unwavering, prepared to meet her end with the dignity of a true pirate. The storm seemed to hold its breath as I swung Shusway at blinding speed. The blade cut through the air with lethal precision, and in a single, swift motion, I beheaded the formidable pirate. The clean stroke was almost poetic in its execution, a final tribute to her strength and defiance. And Bonnie's headless body, once a fearsome pirate of the New World, hit the snow with a soft thud. Blood splattered onto the pristine white ground, a stark contrast that painted a grim picture of the brutality of our world. Her head rolled a few feet away, her eyes still wide open, reflecting the fierce spirit that had defined her life. For a moment, the world stood still. The howling wind, the falling snow, and the echoes of battle seemed to fade into silence. I stood over Bonnie's fallen form, the weight of my actions settling heavily on my shoulders. She had been a worthy opponent, a formidable force on the seas, and now she was no more. The snowstorm began to pick up again, and the wind howled mournfully as if mourning the loss of a great warrior. I sheathed Shusway, the blade now stained with the blood of one of the New World's most fearsome pirates. The battle was over, but the memory of this day would linger, a reminder of the harsh reality of our lives on the seas. As I turned away from Bonnie's lifeless body, I couldn't help but feel a pang of respect for the fallen pirate. She had faced her end with courage and defiance, embodying the true spirit of a pirate to the very last. The strong prey on the weak, she had said, and in this brutal world, her words rang true. I turned my attention toward the broken form of Crocodile. Like Bonnie, his eyes held defiance rather than fear, but there was also a hint of a desire to live. He did not want to meet the same fate as Bonnie, but neither was he going to plead for his life. He had his own pride as a pirate. With soft strides, I made my way toward Crocodile, who awaited his judgment in silence, too broken to muster the strength for final words. Meanwhile, the battle between Akainu and Akiji was reaching epic proportions. Despite holding back out of consideration for the surrounding Marines, Akiji found himself constantly on the defensive. Akainu showed no such quarter, disregarding anyone and everyone in his path. To him, his orders were absolute. Suddenly, the transponder snail in Akiji's pocket rang. He pushed Akainu back with a massive spear of ice, temporarily gaining some distance. Akainu smirked, interpreting the call as a sign of his impending victory. Although he disengaged from the battle, he remained ready to confront his fellow admiral candidate if necessary. Akiji picked up the call, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. Sengoku's voice roared from the other end, "Kuzan. You bastard, are you trying to act like Garp now? Don't you think we have enough headaches with one Marine outlier? Do you want to follow down that same path?" Sengoku didn't let Kuzan explain the situation. "But, Sengoku-san..." Kuzan started, but Sengoku interrupted him again. "Shut up, Kuzan. I know everything. Your orders were to capture the traitor Saul and the escapee Nico Alvia. Don't bother with Akainu, I will talk with him," Sengoku commanded firmly. "But, Sengoku-san, Sakazuki is trying to kill innocents along with the Marines on board. Even if they are orders, there are better ways to handle this matter." Kuzan countered, his voice filled with frustration. "Kuzan, listen to me. I will guarantee the safety of the civilians. I will have them escorted safely. You need to focus on your orders. Now," Sengoku replied, his tone brooking no argument. "But, Sengoku-san, let me personally escort the ships," Kuzan pleaded. He didn't trust anyone else to carry out this mission properly. "Kuzan, did you even hear a word I said? Get Saul. I'll personally take care of the civilians on the ships," Sengoku roared, his patience wearing thin. Finally, Kuzan had to relent. With Sengoku's assurance, he gave one last challenging gaze to Akainu, who responded with a snort of contempt. Reluctantly, Kuzan turned and left in the direction where Saul had fled earlier. As I reached Crocodile, I could see the flicker of emotions playing across his face: defiance, pride, and a desperate will to live. His body was battered and broken, his devil fruit powers failing him in his moment of need. He lay there, unable to speak, awaiting his fate with silent dignity. "Even now, you won't beg for your life," I said softly, a touch of admiration in my voice. "You still hold on to your pride as a pirate." Crocodile's eyes burned with a mixture of defiance and resignation. He was prepared to meet his end but refused to show fear. Just as I was about to end Crocodile's life, my observation hockey picked up Akiji, moving rapidly in the direction where Saul had escaped on his raft. With a chuckle, I decided to leave Crocodile's fate to the whims of destiny. Turning away, I sheathed Shusui and strode away from the broken pirate, the snow crunching beneath my boots. Crocodile lay there, his defiant eyes tracking my movements. He seemed puzzled but relieved, a flicker of hope igniting in his gaze. "Leaving me to fate, huh?" he muttered weakly, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. I paused for a moment, glancing back at him. "Consider it a twist of fate, Crocodile. Sometimes, the strong don't have to prey on the weak. Sometimes, they just walk away." Chapter 161, Dressrosa, New World. El Diablo. The raging blue flames surrounding Doffy and the training ground morphed into the form of a devil, its eyes blazing with malice and power. The fiery apparition roared as it lunged toward Isho, the heat radiating from it distorting the air and causing the ground to crack and smolder beneath its fury. Isho stood firm, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. With a deep breath, he activated his devil fruit power, Raging Tiger. Manipulating gravity with the precision and control of a seasoned warrior, he morphed the ground into a massive tiger, which lunged forward to meet the fiery devil head-on. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the training ground. The devil, made of blue flames, clawed at the gravitational field surrounding the earthen tiger, its scorching heat and raw energy pushing against Isho's invisible barrier. Sparks flew, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their clash. Just then, Isho sent a flying slash aimed at Doffy, who instinctively turned himself into flames and dodged the attack. Blue flames and an intangible purple energy clashed with epic proportions, each collision creating a crater hundreds of meters wide. Calling this a sparring session would be a joke. Doffy, after realizing that Ross would leave for the sea once again, had increased the intensity of his training to a monstrous degree. He was on the cusp of transforming himself into an admiral-level power, but Doffy himself knew that crossing the threshold would not be easy. He had been training like a madman for the past few months, the intensity of his regimen no less than when he trained for over a year in the Calm Belt. Flame Prison! As Doffy reformed himself, he dodged a few more gravity-infused slashes, making sure not to get caught in Isho's gravity field. He punched out, sending a wave of blue flames to surround and confine Isho, but Isho calmly used his gravity powers to create a barrier around him, keeping the blue flames at bay. "Doffy-kun, what do you say we take it up a notch?" Isho spoke, and before Doffy could respond, massive concentric rings of purple energy shot into the sky. "Heavens fall!" Isho whispered. Far away, where the rest of the family was observing the spar, they were in awe at the sheer display of power between the two fighters. Even Diamante and Senor were surprised at how far their once young master had come, all in less than 3 years. They inwardly resolved to grow stronger so as not to be left behind. Meanwhile, seated in front of them were Gladius and Smoker, each supporting their own idols. Smoker had come to follow Isho, much like Gladius followed Doffy. "What's that?" Scarlet couldn't help but point at the sky as a small black dot rapidly enlarged and descended. "Isho-san must have summoned another meteorite," Shirley commented nonchalantly. Although she was a mermaid, her devil fruit powers allowed her to exert telekinesis within a certain range, making it easy for her to move around on land. "Sigh! Now I need to assign more workers to clean up the mess Isho-san creates," little Scarlet said, pulling out a small notebook and starting to write in it. For everyone who was spectating, the incoming meteor was a trivial matter. They had seen it many times, especially when Ross and Isho-san sparred. But for Diamante and Senor, it seemed like madness. Wouldn't their young master be crushed by the massive meteor that was rapidly descending? Giala saw the terror-stricken faces of her friends and couldn't help but chuckle. Senor and Diamante were ready to intervene, thinking that Doffy was in danger. As they were about to move, Giala stopped them. "Just watch," she said with a chuckle. She then turned to little Scarlet. "Don't worry, Scarlet. I will repair the damage done to the outdoor training ground and restore it later, she added. Scarlet immediately lost the frown on her face and gave Giala a wide smile. Fu, Isho, it seems like you have something on your mind that you want to say. The meteor is almost 10 times the size of the ones you normally summon during our sessions, Doffy commented while channeling his blue flames, ready to intercept the descending meteorite. Doffy-kun, is it really necessary to carry out the plans that you have devised for North Blue? Isho questioned while clashing back and forth with Doffy, trying to restrict him from countering the descending meteor. With a sudden surge of flames like a tidal wave, Doffy pushed Isho on the defensive. Diankai! Doffy roared, and a massive, concentrated ball of fire, comparable in size to the descending meteor, rose up. Both the burning meteor and the miniature blue sun clashed thousands of meters above the Dressrosa sky. A deafening boom echoed, sending shockwaves. Luckily, the collision happened in the sky, otherwise, Giala would have had to spend quite some effort restoring all the damage. The blue flames consumed the massive meteorite, which pushed back the miniature sun, but Doffy channeled more flames, sending a few streams of serpentine blue fire to reinforce his earlier attack. The sky lit up with a blinding light as the two colossal forces clashed. Below, the spectators shielded their eyes from the intense brightness and braced against the shockwaves. As the blue flames finally consumed the meteorite, the resulting explosion sent a rain of embers and molten rock cascading down. Isho and Doffy stood amidst the chaos, their powers creating a spectacle of raw strength and determination. Despite the intensity of their clash, there was a mutual respect between them, a recognition of each other's unwavering resolve. As the dust settled and the embers cooled, Isho lowered his sword and looked at Doffy with a mixture of admiration and concern. Doffy-kun, your ambition is commendable, but do you really think such extreme means are necessary? Doffy, panting but undeterred, nodded firmly. Isho, you need to understand something. What I am going to do is something they deserve. They reveled in celebrations when my family fell, and everyone took a swing at us when we were down. It is only right that I repay them the favor. Isho still wanted to convince Doffy. Doffy-kun, why don't I go to North Blue and bring it back under the Donquxote family's control? Ultimately, that is what we want, right? Isho proposed. He already knew what Doffy was planning for all those who had defied the Donquxote family, as the matter had been discussed in the recent family meeting. Doffy shook his head, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Isho, I want you here in Dressrosa. We can't leave our main base undefended, now can we? And little Shirley has already divined that if you join us, we will not be able to catch a certain someone I am very eager to meet. Isho's brow furrowed with concern. Doffy-kun, revenge can cloud judgment. Who is this certain someone you're so eager to meet? Doffy's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. A man who single-handedly almost brought me to my death door. If not for that bastard, our family would not have lost so much, and worst of all, he fooled me. All that humiliation, pain that I suffered, I need to repay it, don't I? Bloodlust oozed out of Doffy just thinking about Marcus, the man who had plunged a dagger so deep into his back that it had scarred his soul. Isho sighed, sensing the determination in Doffy's voice. He knew further arguments would be futile. Very well, Doffy-kun. But promise me, you'll consider at least sparing the innocent ones that you come across. Isho knew the kind of monster that Doffy could become without Ross holding him back. Doffy simply chuckled, a wicked grin spreading across his face, giving no direct answer to Isho's request. His laughter echoed ominously through the training ground, a chilling promise of the chaos to come. With a casual wave, Doffy turned and walked in the direction of the others, his steps confident and unyielding. Isho watched him go, his mind racing with thoughts of the impending bloodbath in North Blue. Unnamed Island, West Blue. A group of mismatched individuals from different walks of life sat around the crackling flame. Despite having been shot multiple times, Nico Olivia was saved by Manchuri's heal fruit ability. Even Saul seemed much better than when he had set out on the raft alongside Olivia and Lily. On one side sat Saul, Olivia, Little Robin, and Lily. None of their faces held any warmth, as the tragedy of Ohara had left a deep mark on them. Saul was on edge, recognizing both me and Shaki as pirates. One of us was worth more than 2 billion belly, and the other was a remnant from the Rocks era who had been forced to become a Shichibukai. When Shaki had come to save them, Saul didn't believe her and wanted to trade blows, but he was quickly humbled, realizing he couldn't challenge that kind of force. Shaki sat next to me, savoring the alcohol from the bottle we had stocked on our ship. I wasn't sure how the bottle got there since I didn't indulge in alcohol, and the one giving weird looks whenever Shaki took a gulp from that expensive-looking bottle was Leo, who kept muttering something under his breath. Lucci, as usual, was diligently preparing a massive fish he had just caught for dinner. Silence lingered, broken only by the sounds of Lucci's work and the crackling of the wood. Finally, it was Olivia who broke the silence. "Thank you for saving our lives." She bowed, genuinely thanking Shaki and me. She knew that without our intervention, they might have already been caught by the Marines, especially with an admiral candidate searching for them. Alone, they wouldn't have stood a chance. I simply waved my hand and continued going through the books I had kept for light reading. "Those books belong to Ohara." Lily's voice cut through the night, challenging me. "They do not belong to you," she roared. I didn't even consider her words and continued flipping the page. "Give it back! Give it back, you filthy pirate!" "The scholars of Ohara gave their lives to save those books," she shouted, but Olivia held her back. "Victor's spoils," I said nonchalantly and returned to my book. I had already arranged for a few of the goons working for my family to transfer all the books from the island and the lake bed back to Dressrosa. I knew that in a few months' time, Dr. Vegapunk and Dragon would visit Ohara. In the original timeline, with Saul being unfrozen, with the help of the giants, he would transfer the books to Elbaf. But I needed these books to see if I could attract Vegapunk's attention and complete a project like Pluton. My team working on it would need vast amounts of information and knowledge found in these books, so I couldn't let them fall into the giants' hands. Shaki raised her brows in surprise. "Kid, you should be grateful that you are alive. Bad-mouthing your saviors is not something you should do. Out in this cruel sea, such help is akin to a miracle, so watch what you say, child," she said softly. She knew that the teen was in pain, having lost everything she had known. Lily's face soured upon hearing Shaki's words, but she couldn't refute them. Ultimately, they were saved because of these pirates. Even Saul and Olivia, who were on the brink of death, were saved because of Mancheri, who was part of our group. Now that you are alive, you should be much more worried about how you are going to survive in this world hereafter, I said without lifting my head from the book I was reading. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with the weight of their losses and the uncertain future that lay ahead. The crackling fire seemed to mirror their flickering hopes, struggling to stay alight in the vast darkness of their new reality. The crackling firelight cast long shadows over the group, adding to the somber mood of the evening. Olivia's gaze was steady, directed at me with a mixture of resolve and desperation. "I have a favor to ask of you," she began, her voice trembling slightly but firm. "I want your help raising my daughter, Robin. The government already thinks that Lily is my daughter, and with how the government works, they will mark us for death. They won't stop until they have our heads." Olivia peered into the flame, her eyes reflecting both the warmth of the fire and the cold reality of their situation. She knew the kind of fate that awaited them, but whether by design of fate or luck, Robin's name had yet to come under the government's radar. The only one who had discerned that Lily wasn't Olivia's daughter had died under my hands. Robin, sitting next to Olivia, looked up in panic. "Mother, no," she cried, clutching at Olivia's sleeve. "I want to stay with you. I don't care about the risks. I need you." Her voice was filled with a mixture of fear and determination, a young girl's plea against the harshness of the world. Olivia placed a gentle hand on Robin's head, her touch soothing despite the turmoil in her heart. "Robin, listen to me," she said softly, her eyes meeting her daughter's. "I need to know that you'll be safe. If we stay together, the government will find us. They will kill us. But if you stay with these people, you'll have a chance to live. To grow up. To learn." Her voice wavered, betraying the fear and sadness she was trying to keep at bay. Robin shook her head fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No! I don't want to leave you. I want to stay with you, even if it's dangerous." Her small hands gripped Olivia's arm, as if holding on tightly enough could keep them together. I watched the exchange in silence. It seemed like fate itself was favoring me. Robin was the kind of talent that our family sorely lacked, and although we had Scarlet, there was only so much a single child could do. With the addition of Robin to our ranks, Scarlet's burden will reduce drastically. I could see the desperation in Olivia's eyes and the fierce protectiveness of a mother willing to do anything to ensure her child's safety. And I saw the fear in Robin's eyes, the deep, unyielding love she had for her mother. Shaki, sensing the gravity of the situation, leaned forward. "Olivia, we can protect Robin. But are you sure this is what you want? This is not a decision to be taken lightly." Her voice was gentle but firm, understanding the immense sacrifice Olivia was considering. I couldn't help but raise my brows in surprise, as I didn't expect Shaki to speak on my behalf. It seemed like even Shaki's allegiance was in the bag. Maybe she had already started considering herself part of the team, so I didn't refute and kept my silence. Olivia nodded, her resolve hardening. "Yes, I am sure. Robin's safety is the most important thing. More important than anything else." She turned to me, her eyes pleading. "Please, will you help her? Will you keep her safe?" I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her request. "We will," I said finally. "We will protect Robin. She will be safe with us." Robin looked at me, her tear-filled eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear. "You promise?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I promise," I replied, my voice firm. "I will do everything in my power to keep you safe." Olivia pulled Robin into a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Robin, be brave," she whispered. "Be strong. And remember that I love you more than anything in this world." Robin sobbed into her mother's shoulder, clutching her tightly. "I love you too, Mother. I'll be brave. I promise." Chapter 162. The next morning, Olivia, Lily, and Saul prepared to set off on their own journey. Little Robin, however, was unconscious. Olivia had drugged her to ensure she wouldn't follow them. Shaki, with a tinge of worry in her voice, asked, "So, where do you plan to go from here?" "We'll try to see if any of the scholars manage to sneak out from Ohara in those evacuation ships," Olivia responded, her hope resting on the slim chance that someone might have escaped. Shaki pulled out the morning newspaper and some bounty posters. "You don't know, do you?" she asked, handing them to Olivia. Olivia's eyes widened as she checked the 3 posters. "Wanted. Nico Olivia. Dead or alive. 379 million belly. Wanted. Jaguar D. Saul. Dead or alive. 502,880,000 belly. Wanted. Nico Lily. Dead or alive. 199 million belly." What truly shook Olivia was the bounty for Lily. She was just a teenager, and as Olivia had feared, the authorities had mistaken Lily for her daughter. Olivia knew something like this might happen but didn't understand what it had to do with searching for the remnants of the scholars. "Check the newspaper, the demons of Ohara, that's what they are calling you," Shaki suggested, noting Olivia's confusion. Hurriedly, Olivia read the newspaper. The entire event of Ohara had been twisted unnaturally, making her blood boil with anger. As she turned the pages, her face grew pale, and tears that had subsided started flowing once more. All 3 evacuation ships were sunk due to an unexpected massive storm at sea, Shaki said. "That's the official report, but we all know what really happened. The Marines must have sunk them all to bury everything related to Ohara," added the giant, Saul. "For all we know, you might be the last inhabitants of Ohara." Olivia realized they had nowhere safe to go. Leaving Robin with us was the right decision. Seeing Olivia lost, I suggested, "Find Monkey D. Dragon. Maybe you'll find meaning for your lives once more." This was the most I could do for them. Taking them along would be too much trouble, and I had other matters to attend to. Olivia looked at her sleeping daughter with a final, longing gaze. Take care of her. If fate wills it, maybe I'll meet my daughter again. She then boarded the ship we had commandeered. Under the giant's protection, Olivia and her now daughter Lily embarked on their new journey. Shaki-san, what about you? Will you be joining us? I asked as I turned to Shaki, who was packing supplies. No, I must get back to Amazon Lily. With me deserting my position, the world government won't take it lying down. They'll retaliate soon, and I need to be there, Shaki replied. Have you thought about my offer, Shaki-san? I inquired, hoping she'd reconsider. Shaki hesitated, looking up from her bag. Ross, as much as I owe you, I don't think being a pirate is for me anymore, she said apologetically. Fine. In that case, how about you settle down in Dressrosa after you've taken care of matters back home? I made a concession. As long as Shaki settled down in Dressrosa, it would be a win for me. Shaki contemplated for a long moment. There was no way she could reopen her bar in Sabaody, and recent news showed how rapidly Dressrosa was growing. Relocating to a flourishing island in the New World seemed like a promising prospect. Fine, she agreed with a smirk. But I need a prime piece of land in Dressrosa, tax-free, to settle down. Consider it done, Shaki-san. When you get to Dressrosa, everything will be ready for you. You'll be surprised, we even have fishmen starting to visit Dressrosa. You might have to cater to a larger customer base, I replied, a smile spreading across my face. Shaki chuckled. You drive a hard bargain, Ross. Very well, it's a deal. As the group dispersed to continue their respective journeys, the morning sun cast its first rays over the horizon, signaling new beginnings for all of us. Room of Authority, Mary Geos. Good riddance! They were a constant thorn. Now, with the whole of Ohara destroyed, there won't be anyone left to decipher the contents of the poneglyphs, even if they find them, Elder Workuri said with a smirk. He had failed to retrieve the road poneglyph from Fishman Island, and the matter of the poneglyphs had been bugging him ever since. You seem to have forgotten there are still 2 people from Ohara alive out there, Elder Jupiter interjected. We shouldn't have let the Marines handle the matter. Each time, they prove how incompetent they are. Olivia and her daughter were still at large, and as long as their threat wasn't neutralized, the possibility of the poneglyph's contents resurfacing remained. We cannot possibly blame the Marines this time around. It was that Donquxote brat who decided to involve himself in government matters. It seems like even 2 admiral-level candidates are not enough to hold him back anymore, Elder Saturn said, defending the Marines in a rare instance. Yes, and we cannot forget that these mistakes wouldn't have come to pass if that pirate Shikuyaku didn't betray us. It seems she has forgotten what the world government truly stands for. We need to teach her and every Shichibukai who joins us in the future that betrayal comes with consequences, Elder Nustero, sharp and calculating, added to the discussion. Yes, we need to make an example of her. Let's raise Amazon Lily to the ground, Elder Mars suggested, and the reactions from the other elders showed they were in favor of the decision. What about Garp's son? He has just declared the formation of the so-called revolutionaries. They have already aided a country's rebellion in fighting against its rightful monarch recognized by the world government, Elder Nustero continued, shifting the topic to the new headache the elders had to deal with. This matter was much more dangerous than any they had faced in recent centuries. Do we really have to give so much importance to a brat who hasn't even grown up? If it was someone like Garp, I would be worried, but Dragon isn't there yet. Let him play his pirate game, Elder Mars said with a chuckle, not considering Dragon a true threat to their authority. Dragon and his group were just playing mercenaries, and the world government could reclaim the kingdom whenever they felt like it. Elder Saturn's tone turned grave. You are disregarding such a dangerous matter? Do you know how dangerous an idea can be? Especially an idea like revolution? Remember this, once the idea of revolution is born, it's like an undying fire. You can kill a revolutionary, but you can never kill a revolution. Have you already forgotten what happened 4 centuries ago? Or have you forgotten how you got some of those scars? Elder Saturn's words made the elders turn gloomy. Their history flashed before them. This wasn't the first time they had dealt with such revolutions. The most devastating one had been 4 centuries ago, when they had allowed things to fester and finally had to personally intervene, ripping everything out by the root to deal with the matter for good. Elder Warlords, trying to lighten the mood, said, "Very well, let us not underestimate these threats. We need to deal with both Shikuyaku and dragons swiftly and decisively. Amazon Lily will be a message to anyone who dares betray us." Elder Jupiter nodded in agreement. "And we must keep a close eye on Dragon and his revolutionaries. Crush them before they can gain any more traction. We cannot allow another incident like the one 4 centuries ago." Elder Saturn, satisfied with the resolve of his peers, added, "Good. We will handle these matters personally if necessary. The stability of the world and our rule depend on it." "What about the Donquxote brat? He seems to be crossing the line more frequently. This time, not only did he end up killing a Shichibukai, but he also directly interfered with a buster call," Elder Jupiter interjected, his voice filled with frustration. "We should have dealt with him after the matter of Impel Down. Even though Imu-sama has directly asked us not to impede the younger brother's growth, I don't think Imu-sama's orders extend to the elder one as well. How about we take out Doflamingo to teach the little one a lesson?" Rosinante had been growing too strong, too fast, and unchecked, and as for Doflamingo, they did not even have a proper estimate of his current strength. The alarming rate at which they were growing was a cause for concern, and their industry had once again come to monopolize the weapons market. Even the elders were tempted to approach the brothers to make a deal regarding their latest weapons, which were generations ahead of what other sources could produce. "No, we cannot deal with the Donquxote brothers in such a way. We have already tried to kill them once and failed. If we fail a second time, it would cause catastrophic damage, especially if the young one deploys hit-and-run tactics," Elder Saturn cautioned. "None of us here can confidently say we can catch up to his speed. There was a reason why we searched for the rumble fruit for centuries. I have another way of dealing with these brothers. Although it might not remove the hostility, it will create a temporary truce." Elder Saturn's mind raced with calculations. He knew how the two brothers thought to a certain extent, especially the elder one. As much as he hated to admit it, Doflamingo would have made a perfect celestial dragon. He could have even been groomed to become one of the elders, or ruler of the world in the future. The younger one, Rosinante, was an enigma. Sometimes he acted like a saint, and other times his actions were worse than the vilest of criminals. But one thing was certain: if Rosinante had been on their side, he could have become the strongest sword and shield for Imu-sama, perhaps even surpassing their own levels in the future. "We must tread carefully," Elder Saturn continued. "We cannot afford to create more enemies, especially ones as cunning and resourceful as the Donquxote brothers. If we approach them with the right offer, we might be able to secure a temporary alliance." Elder Warlords frowned. What kind of offer would they accept? They are ambitious and prideful. Leverage their need for vengeance, Elder Saturn suggested. Offer them something they desire greatly. Doflamingo craves to punish everyone who was involved in his capture the last time around. Rosinante, despite being complex in nature, has one constant, and that is his elder brother. We can manipulate these desires to our advantage, and I have the perfect scapegoat in mind to appease their angers for the time being. There is one other matter that needs our attention, Elder Saturn interjected, his tone grave. He had taken personal charge of the Donquxote brothers, and the rest of the elders respected his decision. Now, their curiosity was piqued, wondering what other issue could demand such urgency. "Garp! Where is Monkey D, Garp?" Elder Saturn's eyes narrowed. Although Kong said that he was on an extended vacation due to the matter of the Shichibukai, it doesn't match his character. Even if he were on a vacation, he would do it blatantly, not like this. The government agents have been unable to locate Garp, and this is cause for concern. The other elders leaned forward, their interest fully captured. Elder Warlords spoke first, his voice laced with unease. Garp is like a ferocious tiger. Only when he is within our sight can we be at ease. We wouldn't want such a predator against us, especially not in a time like this. We need to find him. My instinct says that man is up to something so significant that he chose to vanish from everyone's eyes. Elder Saturn nodded. Exactly. Since the incident at Marineford where his protege was ambushed, Garp's attitude towards the Marines has been changing subtly. Roger's execution seemed to have dealt another blow, and the matter of the Shichibukai is something the Marine hero must have taken as a personal insult. There are many reasons we tolerate Garp, but the most important one is because he is dangerous to a degree where he could threaten us. The room fell silent as Saturn's words sank in. They knew Garp's reputation, but hearing it articulated so starkly reminded them of the precarious balance they maintained. Elder Nusjiro broke the silence, his voice thoughtful. Even Whitebeard is not held in the same regard as Garp. We have centuries of knowledge on our side, and Garp stands out among all the powerhouses we've known throughout our long lifetimes. And to make matters worse, he is from the D clan. Making such a dangerous man our enemy would be suicidal. The elders exchanged somber glances, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. They knew the significance of the D clan, and Garp's lineage only added to his threat level. Elder Jupiter, usually the most pragmatic of the group, spoke up. Our strategy to deal with Garp has always been simple: let the man grow old and die on his own. Unlike us, Garp cannot best the cycle of life. Elder Saturn sighed, his mind racing with the implications. But we cannot rely solely on time. Garp is a wild card. His strength and will are unmatched, and if he has chosen to disappear, it means he is preparing for something. We must locate him and understand his intentions before he becomes an even greater threat. The elders nodded in agreement, the gravity of the situation clear. They had faced many challenges over the centuries, but Garp represented a unique danger, one that combined physical prowess, a powerful legacy, and a personal vendetta against the system they upheld. Elder Mars added, his tone measured, we should deploy our most trusted agents to track him down. And perhaps, we should also reach out to those within the Marines who might still hold loyalty to us, subtly ensuring they are on the lookout for any sign of Garp. Indeed, Elder Saturn agreed. We must be vigilant. Garp's movements could reshape the balance of power in ways we cannot yet foresee. His disappearance is not just a tactical concern but a potential harbinger of greater upheavals. So let's have the remaining Shichibukai deployed to the Four Blues. I am sure these dogs would be able to sniff Garp out. As the elders finalized their plans, the room was thick with tension. They were acutely aware that their control over the world was being challenged on multiple fronts, and the specter of Monkey D. Garp loomed large in their calculations. They knew that the next steps they took would be critical in maintaining their dominance or in facing unprecedented threats. Chapter 163, A few days have passed since the incident at Ohara. For the rest of the world, it was just breaking news that kept them engaged for a while. Once the interest waned, people carried on with their lives. Despite calling themselves intellectually superior, humans often followed the herd mentality, and soon enough, the twisted narrative spun by the world government became the accepted truth. The bounty on Nico Olivia and Nico Lily attracted the attention of countless parties, especially bounty hunters who saw the pair as easy targets. Somewhere along the Calm Belt, more than a dozen marine ships sailed, accompanied by a larger fleet of mismatched vessels, medium-sized barks, and large galleons. On closer inspection, these mismatched ships shared one thing in common: they were slaver ships. Vice Admiral, we're Marines. Is what we're doing right? A young officer looked nervously at the more than 3 slaver ships trailing behind the Marine fleet. Their destination was Amazon Lily, a unique island in the Calm Belt inhabited solely by women. For centuries, slavers had coveted this paradise, but none dared act because the Kuja tribe, fierce female warriors, protected it, and even those who tried met with a gruesome fate. Recently, the underworld circulated a rumor that the Marines would soon attack Amazon Lily, giving slavers a chance to plunder its inhabitants. Though the message came from the underworld, it was clear the world government was giving tacit approval, despite slavery being illegal on paper. The vice admiral, a towering figure over 6 meters tall with a rugged face and a scar running across one of his blind eyes, took a deep drag from his cigar and exhaled slowly. Even he, despite belonging to the Hawk faction, was uncomfortable with their mission. They were paving the way for slavers, the very scum they were supposed to hunt. "Soldier, do you have your orders?" he bellowed at his subordinate, who stiffened at the vice admiral's tone. "Yes, sir," the captain replied, standing at attention. "Then follow those orders. Do not stick your nose into matters where it doesn't belong. We destroy Amazon Lily. What happens after that is none of our concern." The vice admiral's tone was final, ending the conversation. The journey was perilous, with frequent attacks by sea kings, especially targeting the slaver ships not lined with seastone, making them visible to the massive sea creatures. Yet, the allure of capturing the Kuja had driven more than 30 powerful slaver groups into the dangerous waters of the Calm Belt. More than half a dozen slaver ships had already fallen prey to the sea kings. Contrary to the somber mood on the marine ships, the slaver ships were celebrating in abandon. Despite losing more than half a dozen of their compatriots, the remaining slavers were excited. Individually, none of these slavers would have dared to attack Amazon Lily. Even their collective forces would not have entertained such a venture. But the Marines were sending an overwhelming force of close to a dozen battleships led by 5 vice admirals to destroy the island. This force was akin to the Marines' famed Buster Call. They knew Amazon Lily had no chance, even if the famed Empress Shikuyaku returned. She couldn't handle such an overwhelming force. On the biggest slaver ship, larger than the Marines' battleships, a banquet was in progress to celebrate their upcoming hunt. "Ha ha ha, Captain, who would have expected that we would get such an opportunity? It's the Kuja, the Kuja! I'd never tasted a Kuja before. I've heard rumors that every one of them is a rare beauty, even rivaling those mermaids from Fishman Island." One slaver, drunk and overwhelmed with lust, started making obscene gestures and actions about what he would do once he laid his hands on a Kuja. His eyes glistened with a depraved hunger, and his hands mimicked the act of grabbing and groping, eliciting laughter from his equally depraved comrades. And it was not just this slaver, everyone on the ship had the same lewd expressions plastered on their faces. He, you can enjoy to your heart's content. Just make sure not to kill any of the goods. Even the spoiled goods are worth a hefty price. Remember, we need 100 of the best-looking Kuja reserved, untouched, unspoiled. I have a deal lined up with the agents of the Tenryubito themselves. They are willing to pay 100 million for the premium products. So, if anyone touches those premium goods without my express permission, I will cut off your manhood and feed it to the sharks, the captain of the slaver ship bellowed. Although he said it with a smile, the message was clear: as long as they kept them alive and stayed away from the premium goods, they could let loose. The captain was a large man with a twisted grin, his eyes cold and calculating. His voice carried both a promise and a threat, making the slavers around him shiver in excitement and fear. "I was wondering why the Marines were even willing to escort us to Amazon Lily. Any other time, they would have hunted us down. It seems like they have orders from up high," the vice-captain, the only man who sat on the same level as the captain, commented with a knowing look. Their captain sure had signed a big deal. 100 million for a beautiful-looking Kuja? They were going to make a fortune. He instinctively turned to the other slaver ships around them. "What do we do about the rest, Captain?" "I am sure many others should have gotten the same offers as us," the vice-captain questioned. "Anyone who interferes with us, kill them. Just don't go annoying the Marines. They will leave once they have cleared the way for us. And remember, I want at least 100 premium products. Anything more will be enjoyed as spoils. We sure are lacking some good-looking pleasure girls," he laughed maniacally, kicking a woman chained to the deck like a dog. She whimpered, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and defiance, but the captain's laughter drowned out her silent rebellion. The celebration continued, growing louder and more raucous. Men boasted of their future exploits, their fantasies growing darker and more perverse with each passing minute. They reveled in their imagined conquests, their depravity knowing no bounds. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol and the sounds of debauchery, a stark contrast to the noble mission they pretended to uphold. In the midst of this chaos, the captain stood, his eyes gleaming with greed and anticipation. "This is our chance, men. Our chance to make history, to become legends. Let's make sure we seize it." His words were met with a cheer, a roar of agreement that echoed across the fleet. The slavers, driven by their base desires and unchecked by any moral compass, prepared for the horrors they were about to unleash. The fate of Amazon Lily hung in the balance, and the depravity of these men threatened to destroy everything the Kuja had fought to protect. The massive fleet pressed on, cutting down the sea kings that tried to impede their journey, the marine ships cutting through the calm yet treacherous waters. The vice admiral stood on the deck, staring into the horizon, his mind heavy with the mission ahead. He couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him. The Kuja were not just any adversaries, they were fierce, skilled warriors, and he knew that this mission, sanctioned by the world government, was morally dubious at best. As night fell, the fleet anchored to rest. The vice admiral called a meeting with his senior officers, a mix of hardened veterans and eager young soldiers. The tension in the room was palpable. "Listen up," he began, his voice gruff. "We have our orders, and we will carry them out. But remember, we are Marines. Our duty is to uphold justice, not to aid slavers. Our primary objective is to neutralize the threat posed by the Kuja. After that, we will withdraw and leave the slavers to their fate. We do not engage with them unless provoked. Understood?" "Sir!" Have we really fallen so low as to pave the way for these depraved men? They are a pack of wild beasts, and the island is sure to have children. Is this what we signed up for? One of the rear admirals mustered up his courage and shared his opinion in front of the 5 vice admirals. Many people in the room had fixed opinions about this mission. Originally, Admiral Zephyr was ordered to lead the mission, but he outright declined after learning what the world government had planned for the island. So the duty fell into the hands of one of the most senior vice admiral from HQ to carry out the mission. Close to 15,000 Marines were venturing with a single goal: genocide. Enough! We are Marines. We embody justice. The Kuja are pirates, and pirates need to be put down. The world government took pity on this tribe and provided the previous empress with the title of a warlord. But Shikuyaku chose to spit on the position and deserted. And what do we do to deserters? A vice admiral tried to justify what they were doing, his tone hard and unyielding. They could not have their own men questioning their motives. But sir! The children, the innocents? The rear admiral questioned, his voice trembling but resolute. Remember this, Marines, there are no innocents among the Kuja. Piracy is in their blood, and the children, as you call them, will grow up to become future pirates. So we are just nipping a threat in the bud. And we are not going to be doing the deed. We will just turn a blind eye to everything after we subdue the resistance they put up, another vice admiral added with a cruel glint in his eyes. He was part of the world government faction, and he was the one who suggested the idea of employing slavers to his superiors. The rear admiral stood there, his face pale and his hands clenched into fists. He had known that the mission was questionable, but he hadn't realized the full extent of the depravity they were enabling. The thought of children being caught in the crossfire, of families being torn apart, made his stomach churn. "You have your orders, Rear Admiral." "Follow them," the senior vice admiral said, his voice brooking no argument. His cold eyes bore into the younger officer, daring him to object further. The rear admiral swallowed hard, nodding reluctantly. He knew that defiance could mean court-martial or worse, but the weight of what they were about to do hung heavily on his conscience. As he left the briefing room, the other officers' laughter and callous remarks about the Kuja women echoed behind him. He walked down the corridor, each step feeling heavier than the last. The image of innocent children and terrified women flashed before his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were no better than the pirates they claimed to fight. The officers nodded, though the moral dilemma was clear on many faces. They had sworn an oath to protect and serve, and now they were walking a fine line between duty and dishonor. The next morning, the fleet set sail again. As they neared Amazon Lily, the atmosphere grew tense. The lush, green island came into view, a stark contrast to the impending violence. The slaver ships eagerly pushed forward, their crews hungry for the spoils they believed awaited them. The vice admiral took a deep breath, steeling himself for the task ahead. "Prepare for battle," he ordered. "Remember, our mission is to destroy Amazon Lily. We will not interfere with what follows." The ominous silence that blanketed Amazon Lily was shattered as the marine ships switched formations, ensuring that the Kuja would be thoroughly dealt with. Vice Admiral Strickland, a towering man with a face etched in scars and authority, stood at the prow of his ship, his voice booming across the fleet. "No mercy! Remember, these are pirates, and they must be exterminated." His command echoed with finality. As the vice admiral's words hung in the air, the marine captain, his second in command, frantically scanned the coastline with his spyglass. His hands shook slightly as he repeatedly tried to catch the vice admiral's attention. "Vice Admiral!" "Sir! You need to see this." The captain's voice was edged with urgency and fear. The vice admiral, irritated by the interruption as they made their final approach, snapped, "What is it, Harrington? Can't you see we're on the brink of battle?" "Sir, there's someone on the coast," Harrington replied, his voice trembling. Strickland's brow furrowed. "How many?" he demanded, expecting to hear of a sizable Kuja force. Harrington swallowed hard, his face pale. "Just one, sir." "One?" The vice admiral was confused and snatched the spyglass from his subordinate. He raised it to his eye, focusing on the shore. The scene that met his gaze sent a shiver down his spine. A lone man sat on a boulder at the edge of the island's coast, his posture relaxed yet imposing. A sword lay across his lap, gleaming in the rising sun. The golden rays of dawn seemed to avoid him, casting an eerie shadow despite the bright morning. The man's hair, a striking silver, flowed like a river of light, and his eyes, now open and piercing, exuded a terrifying calm. His presence alone seemed to distort the air around him, creating a palpable sense of dread. The vice admiral's breath hitched. "Silver's Rayleigh," he whispered, the name falling from his lips like a curse. But the order had already been given. Before Strickland could call for a ceasefire, the fleet opened fire. The roar of hundreds of cannons filled the air, the projectiles arcing towards the island in a deadly barrage. Rayleigh, the Dark King, slowly rose from his seat, his eyes narrowing as he watched the approaching onslaught. The air around him shimmered, and with a barely perceptible shift in his stance, he unleashed a torrent of Conqueror's haki. The pressure burst forth like a god of slaughter, an invisible force that froze the cannonballs midair. They hung suspended, vibrating with the sheer intensity of Rayleigh's will. The haki spread like a tidal wave, its crushing weight spanning miles and engulfing the entire enemy fleet. The vice admiral felt the air grow thick, his heart pounding in his chest as the overwhelming presence of Rayleigh's haki pressed down on him. Marines and slavers alike fell to their knees, many frothing from their mouths, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. The rest were gasping for breath, their minds reeling from the sheer force of Rayleigh's spirit. The vice admiral's hands trembled, he did not even have a thought of resistance, the spyglass slipping from his grasp. He was a veteran who served in the New World and had heard many rumors about the Dark King's might, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Rayleigh's eyes locked onto the vice admiral's, and in that moment, the vice admiral felt a primal fear grip his soul. The Dark King raised his sword, and with a swift, fluid motion, he slashed through the air. An invisible blade of haki sliced through the cannonballs, disintegrating them into harmless dust that scattered into the sea breeze. "Retreat," Strickland croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Retreat! Fall back!" But it was too late. The damage was done. The fleet, now paralyzed by fear and the sheer strength of Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki, began to understand the true predicament they were in. They had willingly offered themselves up for slaughter. It wasn't the Kuja who were the prey, as they had so arrogantly envisioned, it was them. They were the prey, and the predator who hunted them was the right-hand man of the pirate king himself. The realization hit them like a tidal wave. Marines and slavers alike, who moments ago were filled with bravado and bloodlust, now felt their courage evaporate under the oppressive weight of Rayleigh's presence. Their confidence was shattered, replaced by a cold, creeping terror. Chapter 164, Panic spread through the ranks of both Marines and slavers. More than half the personnel they had brought along to ravage the island had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure from a single man. Isn't he supposed to be dead? Why the hell is the Dark King here? The vice-captain of the largest slaver ship bellowed in terror. More than the Marines, these slavers from the New World knew the true terror of the man named the Dark King. Not just anyone could be acknowledged by the pirate king himself. Rayleigh was an apex predator of the sea. Retreat! Use the other ships as cover. We have to escape that man's wrath, the captain screamed in sheer terror. Although the Roger pirates were not known for their cruelty on the seas, if you threatened one of their own, they would turn into the vilest of beasts that even the most bloodthirsty pirates would tremble before. The Dark King before them was currently in such a state. What everyone didn't know was that Rayleigh was releasing his pent-up anger, his frustration, and his inability to save his best friend's life from the grip of fate. Dark descent! Rayleigh roared as a flying slash severed cleanly through the lead Marine ship. Madman! He's a madman. Why doesn't he negotiate? Doesn't he see that we have already sounded the signal for retreat? The Vice Admiral, a lackey of the world government, couldn't help but scream in fear. Next to him, the Rear Admiral who had opposed the Marines' actions in yesterday's meeting stood calmly. He knew their end had come. He could tell that the Dark King was not in the mood to spare anyone. He wanted to bury all these 15,000 Marines in a watery grave. It would be a grand feast for the Sea Kings. He chuckled to himself. The few slaver ships in the rear, which still had a few of their crew standing, tried to turn around as the Dark King started a massacre. He sank one ship after another, cutting down one Marine after another. His golden blonde hair was already crimson, and even his entire attire was soaked red with blood. He truly was like a god of slaughter. The resistance some mustered was cut down with a single slash from the Dark King. Even the Marines experienced with hockey stood no chance against such a man. Amidst the screams for help and mercy, another cry tore through the skies, enveloping the slaver ships that were planning to escape. More than a dozen large snake-type Sea Kings encircled the massive fleet. Lying on the back of each Sea King were hundreds of Kuja warriors, armed to the teeth. With the arrival of the Kuja, the Marines and the slavers had no way out. Kuja! Shaki bellowed, leading the other Kuja warriors from the front. She leaped onto one of the slaver ships, her blades coated with armament hockey dancing through the slavers, separating limbs and heads. Following her like hungry lionesses, the entire Kuja tribe descended on the slavers like a tide, following their former empress into battle. The slaver ships were already disoriented by the overwhelming hockey of the Dark King. Now, with the arrival of the bloodthirsty Kuja warriors, the slavers were slaughtered like pigs. Even those who had succumbed to the pressure of Conqueror's hockey were not spared as the Kuja warriors decapitated everyone under Shikuyaku's orders. Blood flowed on the decks of the slaver ships and Marine ships alike. However, the scenes where the Kuja fought were the most brutal. They ripped into the slavers with a savagery that left no room for mercy. The other slavers, witnessing this, had no thought of resistance. Shaki moved with lethal grace, her twin swords carving through flesh and bone effortlessly. "For our sisters," she cried, her voice a battle hymn. The Kuja warriors echoed her cry, their voices rising in a fearsome chorus that drowned out the screams of the dying. One slaver, his face twisted in terror, tried to beg for mercy. "Please, have mercy," he wailed. Shaki's response was swift and unforgiving, a single slash that ended his pleas. The Kuja warriors fought with a ferocity that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They moved like a coordinated storm, each warrior a force of nature. The slavers, who had once dreamed of capturing the Kuja, now found themselves overwhelmed by the very prey they had sought. Blood splattered across the deck as Shaki cut down another slaver. She turned to her warriors, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. "Leave none alive," she commanded. "These men sought to enslave us. Show them the price of their ambition." The Kuja warriors answered with renewed vigor, their weapons flashing in the light of the rising sun. They were relentless, showing no mercy to the slavers who had dared to threaten their home. Limbs were severed, heads rolled, and the screams of the dying filled the air. The one-sided slaughter continued for hours, with the sun rising to its peak, casting golden rays that glistened on the blood-soaked decks of the calm seas. Each deck was littered with hundreds of bodies, and the entire sea had turned a deep crimson. The Sea Kings, massive and terrifying creatures, waited at the edge of Rayleigh's conqueror's hockey range, too wary to approach. The man's bloodlust suppressed even their primal instincts, making them patiently wait for the slaughter to end. Rayleigh let out a weary sigh as he cut down the last Marine. He surveyed the carnage around him, feeling a faint sense of satisfaction that his anger had been somewhat sated. He turned to the Kuja, who were peculiarly cutting and collecting the severed heads of all the slavers and Marines. The bodies were tossed into the sea, where the Sea Kings eagerly awaited their feast. Close to 50,000 souls had been lost, but Rayleigh didn't bat an eye. Shaki, drenched in blood and exhausted, stepped onto the ship where Rayleigh stood with the last Marine alive, the Vice Admiral who had been loyal to the world government. "Please! Please end it. I beg you to kill me," the man pleaded, missing 2 of his limbs. Shaki disregarded the man's pleas and addressed Rayleigh. "Thank you," was all she said, knowing he would understand the depth of her gratitude. "You should thank Ross. He was the one who asked me to rush here." "The kid knew the world government would come down with force," Rayleigh replied while cleaning his blade with the Vice Admiral's coat. "What now?" "The world government will not take this lying down," Shaki said, surveying the carnage around her. If things could be helped, she did not want to carry out such a massacre, but her talk with young Ross made her realize that some things couldn't be avoided, and she might not always be there to defend Amazon Lily. Rayleigh turned his attention to the Vice Admiral, who was still begging for a quick death. "Do you have a transponder snail connecting to your HQ?" he questioned. The Vice Admiral whimpered and nodded. Rayleigh rummaged through the man's jacket and found the transponder snail. Rayleigh jumped to the coast, leaving the Vice Admiral behind. The man continued to plead for mercy, and Shaki, with a sigh, beheaded him with a swift swing of her blade. Gloriosa was waiting near the shore as Rayleigh landed. He connected the call, and after a brief silence, he spoke. "This is Rayleigh. Have the elders call back within 5 minutes, and let them know if they don't, I will share the location of Raftel with the world." Before Kong on the other end could grasp what was happening, Rayleigh disconnected the call. He sat back on the boulder, Shaki landing beside him. Even Gloriosa seemed wary of the two, especially Rayleigh, because of the bloodlust they were emitting. Their very breath carried the stench of blood. Gloriosa sighed and left to attend to other matters as Shaki gestured for her to do so. Rayleigh couldn't help but turn his attention to the Kuja warriors, who were collecting the heads of both Marines and slavers. Intrigued, he asked Shaki, "What's with the heads?" Shaki smirked and replied, "You'll see." This was young Ross's idea. She had already conveyed the plan to the current Empress, who would declare that they were in an alliance with the Donquxote family, claiming that Amazon Lily was now under Donquxote's domain. Rayleigh had promised to handle the matter with the world government, providing double assurance. With this, Shaki could rest assured and plan her new store in Dressrosa. A few minutes later, the transponder snail in Rayleigh's hand rang. He picked it up, and a voice akin to a low growl echoed from the other side, "Silver's Rayleigh." Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he responded with a cold edge in his voice, "5 elders, I hope you're all listening because I won't be repeating myself. I'm sure the Fleet Admiral must have passed the message. I don't want your world government and the Marines interfering in the matters of the Kuja ever again. If you think I'm bluffing, feel free to test me." There was nearly a minute of tense silence over the call. Finally, Elder Saturn spoke, his voice dripping with cold menace. "Rayleigh, are you keen on opposing the world government? Others might not know our strength, but you must be aware. How long do you think it will take us to bury the entire island of Amazon Lily?" The coldness in his voice was palpable, and it seemed as though both their wills clashed even across such a distance. "And how long do you think it will take for me to disclose the truth about this world that you've been hiding for centuries?" Rayleigh shot back with equal intensity, not backing down. "Rayleigh, you bastard. Do you have a death wish? Do you know who you are talking to?" Elder Saturn roared, his conqueror's haki bursting with anger. The entire room of authority shook. The other elders sat with gloomy expressions, unbothered by the fate of the forces that had been sent but deeply unsettled by the call from Kong and the message it carried. "I know exactly who you people are," Rayleigh said, his voice cold and soft. "If you think I'm bluffing, try me. Don't think for a second that I don't know what you've done. I know about the 2 crewmates you've already silenced. That needs to stop. If one more person related to Roger ends up dying, then I will be the least of your worries. I will share with the world what you fear, the true history, the meaning of D, and the existence that rules over you. Don't test me. Are you threatening us, Silver's Rayleigh?" Elder Saturn growled. "You should understand what happens to everyone who challenges us if you truly know the history." Rayleigh's grip tightened on the transponder snail. "Consider this your only warning. Next time, there will be no next time, because by then you will be facing the whole world. Don't think of yourselves as unkillable. There is always a way, and don't make me personally make it my life's goal to find a way to end your immortality." Within the room of authority, the temperature turned so low that a layer of frost spread and the marbled floor began to crack. The elders realized they were dealing with a desperate man, someone they couldn't easily control, and someone who already knew about the fate of 2 of his crewmates, information that was supposed to be top secret. Silence lingered in the room for a long while. Finally, Saturn calmed down with a sigh. "What do you want, Rayleigh?" The anger and killing intent in his tone were evident. "Stop hunting Roger's crew, especially those who have already quit. Stay away from Amazon Lily. And I want to know what you have done with Roger's corpse." Rayleigh made his 3 demands. He knew he couldn't make too many requests, as that would simply backfire. He was confident in his strength, but he also knew he couldn't defend Amazon Lily if the world government was determined to destroy it. Despite his desire for revenge for the deaths of Roger's crewmates, Ross's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of his important role in this world. Rayleigh's eyes blazed with fury as he listened to Elder Saturn's words. The silence was thick, almost suffocating, as the elder's voice came through the transponder snail, tinged with reluctant acquiescence. "Very well, Rayleigh. We will cease our pursuit of Roger's crew and stay away from Amazon Lily. As for Roger's corpse, I'm afraid we can't help you with that matter. The body was lost after the execution during the commotion in Logtown. We have no idea who took possession of Roger's corpse. You should know Roger had too many enemies. For all we know, someone might be using his skull to drink wine from." Rayleigh's grip on the transponder snail tightened, his knuckles whitening. Elder Saturn's cold, mocking tone didn't go unnoticed, and although he recognized Rayleigh's dangerous resolve, he aimed to assert his own authority. "Silver's Rayleigh, you can't just expect us to meet your demands without expecting something in return," Saturn smirked. "We will meet your first demands, but you should quit piracy and take the secrets you've learned to the grave with you." Rayleigh was momentarily stunned, still reeling from the elder's vile taunt about Roger's skull being used as a wine cup. It was an unforgivable insult to his friend, one that cut deep. "Are you testing me, you undead bastard?" Rayleigh's voice was low and dangerous, every word dripping with menace. "Are you so eager to meet your maker? The ancient weapons aren't the only things you should fear, or have you already forgotten what my moniker, Dark King, truly means?" Rayleigh's tone even unnerved the elders within the room of authority because that was the voice of a man with conviction, who would go to any length to see things done. "Pray that what you said about Roger's corpse is the truth. If it turns out you were lying, I swear on Roger's name, I will find a way to kill you and drink from your skull, even if it's the last thing I do." With that, Rayleigh crushed the transponder snail in his hand, the remnants falling into the sea with a finality that echoed his resolve. The air was thick with tension as Rayleigh turned his gaze to the horizon, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He knew that his words would reverberate through the halls of power, a chilling reminder of the strength and resolve of the man once known as the Dark King. Shaki stepped forward, her presence a calming influence amidst the storm of emotions. "What now, Rayleigh?" she asked, her voice steady despite the lingering bloodlust in the air. Rayleigh sighed, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "We prepare for the future. The world government will stay away for now, but they will come eventually when they think they have their chance. And our presence here will only agitate the world government further, and for now we need to lay low and find a new place we can call home. It is not yet the era where we fight in earnest against the true rulers of the world." Chapter 165, Wanted. Silver's Rayleigh. Dead or alive? 4,044,000,000 belly. I couldn't help but smirk at the new bounty for the Dark King. The world government was clearly infuriated. Only one other man currently alive held a bounty exceeding 4 billion belly, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. I turned my gaze towards the front of our small ship, where little Robin stood, staring at the horizon. Since her mother Olivia left her in my care, Robin had spoken very little. She seemed composed, too composed, bottling everything inside. Eventually, she would need to let it all out. We were currently en route to South Blue, where Miyamoto, after months of searching, had finally located Rouge. His luck held as he had spotted her shopping in a market. Wisely, unlike with Rayleigh, he didn't approach too closely. Beauregard, as I suspected, was guarding her from a distance. So, we were on our way to South Blue to meet Rouge. After all, I had a promise to keep. "Master Ross." "It seems Master Doffy has a new bounty," Lucci said, passing over the bounty poster he had found. He was currently engrossed in the news about Amazon Lily. The official story was a fabrication, stating that more than 30,000 slavers had attacked the Kuja, and the Marines had bravely intervened, destroying the slaver force at great cost. But I knew Rayleigh must have decimated the forces sent to eliminate the Kuja. I wondered what kind of deal he had struck with the world government, but whatever it was, it had clearly enraged them. Wanted. Donquxote Doflamingo. Dead or alive? 1,556,500,000 belly. Wanted. Diamante. Dead or alive? 420 million belly. Wanted. Senor. Dead or alive? 398,900,000 belly. It seemed my brother had been quite active since reaching North Blue. Conveniently, the new world connected to North Blue via the Combelt, and Doffy and his crew were strong enough to navigate its dangers. I wondered how many islands he must have burned to raise his bounties so rapidly. Unless an admiral-level figure was dispatched, I was confident Doffy could handle the situation. Even against admiral-level opponents, he should be able to retreat safely unless cornered. Doffy just needed extensive battle experience to cross that final hurdle to reach admiral level. However, my growth seemed to have plateaued. Despite continuously tempering my physique, my other aspects, especially my armament hockey, had stagnated. It wasn't for lack of effort, but the same problem I had faced before, the struggle with armament hockey's emission technique. Now, I was stuck with Conqueror's hockey entanglement. I still couldn't infuse my Conqueror's hockey properly into my attacks, as I did with my armament hockey. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through that barrier. My disadvantage was evident when I fought Hector, who had consumed the mythical Gorgon fruit. Fortunately for me, that idiot had no idea how to utilize his fruit. If he had, he could have gained a body similar to Kaido's. Though not at Kaido's level, it would have been close enough. If Hector had truly understood his fruit, I might not have been able to harm him. Even then, I had to pour my complete strength into harming Hector during the fight. I needed to find a way to imbue my attacks with my overwhelming Conqueror's hockey. I was glad that unlike my armament hockey, which had slowed down in growth, my Conqueror's hockey was growing at a steady rate. Sooner or later, I would surpass them all and stand at the pinnacle. Marigo Island, North Blue. The island, known as Isola di Serenita, was a gem in the North Blue, famed for its luxurious resorts and breathtaking scenery. Controlled by powerful figures from the mafia and the underworld, it was a haven for those seeking leisure amidst the machinations of the criminal world. The island's beaches were pristine, with golden sands meeting the crystal-clear waters. The lush forests and extravagant resorts made it a favorite retreat for the wealthy and the influential. Today, however, Isola di Serenita was more jubilant than ever. The reason was the grand wedding of Valeria Montesco Valente, daughter of the notorious emperor of the underworld, Dante the Blood Reaper Valente. Valente was a figure of immense power, feared and respected in equal measure. He had triumphed over his competitors in recent years, cementing his position as the undisputed ruler of the weapons market in the underworld. His ruthless efficiency and strategic brilliance had ensured his reign, making him a legend in the underworld. The celebrations were centered around the main resort, a sprawling complex of opulent villas and grand halls. The central courtyard, an architectural marvel with its marble pillars and intricate mosaics, was the heart of the festivities. Lush gardens adorned with exotic flowers and sparkling fountains added to the splendor. Glittering chandeliers hung from the ceilings, casting a warm glow over the guests, who were dressed in their finest attire. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. Guests from across the underworld, including influential mafia bosses, arms dealers, and black market magnates, had gathered to honor the union. The groom, Alessandro Luciano, hailed from one of the 5 families of the West, a lineage as esteemed and formidable as Valente's own. The alliance between these two powerful houses was seen as a monumental event, further solidifying their dominance. Lavish feasts were laid out, with tables groaning under the weight of gourmet dishes and vintage wines. The air was filled with the sound of laughter, clinking glasses, and the harmonious melodies of a live orchestra. Fireworks lit up the night sky, reflecting off the waters and casting a kaleidoscope of colors over the island. Security was unprecedented. The perimeter of the island was guarded by heavily armed sentinels, while the shores were patrolled by sleek, black ships equipped with the latest weaponry. Discreet, yet vigilant bodyguards moved through the crowd, their keen eyes watching for any sign of trouble. The air hummed with a sense of controlled power, a reminder of the formidable forces at play. In the center of the courtyard stood Dante Valente, a towering figure with a presence that commanded respect. His sharp, piercing eyes scanned the crowd, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, he exuded an aura of unassailable authority. By his side, Valeria, radiant in her wedding gown, accepted the congratulations of the guests with grace and poise, her eyes sparkling with joy. As the night wore on, the festivities only grew more vibrant. The dancers performed intricate routines, their movements a blend of grace and energy, captivating the audience. Toasts were raised, each more extravagant than the last, as the guests celebrated the occasion with abandon. The island of Isola di Serenita had never seen a celebration of such grandeur, a testament to the power and influence of Dante Valente, the Blood Reaper. The mismatched tune of a violin screeched through the hall, catching everyone's attention as the music abruptly stopped. The dissonant noise persisted, souring the atmosphere and casting a pall over the celebration. Dante Valente, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, narrowed his eyes dangerously. This was his daughter's special day, and he demanded perfection. The discordant sound grated against his nerves, and he quickly moved toward the source with a few of his bodyguards in tow. "Senor, you said my violin playing was heavenly, right? But it seems like the guests have a different opinion," Doflamingo commented from his seat in a dimly lit corner, still sawing away at the instrument. "How does my little brother do it? Maybe I should get some violin lessons," he muttered to himself, continuing the screeching tune. Dante and the other powerhouses of the mafia and underworld froze in shock as they recognized Doflamingo. They never expected the young man, who had outmaneuvered so many intricate traps in the past, to appear here. Dante himself had betrayed Doflamingo years ago, sharing details about the Donquxote family's bases and strongholds. Realizing that Doflamingo had come for revenge, Dante gestured silently for his guards to secure the bride and groom and escort them away from the island. "Master Doffy, may I?" Senor asked, taking the violin from Doflamingo. He immediately started playing a mournful requiem. Despite being the focus of hundreds of powerful people from both the mafia and the underworld, the three acted oblivious, Senor's melancholy tone adding to the tension. The guards pointed guns at them, and guests watched eagerly, unaware that a birdcage had already trapped the entire island. Doflamingo! Dante growled, his voice low. He knew the situation was dire. You shouldn't have come here, he spat, trying to mask his fear with anger. Foo. Come now, Dante. You organized such a grand celebration for your only daughter and didn't invite your closest friend. But look, I don't hold any grudges. I made it to the event even without an invitation, and guess what? I even brought a gift for the bride. Doflamingo smirked with a sinister laugh. Diamante, holding a beautifully wrapped box, stepped up, walking past Dante and other big shots and ignoring the hundreds of guards surrounding them. He placed the box in the groom's hands with a short bow of congratulations and leisurely returned to his place beside Doflamingo's chair. Some guests who had been involved in the betrayal of the Donquxote family tried to slip out of the hall, unaware that their fates were already sealed. For a few minutes, no one moved. The tension was palpable, and no one dared command an attack on the Donquxote family, knowing that regular weapons were useless against Doflamingo, a Logia monster. They had assumed Doflamingo would stay in the New World and not turn his attention back to the North Blue. Dante felt like he was standing on a powder keg. One wrong move, and everything he had built would turn to ashes. Doflamingo, you know what happened back then was purely business. We saw a chance and took it. You, of all people, should understand how the underworld works. Dante attempted to ease into a compromise, knowing his current position was not advantageous. They didn't know how the Donquxote family had bypassed all their security, or how large a force they were up against. Dante, though ruthless, was cunning and knew when to cut his losses. A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the hall. Dante turned to see his daughter, Valeria, drop the package she was holding and fall to the ground, desperately trying to wipe crimson liquid from her hands, staining her white wedding dress. Dante's eyes froze in terror as he realized the groom was nowhere to be seen. His gaze locked onto the box, now seeping with blood. He unsteadily made his way through his guards and knelt to open it. The sight of the groom's severed head inside sent chills down everyone's spines. A beautiful gift, isn't it, Dante? A groom for a bride, Doflamingo smirked, rage bubbling beneath his sadistic smile. He relished the suffering of the man who had betrayed him, but it wasn't enough. The pain of those who betrayed the family had to be seared into their very souls. You bastard! Dante roared, pulling out a pistol from within his coat and firing. Bang! 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 Close to a dozen gunshots rang out in seconds, all aimed at Doflamingo, who still wore a maniacal grin. However, none of the sea-stone bullets hit him. He had dodged them effortlessly, his observation hockey making him untouchable. Senor's eyes narrowed dangerously, and before anyone could react, the bride was hoisted into the air by a thin string falling from the chandelier above, tightening around her neck. She struggled, but the more she fought, the tighter it became. Father! It hurts! Please, save me! Valeria bellowed, her voice filled with terror and pain. Foo, senor, are you sure about hurting women and children? Doflamingo asked teasingly. Senor Isho and his little brother were usually averse to harming women and children, but it seemed Senor was willing to set aside this rule today. I am sure young Master Ross would understand. And I see it as a mercy, Master Doffy. They would only suffer once they lost the protection of the men in the family. It's better for them to go this way, Senor answered, his gaze never wavering from the bride struggling for her life. Let her go! Let her go, you bastards! Dante roared, his bodyguards and the mafia members hesitating to move. They were at the mercy of the monster before them. Diamante was eliminating anyone who tried to aid Dante, leaving a trail of headless corpses in the hall. Black soot ominously traversed the room under Diamante's control. The hall was a tableau of terror, the joyous celebration now a scene of horror. The mafia and underworld powerhouses watched, paralyzed by fear and the knowledge that they were dealing with a monster whose wrath knew no bounds. Dante was torn between saving his struggling daughter and the rage that wanted to rip Doflamingo apart. The noose around his daughter's neck tightened with each passing second, and none in the hall uttered a word of protest. His desperation was palpable as he screamed, "Please! Please let her go. She is only a child. I will do anything, anything. You can have everything. Please, just let my daughter go, you heartless bastard." She had nothing to do with what happened back then. Doflamingo's smile widened, his amusement evident. "Dante, did you really think you could live a leisurely life as the king of the mountain after harming the Donquxote family? You should have known better. But I am a merciful man. Let's see. How about you convince one of these powerful men and women here to take your daughter's place in the noose, and I will let her go." Doflamingo chuckled, knowing full well how these people's minds worked. They were driven by self-interest, with alliances and friendships merely tools for power plays. He had already decided to eradicate everyone on the island, but he wanted to give them a sliver of false hope. Hope is truly a powerful motivator that pushes people to do unimaginable things that they wouldn't even have dreamed of. Doflamingo stood up, making sure his white tailored suit with gold trim was unblemished. He smoothed the fabric and turned to address the rest of the hall while Dante frantically begged people to take his daughter's place. "Like I said earlier, I am a merciful man. Sigh. I don't like seeing unnecessary bloodshed, but you all must understand I need to make a statement. So, here's how it's going to go. I am going to let exactly 50 people live on this island. Don't bother trying to escape the island, it's sealed. If there are more than 50 people alive at the end of 12 hours, I will kill you all. So, I wish you all good luck." Doflamingo walked towards the exit, followed by Senor and Diamante. "Foo. Let the games begin. May the odds be ever in your favor," he chuckled. Just as they exited the room, the bride's head was severed from her body, and she fell to the ground with a sickening thud. This marked the start of the carnage. The resort island, teeming with more than 50,000 people, now had only 50 slots for survival. The hall erupted into chaos. Screams echoed off the ornate walls as the crowd surged in all directions. Powerful figures who had moments ago been enjoying a lavish celebration now turned on each other, their alliances crumbling under the weight of self-preservation. Dante watched in horror as his daughter's headless body slumped to the floor, her blood pooling around her. His grief quickly turned to rage, but before he could act, a gunshot rang out. One of his own men, seeing an opportunity, had fired at him. The bullet missed, but the betrayal cut deep. Trust was non-existent now. Dante's guards, trained for such chaos, quickly formed a protective circle around him, but even they were not immune to the madness. A knife found its way into one guard's back, thrust there by another guest desperate to escape. The guard crumpled, and the circle broke. In the main resort, once a picture of opulence, the guests were tearing at each other like animals. Tables laden with gourmet food were overturned, the delicacies trampled underfoot. Chandeliers swayed precariously as bodies collided and struggled. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid stench of fear. Outside the central hall, the island was no less chaotic, as Doffy's massage spread throughout. People who had heard the commotion inside and seen the birdcage's impenetrable barrier had started to panic. Families clung together, hoping for some miracle that would spare them. Others, driven by the primal urge to survive, took up whatever weapons they could find and began hunting down anyone they thought they could overpower. The wealthy patrons who had come for a luxurious getaway were now hiding in their suites, barricading doors with furniture. But security was a myth. Those desperate enough broke through these makeshift defenses with ease. Every corner of the island became a battlefield. Dante, driven by desperation and fury, pushed through the chaos in the hall. His eyes were wild as he sought out Doflamingo. But the master puppeteer was gone, leaving behind only the promise of more bloodshed. Dante's men, those still loyal, tried to form a defensive perimeter, but they were overwhelmed. In a world where trust had disintegrated, the strong preyed on the weak, and alliances were shattered in an instant. The massacre was indiscriminate and ruthless. Dante's cries for mercy for his daughter had fallen on deaf ears. Now, as he fought for his own life, he realized the true depths of Doflamingo's cruelty. This was not just revenge, it was a lesson in the brutality of the underworld, a demonstration of power that would echo through the criminal networks for years to come. As night fell, the island was a cacophony of violence and death. The once beautiful resort was now a charnel house, with the strong and cunning vying for a place among the 50 who would survive. Doflamingo had turned paradise into hell, and the fires of his vengeance burned brightly, consuming all in their path. Chapter 166, Green Palm Kingdom, North Blue. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of gunfire echoed across the battlefield, a cacophony of death that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. The war between the monarch's army and the rebels, which had once seemed a foregone conclusion in favor of the ruling class, had returned to a brutal stalemate with the abrupt entry of the Revolutionary Army. Their presence had invigorated the rebels, who now fought with renewed fervor to liberate their country from the oppressive monarch. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Soldiers clashed in the chaotic melee, a swirling mass of bodies locked in mortal combat. A soldier from the monarch's army swung his sword with a primal roar, slicing through a rebel who was desperately trying to reload his musket. The soldier's victory was short-lived. A rebel, seeing his comrade fall, thrust a spear through the soldier's eye, killing him instantly. Blood sprayed as the spear was withdrawn, and the fallen soldier crumpled to the ground, joining the thousands of corpses that littered the battlefield. "Die, you bastards!" another loyalist screamed, firing his rifle point-blank into the chest of a charging rebel. The rebel collapsed, gasping his last breaths. But before the soldier could find another target, a cannonball whistled through the air, landing with a devastating explosion nearby. The force of the blast sent bodies flying and shook the earth, leaving a crater filled with the mangled remains of those unfortunate enough to be caught in its radius. Amidst the chaos, the once proud banners of the monarch fluttered in tatters, soaked in blood and grime. Soldiers and rebels grappled in the mud, using whatever weapons they could find, bayonets, knives, even rocks. The screams of the dying and the wounded filled the air, mingling with the relentless roar of musket fire and the distant booms of artillery. A young rebel, his face smeared with dirt and blood, charged forward with a bayonet, his eyes blazing with fury. He drove his weapon into the gut of a monarch's officer, who howled in agony before collapsing. The rebel pulled his weapon free and turned, only to be met with the cold steel of a saber slicing across his throat. He fell to his knees, clutching at his neck as his lifeblood poured out onto the ground. Overhead, the sky was darkening with storm clouds, as if reflecting the turmoil below. The ground was slick with blood, and the once green fields were now a horrific tableau of death and destruction. The rebels, bolstered by the Revolutionary Army's support, fought with a ferocity born of desperation and hope. They knew this was their last chance to overthrow their tyrannical rulers. In the distance, the silhouette of a massive command tent loomed on the rebel side, a stark contrast to the carnage surrounding it. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense but focused. Maps and battle plans were spread across a large wooden table, lit by the flickering glow of lanterns. The tent was filled with the murmur of urgent discussions and the clatter of armor and weapons. At the center of the tent stood the leaders of the rebellion. Their faces were lined with exhaustion, but their eyes burned with determination. General Marcus, a grizzled veteran with a scar running down his cheek, leaned over the table, studying the latest reports. "What's the status on the western flank?" he demanded, his voice a rough growl. A young scout, barely more than a boy, snapped to attention. "The Revolutionary Army has reinforced our positions there, sir. We've managed to push the monarch's forces back, but they're regrouping. It won't be long before they counterattack." General Marcus nodded, his expression grim. "We'll have to hold the line. We can't afford to lose any more ground. The people are counting on us." Nearby, a figure clad in the distinctive garb of the Revolutionary Army stepped forward. Commander Lydia, a woman known for her tactical genius and unwavering resolve, pointed to a spot on the map. "If we can break through their center here," she said, her voice calm and commanding, we can split their forces and create an opening for our main assault. It will be risky, but it's our best chance to turn the tide. General Marcus met her gaze, his eyes hard. He still didn't know why these people were helping them. They had suddenly come into the war when the rebels were on the brink of losing and started pushing back the enemy. The woman, Livia, a powerful figure in the Revolutionary Army, was not just a strategist, she was also a bloodthirsty warrior. He had personally seen her in action many times. She would turn herself into a werewolf and tear through the enemy ranks. In recent times, his life has been saved by this woman more than a dozen times from assassination attempts and during combat. Will your leader be participating in the battle? Without the help of your main force, I don't think we can even reach the edge of the capital city, let alone breach the palace. He couldn't help but ask. Commander Lydia didn't give him an answer. Just her signature blank look. No one in the Revolutionary Army knew where Lydia came from or what she did before joining their ranks, and no one had ever seen her smile. Just then, the tent flaps opened, and a tall figure clad in a green cloak entered, followed by two other figures. General Marcus's eyes widened in surprise because of his explicit orders that only the leader of the Revolutionary Army himself could enter his tent without permission. The man in the green cloak had an imposing presence. He moved with a deliberate grace that hinted at both immense power and unshakable confidence. His face was shadowed by the hood, but an unmistakable aura of authority radiated from him. The two figures flanking him were equally formidable, their eyes scanning the room with practiced vigilance. Lydia, the man said, his voice deep and commanding. Report. Commander Lydia snapped to attention. Sir, we've reinforced the western flank and pushed back the monarch's forces. General Marcus and his men are holding their positions, but they need more support if we are to launch a successful assault on the capital. The leader nodded, turning his gaze to General Marcus. You have done well to hold out this long, General, he said. But the final push will require everything we have. The revolutionaries' main force is ready to join the fray. Marcus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, sir. With your help, we might just have a chance. The leader pulled back his hood, revealing a rugged face with sharp, piercing eyes that seemed to look right through you. I am Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, he introduced himself. Our goals align, General. The oppression of the people must end, and together, we will see this through. Marcus looked at Dragon, a mix of admiration and curiosity in his eyes. Why now? Why did you decide to help us? Dragon's expression softened slightly. Someone once told me that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Your fight is just one of many we are waging. When we saw that you were on the brink of collapse, we knew we had to act. Marcus nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Very well. Let's end this tyranny once and for all. Dragon turned to the two subordinates that followed him. Prepare the troops. We move at dawn. Soon after, the other two revolutionaries who had followed Dragon left to carry out his orders. Dragon and Lydia exited the command tent, walking in silence for a few moments before Dragon broke it. So, tell me, what's the real status of the war? Do you think we have a chance? Lydia, without a change in expression, conveyed her thoughts. Unless you personally make a move, this war is as good as lost. We are dangerously running low on all resources. Even our stock of food will only last for a week at best, as we are also feeding the rebel army. If you hadn't returned today, I would have recalled our troops to preserve what was left of the revolutionaries. Dragon's gaze narrowed. How did this happen? When I left a month ago, the situation was stabilized, and I thought the rebellion would end within a week or two. He had originally expected that after the Revolutionary Army's intervention, the war would end soon, but he didn't expect it to extend for so long. It seems the monarch has imported the latest batch of weapons from the Donquxote family, and the monarch is keeping the families of the soldiers confined within the capital, forcing them to fight. Even civilians are being sent to the battlefield. If the war continues, there won't be a country left here anymore, there will only be a graveyard, Lydia remarked. Dragon paused and sighed, grasping his fist until his knuckles cracked. The Donquxote family was trading weapons with both sides, and he could do nothing about it. Ross's words kept echoing in his head, the cost of a revolution. More than a quarter of the kingdom's population had already succumbed to the war, and by the end of it, the whole kingdom might turn to ruins, as Livia had said. Did anything significant happen while I was away? Dragon continued, striding purposefully. For more than a month, he had been away from civilization, trying to find a base for the revolutionary army. He knew he was already under the radar of the world government. Though their current force was small, they were all elites. To expand, they needed a permanent base. Ohara has fallen. The entire island was razed to the ground with only 2 survivors, who are currently declared fugitives, Nico Olivia and her daughter, Nico Lily. It's believed both are scholars, and the world government is hunting them relentlessly, Livia commented. Dragon thought for a moment and ordered, have our men keep an eye out for the 2. If they find them, have them escorted to our base safely, no matter the cost. Livia made a mental note of the order. The Sorbet Kingdom, it seems the new monarch has become a madman. We might have another rebellion on our hands. They might not survive this unless we intervene. But my suggestion is that we reconsider. We do not have a proper structure and cannot afford to sustain another kingdom. We haven't even solved the food issues here, and I have no idea how to help these people with the basic necessities. Even if we win the rebellion for them, they will all soon perish, Livia stated the cold truth. Many never considered what one would do after a war. The resources needed to restore a war-torn country back on track would be immense, and the revolutionary army was not in a position to help. Sigh. I will personally lead the troops in the coming attack. I will put an end to the monarchy, and then we will see what we can do with the Sorbet Kingdom, Dragon replied. So, what about the people here? They will need help after the war. If there are not enough resources and proper order, people will definitely turn on each other for the scarce resources left. There will be another bloodbath. Even the rebels will not be able to stop what's coming. Livia was a practical woman, and she had seen what such a situation could do to a war-torn country, especially when there was no proper established order. If left to their fate, soon the common people would come to realize that life under the tyrant was much better than the life they were going to experience. We cannot help them after the war, Livia. If that is their fate, then so be it. At least they will die on their own terms, Dragon said, even though he did not expect that he would have to make such a harsh decision. So, we liberate a whole country so that they can die on their own terms? She asked. Despite all her emotions, her expression never faltered, it remained the same as always. That's the price of freedom, Livia. Freedom means you are unobstructed in living your life as you choose. Anything less is a form of slavery, Dragon commented. I hope you can tell that to the starving children, the women, the old who cannot fend for themselves, and the rest who act in the name of freedom. Responsibility is the price of freedom, Dragon-san. We who are liberating them should also be taking on the responsibility that comes along with it. What we are doing now is simply sentencing them to death, Livia commented and turned, leaving Dragon with his thoughts. Just as Livia was about to step out of earshot, Dragon questioned without turning back, so, what do you propose we should have done? Leave them to suffer under the oppression of tyranny? And you shouldn't forget, this was the will of the people. Livia paused, her silhouette framed against the fading light outside the tent. The will of the people? I wonder if we truly bothered to listen to what the will of the people was. The rebel army alone doesn't constitute the will of the people, Dragon-san. I'm just saying we should also consider everyone's thoughts. Isn't that what freedom is, as you stated earlier? When everyone gets a choice. But what we are doing here is just thrusting the will of the minority who oppose the tyrants onto the commoners. And remember, Dragon-san, no matter which side wins or loses, it's always the common people that suffer. Livia left, her words hanging heavily in the air. She didn't want to comment anymore, she had to prepare for the upcoming battle. Dragon stood still, her words echoing in his mind. He knew she was right to some extent. Revolutions were complex, and their consequences were often unpredictable. The challenge was not only to win the war but also to ensure a better life for those who would live in its aftermath. As he turned to look at the horizon, he couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that they were fighting a battle on two fronts, against the tyrant and for the hearts and minds of the people they aimed to liberate. He realized that victory on the battlefield was only the beginning. The true struggle would be building a new society from the ashes of the old. Chapter 167, In the Sea, East Blue. A lone boat drifted under the vast expanse of the sky, carrying a young teen with fiery red hair that billowed in the wind. The boy, Shanks, was deep in thought, brooding over the recent tumultuous events that had shaken his life to its core. His youthful face, usually adorned with a carefree grin, was now etched with a mix of determination and sorrow. Shanks' life had taken an unexpected turn in Logtown when a CP agent disclosed his true identity. The revelation of his celestial lineage had left him grappling with an internal conflict about his place in the world. Torn between the weight of his bloodline and the promise he made to his captain, he finally resolved to fulfill his captain's wish. His captain had prophesied that the next era would bring monumental change to the world, and Shanks wanted to be a part of that transformation. But before setting sail on his journey, Shanks needed to uncover the truth about his lineage. His quest had taken him to the Holy Land, where he had discovered many truths about his heritage. Despite the prestigious position offered to him due to his unique status, Shanks had rejected it all, choosing instead to carve his own path. However, the event that cut him the deepest was Buggy's departure. The loss of his best friend had left a gaping hole in Shanks' heart. He had always believed that Buggy would be by his side until the end. Reflecting on their last moments together, Shanks realized that it was partially his fault. He could have apologized to Buggy, mended the rift, and his friend would have stayed. Instead, pride and misunderstanding had driven them apart, leaving Shanks alone. Shanks stared at the bounty poster in his hand, its edges worn from the countless times he had unfolded it. The stern face of his other friend stared back at him. Wanted. Donquxote Rosinante. Dead or alive. 2,494,900,000 belly. Shanks couldn't help but reminisce about the old times as he gazed at the poster. Memories of their stupid fights and verbal wars played like a reel in his mind. With a heavy sigh, he resolved that sooner or later, he would catch up. He knew many secrets about the world of which his friend Ross was not aware, secrets his captain had shared with him, and the journey to the Holy Land had shown him just how deep the rabbit hole went. He had a choice to make: embrace his bloodline as a celestial dragon or fulfill his captain's wish. The decision in his heart was already made. Shanks was determined to earnestly embark on his journey. He was training relentlessly, pushing his limits to become stronger than anyone out on the sea. Recently, he heard a rumor about a formidable sniper in the Gecko Islands. Intrigued, he had set sail to recruit this marksman for his crew. As Shanks sat brooding over his recent experiences, the air around him grew still, as if nature itself held its breath. Suddenly, Shanks felt a prickle on the back of his neck. Someone's observation hockey had scanned him. His senses sharpened, and he immediately stood up, slipping the bounty poster into his bag while scanning the horizon. In the distance, he spotted a large marine battleship rapidly approaching. Shanks' observation hockey wasn't developed enough yet to gauge the strength of his opponents from such a distance. Before he could contemplate his next move, the air was filled with the booming sound of cannons. Explosions erupted around his little dinghy, the force of the blasts rocking it perilously. Under the relentless barrage, his boat capsized. Shanks dove into the sea, grabbing his bag as he submerged. He could fight the Marines, but right now, he opted for the smarter route. 2 hours later, Shanks emerged from the water onto a secluded island, panting heavily. Huff! Huff! His swim had been anything but peaceful, forcing him to kill a few sea monsters along the way. As he wrung out his drenched shirt, trying to rid it of seawater, a chilling whisper reached his ears. "So, you are my little brother?" The voice was cold and condescending, yet not entirely hostile. Shanks froze, his heart pounding. Instinctively, he unsheathed his blade and swung it towards the source of the voice. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as his strike was effortlessly parried. Aganya, the woman before him, was far stronger than he was. She stood with a predatory grace, her eyes cold and assessing. After her return to Holy Land after a mission recently, she had heard from the Figureland family members that her little brother, believed to be lost in the chaos of God Valley, had resurfaced. But to her dismay, he had declined the offer of becoming a celestial dragon, choosing instead to return to the seas. Intrigued and somewhat nostalgic, Aganya had embarked on a mission to find him. Pathetic. Simply pathetic. Is this all you've got? Aganya scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. She moved with blinding speed, her blade a blur. Shanks barely managed to raise his sword in time, but the sheer force behind her strike sent him crashing into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. TCH. So weak. Are you sure you're my little brother? Aganya's eyes bore into him, cold and unforgiving. She had always respected strength and power above all else. The news of her little brother's survival had stirred something in her, a twisted kind of love, mingled with a desire to see him strong, formidable, a reflection of her own ruthless might. But what she saw before her now was a disappointment. Shanks struggled to his feet, his body aching from the impact. He met Aganya's gaze, defiance flickering in his eyes despite the pain. You are Admiral Aganya," he said, his voice steady. "I've made my own path." Aganya's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Then prove it, prove that you are worthy of the name Figureland," she said, lowering her blade but not her guard. "Show me the strength of the little brother I thought I had lost all those years ago." The challenge hung in the air between them, thick with tension. Shanks knew he was outmatched, but he also knew he couldn't back down. He had already figured out who Aganya was, his sister, someone he never knew, someone he felt no attachment to. But this moment wasn't just about family. It was about proving to himself that he could stand against any adversary, no matter how powerful. With renewed resolve, Shanks tightened his grip on his sword, ready to face the fierce woman who was both family and foe. A flying slash tore through the beach, and Shanks dodged with effort. But his eyes widened as Aganya appeared in front of him midair, her movements a blur. He immediately hardened his midsection with haki. Busashokukoka. Boom! A deafening punch sent Shanks swirling through the air. Despite his defense, the sheer force behind the punch cracked his rib. Aganya landed lightly on the sand, watching him with cold, disappointed eyes. "Pathetic," she spat. "Is this really the best you can do? You are nothing but a disgrace to the Figureland name." Shanks struggled to his feet, pain searing through his side. He spat blood onto the sand and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I don't care about the Figureland name, I am my own man," he growled. "I fight for my own reasons." Aganya's eyes narrowed. "Then show me those reasons," she demanded, her voice a low growl. She lunged at him, her sword a blur. Shanks barely managed to parry her strike, the force of the impact reverberating through his arms. The battle raged on the beach, each clash of swords echoing through the air. Aganya's movements were precise and deadly, and her strength was overwhelming. Shanks found himself on the defensive, barely able to keep up. Her blade danced around him, striking with calculated precision. Each hit she landed seemed to sap more of his strength. "You're weak," Aganya hissed, slashing at his side. Shanks grunted in pain, but he didn't back down. He swung his sword with all his might, trying to find an opening in her defense. But Aganya was relentless, her attacks were unceasing. She pushed him harder, her disappointment growing with each failed attempt. "Is this really all you have?" Aganya taunted, slamming the hilt of her sword into his shoulder. Shanks staggered back, barely able to keep his footing. "I thought you were supposed to be strong with the blood of the gods flowing through you. I thought you were supposed to be my brother. It seems that spending time with those pirates all those years has made you forget who you really are." Shanks' vision blurred with pain, but he refused to fall. "I am not your brother, I am Shanks," he gasped. "And I'll prove it to the world." He summoned all his strength, lunging at Aganya with a powerful strike. For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of respect in her eyes. But she easily parried his attack, her sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. "You're not proving anything. Surely your clown of a friend must have been delusional to think that you would come save him." Aganya said it coldly, kicking him in the chest. Shanks flew backward, crashing into the sand. His body ached, and every breath was a struggle. Shanks didn't falter this time, as Aganya's words caught his attention. His demeanor completely changed as he realized who she was referring to. He wondered how she had managed to find him, and now he realized, although he had parted ways with Buggy, Shanks had given a piece of his Vivre card to Buggy, just in case his friend ever changed his mind. Aganya must have found Buggy. Now, he didn't know the fate of his friend. "What have you done with Buggy? Where is he?" Shanks' words were cold. He disregarded his wounds and pain, his deadly gaze set on Aganya. If she had harmed Buggy, he would make sure to kill her, no matter the cost, even if it was the last thing he did. "Oh! That clown had a name? Interesting. It seems like you both were close. But you know, with you kids being the apprentices of Roger, you should know his fate. The only reason you are still standing, even after being part of Roger's crew, is because you were one of us," she said with a cruel smirk. But Shanks, on the other hand, lost his sanity at the point where she spoke of Buggy's fate. The fact that their association with Roger's pirates was known didn't surprise him. Rage consumed Shanks as an ominous aura spread throughout the tiny island. An intangible form of energy rose from Shanks, emanating from the depths of his very soul. Red and black lightning surged out of his very being, and the entire surroundings succumbed to the pressure. Waves of force burst out as palm trees on the island were uprooted and many boulders shattered under the sheer pressure. The seas around the island roared as Shanks' conqueror's haki awakened fully. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously as if mirroring his fury. The waves crashed violently against the shores, the air crackling with raw, untamed energy. Birds fell from the sky, and weaker creatures in the vicinity collapsed, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The very sea seemed to bow to the birth of a new king. Aganya's expression brightened for a brief moment, a flicker of something almost like pride crossing her features. "You are my little brother, after all. You have the qualities of a king, just like me," she said. "And who knows, maybe one day, you'll be worthy of the name Figureland." Aganya's own conqueror's haki burst out in waves, clashing with Shanks' conqueror's haki. The siblings' haki clashed with ferocity, Shanks' wrath fueling his conqueror's might. But against Aganya, who had honed her spirit for years, it didn't give him any advantage. "You are still pathetically weak, little brother. And just with this much, you aren't going to survive out at sea, nor will you be able to protect the ones you love," Aganya declared. With that, she launched her attack with ferocity, not holding back anymore. She really wanted to know how far she could push her little brother. Now, she held a bit of recognition in her eyes after knowing her brother could use Conqueror's haki. Aganya felt the intensity of Shanks' unleashed power. For a moment, she almost reveled at the idea of provoking him, but her resolve hardened. This was the test her little brother needed. She moved with blinding speed, her sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. Shanks met her blow for blow, his haki-infused strikes clashing against hers, sending shockwaves that rippled through the ocean. Their battle was short but brutal. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered with each clash of their swords. Shanks' eyes burned with determination, his every move driven by the thought of avenging Buggy and proving his worth. Aganya's strikes were relentless, each one a calculated attempt to break him. The difference in power was overwhelming, and soon Aganya completely overpowered Shanks. Despite the relentless onslaught, Shanks refused to give up. Aganya's attacks were merciless, her sword slashing through the air with lethal precision, but Shanks met each blow with determination, his spirit unbroken. As the battle reached its climax, Aganya delivered a powerful strike that sent Shanks crashing into the sandy beach. He lay there, his body battered and bruised, struggling to stay conscious. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Aganya's retreating figure, her disappointment palpable even from a distance. A stinging pain on his cheek jolted Shanks back to consciousness. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes. The sky was already dark, and the soft lapping of the sea filled his ears. Despite his broken body and shattered bones, he couldn't help but smile. Looking down at him with a worried expression was a familiar clown face, frantically trying to wake him by repeatedly slapping him. "Shanks! You bastard, wake up! Don't you die on me! I swear, I will personally kill you if you die on me." Buggy shook Shanks, grabbing his collar, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. Shanks blinked, trying to focus his vision. "Buggy," he croaked, a weak smile spreading across his face. "You're alive." Buggy's eyes widened with relief and frustration. "Of course I'm alive, you idiot. What did you think? I'd let some crazy woman kill me?" He continued to shake Shanks, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You can't just go off and get yourself killed. What the hell were you thinking?" Shanks winced as the pain in his body intensified, but he managed to chuckle. "I was thinking I'd get stronger." Buggy's grip on Shanks' collar tightened, his knuckles turning white. "You're an idiot, Shanks. A complete idiot." But despite his harsh words, his voice was filled with genuine concern. "Don't you ever scare me like that again. And by the way, who was that crazy woman? If not for my perfect acting, she would have really ended up killing me." Shanks' smile widened, and he reached up with a trembling hand to pat Buggy's arm. "I won't, Buggy. I promise. And forget about her, sooner or later, we will pay her back." Buggy let out a shaky breath, releasing his hold on Shanks' collar and gently lowering him back onto the sand. "Good. Because I can't do this without you, you know. And you, moron, would soon be dead in a ditch if I didn't take care of you. You wanted to fulfill Captain's dreams, right? So I will help you. After all, we promised each other we'd reach the top." Shanks nodded weakly, his eyelids growing heavy. "Yeah, together." Buggy sat beside Shanks, keeping a watchful eye on his injured friend. The night was calm, with the stars twinkling overhead, casting a serene glow over the beach. Despite the pain and exhaustion, Shanks felt a sense of peace. He had faced a formidable opponent, learned about his strength, and found his best friend by his side once more. Buggy sat by Shanks' side, staring out at the calm sea. The moonlight reflected off the water, creating a serene and almost magical atmosphere. "So, I was thinking," Buggy began, breaking the silence. "I'll be the captain, and you can be the vice-captain. What do you say? I even came up with a great name for our crew, the Clown Pirates. What do you think?" Shanks, despite his injuries, couldn't help but chuckle weakly. His laughter was a mixture of pain and amusement. "Hell no," he managed to say, his voice strained but filled with mirth. "There's no way I'm going to call myself a clown, and there's definitely no way you're going to be the captain." Buggy looked at Shanks with a mix of frustration and mock anger. "Come on, Shanks. You have to admit, it has a nice ring to it. And besides, I've got the perfect look for it." He gestured to his colorful clown-like appearance with a dramatic flourish. Chapter 168, Batarilla, South Blue. The sounds of soldier columns marching echoed throughout the island, creating a somber symphony that reverberated through the hearts of its inhabitants. Sorrow and grief engulfed every corner as Marines and world government agents alike completely seized the island. The once peaceful haven was now a fortress of fear and oppression. In a small, dimly lit house on the outskirts of the village, a mother clutched her infant child tightly to her chest. Her breaths were shallow, and her heart was racing with a mixture of terror and desperation. She could hear the soldiers outside, their boots stomping against the cobblestones, their voices barking orders. Each sound was a harbinger of doom, a reminder of the relentless threat that loomed just beyond her door. The mother, whose name was Ohara, had been living in a state of constant dread since the Marines arrived a week ago. At first, they claimed to be searching for a dangerous criminal, but it soon became clear that their true objective was far more sinister. They began isolating and capturing all the women who had given birth to children in the past 2 years, under the pretense of searching for potential threats to the world government. Amara's hands trembled as she tried to hush her baby, whose innocent cries seemed like a beacon in the stillness of the night. She rocked the child gently, whispering soothing words that belied the panic in her own heart. "Shoo, my love, please be quiet. Mama's here. Mama will protect you." She moved cautiously to the window, peeking through a small crack in the wooden shutters. Her eyes scanned the street, now filled with armed soldiers patrolling methodically, their faces devoid of mercy. She had to think fast, had to find a way to keep her baby safe. The very thought of losing her child to these monsters made her blood run cold. A sudden knock on the door jolted her from her thoughts. It was soft, almost hesitant, but in the oppressive silence, it sounded like a thunderclap. Her heart leapt into her throat. She held her breath, hoping against hope that the soldiers would pass by, that they hadn't heard the baby's earlier cries. But the knock came again, more insistent this time. Amara knew she couldn't ignore it. She placed her baby in a small, makeshift crib hidden beneath a pile of blankets, praying that the child would remain silent. Taking a deep breath, she moved toward the door, clutching a kitchen knife, her hands shaking as she reached for the latch. "Amara, it's me, Leora," came the hushed reply from the other side. "Please, let me in." Relief washed over Amara as she recognized the voice of her neighbor and dear friend. She quickly unlatched the door and pulled Leora inside, closing it just as swiftly. Leora's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm sorry, Amara." "I'm really sorry," Leora said, her voice trembling. "I need the money. You know how sick my Nathan is. They promised they would not harm the child or you. It's just a routine checkup." Amara froze, not fully understanding what her friend was saying. Before the betrayal could sink in, the door was bashed open, and more than half a dozen Marines rushed in. Amara tried to defend herself, but one of the Marines struck her on the head with a rifle, knocking her to the ground. The sudden commotion disturbed the infant, who started wailing loudly. Leora stood by the side, watching in horror as the Marines began beating Amara, kicking her without mercy. "You fucking bitch! Were the orders not clear? Everyone with a child is supposed to report to us. Did you expect you could slip past our nets?" A Marine shouted, kicking her in the stomach, making Amara throw up. Despite the pain, she tried to claw her way towards her baby, but the more she struggled, the more ruthless the men became. One of the Marines casually picked up the infant, not caring for its safety, while the others dragged Amara out of the house. "My husband! My husband was a Marine, just like you. He died in service. Please, please spare our child," Amara begged, her face bloodied and swollen. One of her eyes was so bruised she could barely see out of it. "Please! Please, I will do anything. You can do anything to me. You can take me in his stead. Please, please let the child go," she pleaded, her voice breaking. "See? I told you she was a whore. Who knows who else she's been sleeping with since her husband died? Maybe even while he was out on duty, she was entertaining patrons," one of the Marines mocked, punching her squarely in the jaw. "Sir! Sir! I did help you find her. You promised me a reward," Leora asked the man who led the soldiers, her voice tinged with desperation. He simply turned to her and gave a mocking grin, then turned to direct the soldiers to the temporary barracks built for the sole purpose of detaining the captured mothers and children. Leora finally realized what she had done and understood that she had been driven by her own desperation and had condemned an innocent mother and child. The world government's orders, directly from the elders, were clear: hunt every mother and child who might have a possibility of being Roger's spouse and offspring. Even women with husbands were not spared, as there was a chance that Roger could have laid with them. The orders were crystal clear, leaving no room for mercy. The government didn't care about killing thousands of innocent infants as long as they denied Roger's bloodline. This ruthless campaign was not limited to Batarilla. Nearby islands where Roger's presence had been rumored were subjected to similar merciless killings. Amara was dragged along the rough path, her body bruised and battered, yet she kept her gaze fixed on the Marine holding her baby. Every sob and wail from her child tore at her heart, amplifying her helplessness. She had no strength left to fight, but her fierce love for her child kept her conscious and kept her hoping for a miracle that seemed less likely with each passing second. The temporary barracks loomed ahead, a grim structure that seemed to embody the despair and hopelessness that had settled over the island. As Amara was thrown into a cell, she clutched at the hem of the Marine's uniform. "Please, just let me hold my baby," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The Marine sneered down at her. "You'll see the child when we decide it's time," he said coldly, slamming the cell door shut. Amara slumped to the ground, her body racked with sobs. Outside, the cries of other women and children filled the air, a symphony of despair that echoed her own heartache. She pressed her hand against her chest, where she could still feel the faint heartbeat of hope, a hope that was rapidly fading. The entire island witnessed the ongoing cruelty, but none dared to question the actions of the Marines. The few examples made during the initial days of slaughter were enough to instill fear in anyone considering defending these innocent women and children. By the end of the first 2 days, almost everyone on the island knew what happened to the mothers and infants taken to the temporary barracks. Each night, the massive pyres served as a grim reminder of the Marines and world government agents' tyranny and mercilessness. In just 1 week, Batarilla had lost more than 1,000 innocent souls, yet the hunt didn't slacken. It only intensified as the Marines were determined to eradicate every last one of them. Meanwhile, a few thousand miles away, on a sparsely populated and unnamed island with a population of only a few hundred, Rouge was preparing to deliver her child the next day. She had been carrying the pregnancy for close to 2 years, and she was almost at the end of her endurance. The Marines had also scoured this island, and as Rouge was still pregnant, she was let go. Because there was no way it could be Roger's child since Roger had been captured almost 2 years ago and executed. However, they underestimated Rouge's will to bring Roger's blood into the world. A midwife from the village supported her through the pregnancy after Bogart had helped her move to this island under the instructions of Garp. Within the only small tavern on the island, 2 men draped in cloaks sat quietly. Cloaked figures were common on this island, as pirates occasionally took refuge there. A metal tankard was crushed by Garp as he listened to the latest report from Bogart regarding the happenings on other islands in the South Blue. From Bogart's estimation, more than 10,000 infants had been hunted down in the name of denying the world Roger's bloodline. "Can't we do anything about this, Garp-san? I just want to cut them all down." "I can go rogue," Bogart offered, his voice filled with frustration and anger. He could not bear to see the atrocities happening before him. Even on this very island, close to 10 infants and mothers had been slaughtered in the name of justice, and they had done nothing but watch as bystanders. "No, us doing anything now would expose Rouge. We cannot risk her being found. In her current condition, she will not be able to travel," Garp said, his anger palpable as his knuckles popped, the metal tankard tearing into his palm. He felt disgusted. He had never expected the Marines he served to fall so low. He had to personally intervene to stop Bogart from slaughtering every Marine on that day when they came to kill infants on this island. "Garp-san, what exactly are we fighting for?" Bogart finally spoke after a long silence. He had always followed Garp unconditionally, but recently, even a man like him didn't know what they were fighting for anymore after witnessing the actions of the Marines. He never expected the Marines to have such bloodthirsty men who would slaughter innocent children without blinking an eye. Just then, Garp's gaze sharpened dangerously. After a few moments, he relaxed and said, "Kid, if you want to eavesdrop on me, you still need to grow up." He didn't direct the comment at anyone in particular, and even Bogart was confused about who Garp was talking to. His observation hockey didn't detect any new presences, and the only other person in the tavern was an old bartender who was partially deaf and still grumbling about the more than a dozen tankards Garp had crushed in the past week. Just as a few moments passed, the tavern door creaked open, drawing Garp's attention. His gaze met mine, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. It had taken me quite some effort to find him. If not for Miyamoto spotting Rouge by coincidence, we might never have discovered their hiding place. You are a hard man to find, Garp-san, I said, walking in casually and taking a seat on an empty chair. I turned to Bogard, who was staring at me with equal amounts of surprise and shock. Good to see you too, Bogard-san, I said, greeting him with a nod. Garp's expression softened as he took in the sight of his long-lost protege. After Marineford, this was the first time we had met, and Garp could tell with a single glance that I had grown stronger. The room was thick with unspoken emotions, a blend of nostalgia, relief, and the heavy weight of the present circumstances. Garp, the man who had been a father figure to me, leaned back in his chair, studying me with those sharp, discerning eyes that seemed to pierce right through to my soul. It's been a while, Garp finally said, his voice gruff but warm. You've come a long way. I nodded, feeling a lump form in my throat. Yes, Garp-san. It's been quite a journey. Bogard, who had recovered from his initial shock, leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. What brings you here? This isn't a place one finds by accident. I smirked and turned to Bogard, noting his attempt to conceal the reason for their presence. However, he didn't know that I was already aware of Rouge's situation. I'm here for the same reason as you, Bogard-san, but I must say, you Marines sure have become bloodthirsty. You should be proud of the Marines' actions in the South Blue recently. You. Bogard began, his voice tight as he struggled to refute my words. But he knew there was nothing he could say to justify the recent atrocities committed by the Marines. Garp, disregarding my taunt, cut in. I take it that the samurai was one of your men? Oh, so you did find Miyamoto-san. Well, yes, he is part of the crew, I chuckled. Of course, Miyamoto couldn't hide from Garp. Garp's lips curled into a light smile. So tell me, kid, what makes a pirate like you, with such a hefty bounty, sit so bravely in front of me? Are you so sure I won't take any action? You are a cold man, Garp-san. We meet after all these years, and you want to capture me instead of offering a warm welcome, I said, my gaze shifting toward the direction where Rouge was. So, how is she? Garp's expression shifted. She has been holding her pregnancy for quite a long time. From what the midwife says, Rouge might not make it. Garp-san. Bogard tried to interject, attempting to stop Garp from talking about Rouge, but Garp waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. I'm sure the kid knows. Roger himself must have told him, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a long journey to come here, would he now? Garp questioned, turning to me for confirmation. I gave him a smile. Oh! Yes, and before I forget, here, Garp-san. I pulled out an old, tattered Marine coat with 2 officer epaulets from my time as a Marine. Remember what you told me once? That until the day you release me, you will consider me a Marine? So, I guess it's time you released me. Especially with what's been going on around, I don't think you can defend your so-called Marine justice anymore, can you? My tone turned serious. Garp's face tightened, and for a moment, the weight of his internal conflict was palpable. The old Marine's eyes, usually so sharp and discerning, seemed clouded with the weight of what he had witnessed and the choices he had made. Garp sighed deeply, a sound that seemed to carry the burden of the world. You've grown strong and wise, kid. Stronger than I ever imagined. The Marines, they've strayed far from what I believed in. What I fought for. Ross, is this really necessary? You're already a pirate wanted by the world, Bogard said, his voice tinged with concern. He didn't want to see his mentor in such a weakened state and tried to intervene. Sometimes, to move forward, we need closure, Bogard-san, I replied, my gaze steady and unwavering. I need this to move forward because, who knows, in the future we may very well be fighting on opposite sides. Garp looked older than I remembered. The once majestic aura that surrounded him seemed diminished, with the weight of his choices and the actions of the Marines bearing heavily on him. I understand, kid, Garp said, his voice gruff but tinged with a hint of respect. You've grown into a fine man. It's a shame we find ourselves on opposite paths. The air between us was thick with unspoken words and mutual respect. Despite the choices we had made, the bond forged through our shared history remained strong. The tavern, with its dim lighting and the faint smell of salt from the nearby sea, felt like a sanctuary, a place where old comrades could reconcile their differences, if only for a moment. "Do you ever regret it, Garp-san?" I asked, my voice softening. "Do you ever regret choosing the path you did?" Garp sighed deeply, the sound heavy with years of regret and reflection. "Every day, kid. Every day. But I made my choices, and I have to live with them. Just as you have to live with yours." Chapter 169. Well, why don't you tell me exactly why you're here? You knew I would be here, so care to explain why you took the risk of exposing Rouge's whereabouts after the stunt you pulled at Ohara? Garp's tone grew defensive, his eyes narrowing as he studied me. Stunt? So you're not going to speak about the genocide that happened in Ohara in the name of justice? I shot back, my voice laced with mockery. But then, I guess they must have seen it coming from miles away. Defying the world government was foolish without proper strength. And you sure are a cold-blooded man, Garp-san. Thousands of innocent infants are being slaughtered, and you didn't move a muscle. I addressed both Garp and Bogard, my gaze shifting between them. So you've shown yourself to be just like the others, sacrificing thousands just to save one. Even if you didn't want to fight against the world government, wouldn't your justice be to give up Roger's child? You could have saved all this unnecessary bloodshed. Why, Garp-san? Where did your so-called justice go? What does this make you, Garp-san? Isn't all that blood on your hands? I'm sure you could have stopped it if you wanted. Is your pride as a Marine worth all these lives? Garp's hands clenched tighter, the cracking noise of his knuckles resonating in the quiet tavern. The metal from the broken tankard cut deeper into his palm, drawing blood. Kid, you should know better, Garp said, his voice low and strained. The world isn't just black and white. Sometimes, when the ideals you followed your whole life come crashing down, the only thing you can do is stand aside and watch. Because where we stand now, we don't have the right to judge someone else, as we ourselves are at a crossroads. You can justify it any way you want, Garp-san, but the blood of those innocents is still on your hands, I said, my tone unwavering. You had the power to stop it, to stand up for what was right, but you chose not to. That makes you complicit in their deaths. Garp's eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and regret. You think I don't know that, Ross? You think I don't carry that weight with me every single day? I've sacrificed more than you can imagine for the sake of this so-called justice. But this world, this twisted sense of right and wrong, it's not something I can change on my own. Bogard, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Ross, Garp-san did what he thought was best to protect Rouge and her child. It's not as simple as you make it out to be. The Marines, the world government, they're powerful forces, and sometimes, sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. The greater good? I scoffed, my voice filled with disdain. Tell that to the mothers and infants who were slaughtered. Tell that to the families torn apart by your so-called greater good. Enough! Garp's voice boomed, silencing the room. You think I don't know the cost? You think I don't see the faces of those we've lost? I made the choice to protect Rouge and give Roger's child a chance. And I'll bear the weight of that choice until the day I die. The tension in the room was palpable, the weight of our words hanging heavy in the air. Garp took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Will you really, Garp-san? Will you truly bear the weight of your choice? I asked, my voice cutting through the silence of the tavern. Tell me, what if someday you had to choose between Roger's child and the Marines? Will you bear the weight and stand by the child's side, or will you simply spectate, standing like a bystander as you are now? Words are easy, Garp-san, but a man must always keep to his word. And I'll be honest, I don't think you can keep them safe. So, I'm going to take them with me. Unlike you, I gave my word to Roger, and I'm willing to die for my choices. I would never be a bystander. My words hung heavy in the air, and even Garp felt their weight. He began to consider them in earnest, contemplating what he would do if he ever had to choose between Roger's child and the Marines. Would he truly be able to bear the weight of his choices? However, Bogart's eyes lost all their warmth as he glared at me. Ross, you are crossing a dangerous line. You have no idea how much Garpsan has sacrificed. You don't see the bigger picture, at least not from his perspective. You're a pirate, and you'll never understand certain things. So, I hope you stop speaking and go back. Go back and come talk to us when you have truly changed the world. Bogart's loyalty to Garp was evident, and he would not let anyone insult the man he had followed his whole life. Even though he understood why I said what I did, he couldn't let anyone disrespect Garp. I turned to Bogart, my expression softening slightly. Bogart-san, I understand your loyalty to Garp-san. I do. But this isn't about disrespect. It's about the future of the child, about protecting Roger's legacy. I've seen the atrocities committed in the name of justice, and I know sooner or later they will find out the child's true identity. It may take years, but I am sure they eventually will. Garp's gaze remained steady, the lines on his face deepening with the weight of his thoughts. Ross, he began, his voice softer now, you've always had a way with words, a way of cutting through to the heart of the matter. You're right, words are easy, but actions are what define us. I've made my choices, and I'll bear the weight of them. But know this, the world isn't as simple as you make it out to be. And do you think you have the strength to protect them from the world government, brat? Garp's tone became steady, and clarity returned to his eyes. The earlier doubt was now replaced with a strong resolve. I can say for certain that I am strong enough to face them, can you say the same? It seems like your growing notoriety has brought pride and arrogance to your head. Do you want to really see what happens when I am not bound by the rules? Fine, you have your wish. Let's settle this the old way. You can take the child if you can best me. Garp stood up, his tone serious. He was not joking, he was dead serious about facing me, and this was not going to be like the countless spars we used to conduct back when I studied under him. Bogart tried to intervene, sensing the situation escalating out of hand too fast. Garp's anger had reached a tipping point. Bogart, stay out of this. Like he said, one needs to take responsibility for their words. Garp walked out of the tavern, his actions clear. Bogart then turned to me, desperation in his eyes. Ross, you truly are not planning to challenge Garp-san, right? This is madness. He won't be holding back. You can still walk away, Bogart advised, not wanting to see the child he taught being torn apart by his mentor. But it was too late. I sighed, knowing this was inevitable. Sooner or later, I would have to face Garp. Today seemed as good as any. Soon, Garp and I stood face to face on a large island far away from civilization. The island had a rugged landscape, dotted with towering cliffs and dense forests. The ground beneath our feet was a mix of rocky terrain and patches of vibrant green grass. In the distance, waves crashed against the shoreline, their roar a constant reminder of the island's isolation. The sky above was a deep azure, with clouds lazily drifting by, casting fleeting shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of salt and earth, a testament to the island's untamed beauty. The wind rustled the leaves of the nearby trees, creating a haunting melody that filled the silence between us. This was a place where nature reigned supreme, untouched by the hands of men. It was the perfect stage for a confrontation that had been building for years. Garp's presence was as imposing as ever, his muscular frame radiating power and determination. His eyes, though tranquil, still held the fiery spirit of a warrior. I could feel the weight of his resolve, a testament to how far he was willing to go for Roger's child. Let's see if you have what it takes, Ross, Garp said, his voice steady and resolute. Show me the strength of your convictions. Tell me if you have the strength to defend the child from the storm that he will come to face in the future. I nodded, my resolve matching his. I will, Garp-san. For Roger's legacy, for the future of that child, I will give it my all. I unsheathed Shusway, gripping it tightly. Garp stood opposite me, a towering mountain, a formidable hurdle that I would have to pass to achieve my goals. Black lightning danced across my blade as I unleashed the full might of the Goro Goro no Mi, and I surged towards Garp's flank with blinding speed. Despite my rapid movement, Garp tracked me easily with his observation haki. Reaper's Edge! I roared, Shusui coated with armament haki and crackling lightning, slashing at Garp's side. He met my attack with his own armament haki, his fist enveloped in a dense black aura. The clash was deafening, with a thunderous boom resounding throughout the island. The sheer force of our collision cracked the ground beneath us, sending shockwaves ripping through solid earth and boulders. Shusui danced through the air as I swung my blade at Garp with monstrous speed, each slash imbued with the lethal combination of armament haki and lightning. Garp, however, defended against my attacks with remarkable ease. His fists moved like sledgehammers, countering my blade with precision and power that made even Admiral-level fighters pale in comparison. Meteor Smash! Garp roared, creating an opening. Although I could detect his movements with my future sight, Garp's attacks were overwhelming in their sheer brute force. Knowing the future didn't make his attacks any less dangerous. I couldn't dodge, I had to face his assault head-on. Lightning Nova! I bellowed, slashing Shusui to clash with Garp's fist. The impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves through the island. The ground beneath us continued to shatter, with boulders splitting and trees uprooting from the force of our collision. I leaped back, my breath coming in heavy pants. Lightning crackled around me, but I could see it was having little to no effect on Garp. He was still at his peak, his power undiminished by age. The realization struck me hard, Garp was leagues above even Yonko-level fighters. The gap between us was vast, a chasm that seemed insurmountable. Garp launched himself at me with incredible speed, his fist cocked back. Meteor Fist, he roared, his punch descending like a falling star. I braced myself, reinforcing Shusui with armament haki and electricity, and met his punch with another powerful slash. The collision created a shockwave that radiated outward, flattening everything in its path. Even the sea started churning dangerously as the pressure of the clash spread, and the ground beneath us cracked and fissured. I was thrown back, skidding across the broken terrain, but I managed to regain my footing. Garp was relentless, pressing his advantage. He was a whirlwind of fists, each one backed by the weight of his immense strength and his armament haki, which seemed to have transcended even beyond perfection. I weaved and dodged, using my future sight to anticipate his attacks, but it was like trying to avoid an avalanche. His blows were inevitable, each one carrying the force of a tidal wave. I lunged forward, aiming a precise thrust at Garp's chest. He deflected it with a casual swipe of his arm, countering with a bone-crushing punch aimed at my ribs. I twisted my body, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of the blow, but the shockwave still sent me staggering. "Is that all you've got, Ross?" Garp taunted, his voice a deep rumble. "Show me the strength that you think will defend the child on these cruel seas." I gritted my teeth, summoning more power from the Goro Goro no Mi. Lightning crackled more intensely around me, my muscles coiling with energy. I moved with blinding speed, Shusui a blur of black and blue as I unleashed a flurry of strikes. Lightning Tempest! I cried, my blade dancing in intricate patterns, each slash aimed to exploit any opening in Garp's defense. But Garp was an impregnable fortress. He parried my attacks with brutal efficiency, countering with devastating punches that I barely managed to evade. One of his fists grazed my shoulder, the impact sending jolts of pain through my body. I retaliated with a downward slash, aiming for his shoulder, but he blocked it effortlessly, his other fist already coming for my midsection. Lightning Dragon! I yelled again, pouring more power into my attack. The collision this time was even more explosive, with the ground beneath us shattering completely, creating a crater from the sheer force. I was thrown back once more, landing hard on my back. I struggled to my feet, my vision swimming due to the impact. Garp stood before me, seemingly unscathed, his presence an indomitable force. Chapter 170, Come on, kid. This isn't the time to hold back, Garp roared, his voice echoing across the island. I think that should be a good enough warm-up. Show me how much you have grown all these years. Let me see if you truly have the qualifications to change this world. Garp's conqueror's haki surged out in waves, red lightning sizzling around him like an ancient demon waking from its slumber. My body reacted instinctively, my own conqueror's haki bursting forth to clash with Garp's will. Red lightning entwined with black and gold lightning, transforming the world around us. The sea responded to the will of the two conquerors, the sky split in two under the force of our opposing energies. The once calm sea turned into a raging behemoth, with waves crashing into the island with ferocity, as if nature itself sought to extinguish the raging inferno between us. The sky darkened as my lightning tore through it, creating massive thunderclouds. Lightning struck everywhere, but Garp stood firm, his presence growing more pronounced with each passing second. It was as if he were removing the shackles he had placed on himself, unleashing his inner demon. Garp moved, and I steadied Shusui, my entire form coated with armament haki. He appeared above me, his fist descending with the force of a meteor. "Blue hole," he shouted, and a massive maw of an ancient beast manifested and descended upon me. I countered with my own attack, Dragon's Ascent. Lightning tore through the ground beneath us, and a massive lightning dragon roared, carrying all my fury. The two massive beasts collided, and after a few seconds of stalemate, Garp's attack tore through the lightning dragon with ease and descended upon me. I was ready. I knew a single attack wouldn't stop Garp's assault. I sent another slash following the first one. The first attack had consumed much of the momentum, and the second attack managed to put Garp's attack into a stalemate. But Garp had already moved behind me, delivering a devastating punch. Though I detected his attack with my future sight, I couldn't fully dodge the brunt of the impact. A sickening crunch echoed as one of my ribs snapped, but I didn't falter. I countered immediately, swinging Shusui coated with haki, aiming for Garp's chest. Sparks flew as Shusui tore through the fabric but couldn't penetrate Garp's haki armor. However, the sheer force of my attack carved a long ravine on both sides of Garp. Yet, he remained unfazed, his fists raining down at blinding speeds. Fist of Judgment! Garp roared, his fists moving like blurs, each punch carrying the force of a cannonball. I weaved and dodged, using my future sight to anticipate his attacks, but it was like trying to avoid an avalanche. His blows were inevitable, each one carrying the weight of a mountain. I leaped back, summoning more power from Goro Goro no Mi. Lightning crackled around me, my muscles quailing with energy. I moved with blinding speed, Shusui a blur of black and blue as I unleashed a flurry of strikes. Lightning Tempest! I cried, my blade dancing in intricate patterns, each slash aimed to exploit any opening in Garp's defense. But Garp was an impregnable fortress. He parried my attacks with brutal efficiency, countering with devastating punches that I barely managed to evade. Garp's fists were like iron, each blow resonating with the force of a cannon. I countered with Shusui, my blade dancing in intricate patterns, each slash imbued with the lethal combination of armament haki and lightning. Thunderclap! I shouted, summoning a massive bolt of lightning to strike Garp. The electricity crackled around him, but he shrugged it off, his armament haki rendering my attack ineffective. "Is that all you've got, kid?" Garp roared, his fist crashing down like a massive mountain. I barely managed to deflect it, the impact sending shockwaves through my body. Every muscle and bone in my body was screaming, even though my physique was tempered with raw lightning. I could feel the pain from attack to my very bones, and Garp has not yet unfused his conqueror's haki into his tacks. With a roar, I charged at Garp, my blade a blur of black and blue. I swung with all my might, each strike a testament to my determination. Garp met my attacks head-on, his fists moving with the precision and power of a seasoned warrior. Our battle raged on, and the island bore the scars of our confrontation. The ground was torn asunder, trees reduced to splinters, and rocks shattered into dust. Each clash was a testament to our strength, our convictions, and our resolve. "Blue hole!" Garp shouted again, the maw of the ancient beast reappearing, descending upon me with even greater force. I gritted my teeth, summoning a massive bolt of lightning to intercept the attack. Thunder God's Wrath! I bellowed, the lightning bolt striking with unparalleled intensity. The clash created a shockwave that radiated outward, flattening everything in its path. Trees were uprooted, rocks were shattered into dust, and the ground beneath us cracked and fissured. I was thrown back, skidding across the broken terrain, but I managed to regain my footing. Garp was relentless. His attacks became more ferocious with each passing second. It was as if he was trying to set a rhythm to the battle. When I thought I had caught up with the rhythm, he would take it up a level. He was a whirlwind of fists, each one backed by the weight of his immense strength. I weaved and dodged, using my future sight to anticipate his attacks, but it was like trying to avoid an avalanche. His blows were inevitable, each one carrying the force of a tidal wave. It felt like each of his fists held the weight of the world behind them, as was evident from the large, massive craters he left after each attack. Dragon's Descent! I roared, unleashing another powerful attack. Shusui glowed with an intense blue light, the blade crackling with electricity. I slashed at Garp with all my might, aiming to pierce through his defenses. Back on the island, Rouge had finally gone into labor, and the atmosphere was electric with anticipation and tension. The clash of titans far away was having a profound effect on the world's weather. Dark, swirling clouds gathered above, charged with the immense power radiating from the battle between Garp and Ross. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning forked across the sky, as if the heavens themselves were heralding the return of Roger's bloodline. The seas around the island churned violently, waves crashing against the shore with a fury that mirrored the epic clash. The wind howled through the trees, bending them nearly to breaking points. Nature itself seemed to be reacting to the monumental events unfolding, as if the world were acknowledging the significance of this moment. Inside the small house where Rouge labored, the air was thick with tension and desperation. Bogard, as instructed by Garp, stayed behind, knowing that he could not interfere in the clash between master and student. He stood guard outside, his senses heightened. The sky above the island was stirring ominously, with dark clouds swirling and lightning cracking through the sky, creating an eerie, almost apocalyptic scene. Rouge's screams echoed from inside the house, a testament to the immense pain and suffering she was enduring. Her determination and resolve were unwavering. She was a mother fighting to bring her child into the world despite the odds stacked against her. Sweat poured down her face, mixing with tears of agony and determination. Each contraction brought her closer to the brink, but she refused to give in. Bogard's sharp senses picked up on the approaching presences. He turned, on guard, and saw a tall man carrying a couple of people slung over his shoulders and a young boy carrying another unconscious man over his shoulders. There was also a little girl about the boy's age, carrying two dwarfs seated on her shoulder. Bogard immediately recognized them as the samurai Ross had spoken about, his trusted companions. As the group reached the house, the midwife burst through the door in a panic. "Sir! Her condition is getting worse. I don't think she will be able to make it," she said, her voice trembling with urgency and fear. "Master Ross asked us to help." Lucci spoke, his face devoid of emotion, his warmth reserved only for the family. His voice was steady, almost mechanical, but there was an underlying urgency. Before Bogard could respond, Mancherry, perched on Robin's shoulder, spoke up. "I have the means to save the woman. We know she is dying, and we don't have much time." Her voice, though small, was filled with determination and a sense of urgency. Bogard stood defensively, his mind racing as he weighed what to do in this dire situation. The air was thick with tension, the sounds of Rouge's labor mixing with the distant rumble of thunder and the crashing waves. Miyamoto stepped forward, his presence commanding and resolute. "We have instructions from Ross Dano. Please let us pass, we are here to help. If you don't let us through, we can only resort to force." His voice was calm but firm, leaving no room for doubt about their intentions. His hand had already moved to one of his katanas to show how serious he was. Bogard hesitated, his loyalty to Garp and his duty warring with the urgent need to save Rouge and her child. The urgency in their voices, the desperate situation, and the knowledge that Ross had trusted these people finally swayed him. He stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Inside the house, the scene was one of desperate struggle. Rouge lay on the bed, her face contorted in pain, her body drenched in sweat. The midwife was doing everything she could, but it was clear that Rouge's life was slipping away. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, but her eyes were fierce with determination. She was fighting with every ounce of strength she had left. Mancherry quickly jumped down from Robin's shoulder and rushed to Rouge's side. "Hold on, please," she said softly, her tiny hands glowing with a healing light. She placed her hands on Rouge's belly, the healing power of her devil fruit flowing into the exhausted woman. Gaia's embrace. Little Machery started channeling the life force from one of the unconscious men into Rouge, and under the shocked gazes of the midwife, the unconscious man started turning into a husk, and Rouge's pale face started gaining color as the massive life force was rapidly repairing Rouge's almost completely destroyed body from the inside out. Robin, who saw the midwife's shocked gaze, just shook her head, gesturing for her not to ask any questions regarding the matter, and soon enough, the first man turned into an empty husk. Rouge's screams subsided slightly, her body relaxing as the pain eased. But the danger was not over. The child was still struggling to be born, and the storm outside mirrored the tumultuous battle taking place within. Lucci and Miyamoto stood guard at the door, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. But what they didn't know was that the birth of this child was not just a personal moment for Rouge, but a significant event that could change the course of history. "Push, Rouge," the midwife encouraged, as she knew that asking too many questions would only cause more problems. Her voice was steady but urgent. "You're almost there. Just a little more." Rouge nodded weakly, her resolve unwavering despite the exhaustion threatening to overwhelm her. She took a deep breath, summoning all her remaining strength, and pushed with everything she had. The storm outside seemed to reach a crescendo, with the thunder roaring and the lightning striking with ferocious intensity. Finally, with one last, agonizing push, the cries of a newborn filled the room. The storm seemed to pause for a moment, as if the world itself were holding its breath. The midwife quickly wrapped the baby in a blanket, her hands trembling with relief and exhaustion. Mancherry continued to pour her healing energy into Rouge, stabilizing her condition as she drained the life force of more men and poured it into Rouge. Rouge's face relaxed, a tired but triumphant smile spreading across her lips as she reached out to hold her child. Outside, the storm began to abate, the clouds slowly dispersing as if the world had accepted the new life that had just been brought into it. The waves calmed, and the wind died down, leaving the island in a serene, almost reverent silence. Bogard let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. He turned to the group, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you," he said simply, his voice filled with genuine relief. "You saved them both." Lucci nodded, his expression still stoic, but there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "We were just following orders." As the group gathered around Rouge and her newborn child, their combined efforts had saved 2 lives. Mancherry, despite being completely drained and pale from the healing, still continued to transfer the life force of the remaining guy to make sure that Rouge's condition was completely stabilized. Rouge held her baby close, tears of joy and relief streaming down her face. "Welcome to the world," she whispered, her voice filled with love and determination. "I'll protect you, no matter what." The group stood in silent respect, knowing that this was only the beginning. The birth of Roger's child marked a new chapter, one that would be filled with challenges and dangers. But for now, in this moment of peace, they could celebrate the miracle of life and the strength of a mother's love. Chapter 171, Odin's Wrath. I roared, swinging Shusway with all my might. A massive pillar of black lightning tore through the sky, charging straight for Garp. Our battle had been raging for hours, and I could tell that Garp was holding back. Despite calling it a genuine challenge, he must have known that I stood no chance against his overwhelming strength. Yet I refused to give up, pushing forward despite the balance shifting with each passing moment. Garp launched himself into the air using Jeppo, his movements were swift and precise. He met my lightning head-on with a powerful strike. "Galaxy impact," he bellowed. The entire world seemed to brighten at the clash of our colossal forces. It was like a massive black spear trying to break through an unyielding shield. After more than a dozen seconds of stalemate, the lightning pillar dispersed with a thunderous explosion. "Sky Slicer!" I shouted, sending a dozen massive flying slashes in rapid succession, each imbued with armament hockey. The air buzzed with the intensity of my attacks, the slashes tearing through the atmosphere with blinding speed. However, Garp, descending from the air, simply smirked. Covering both his fists in pitch-black hockey, he rained down a barrage of fists to counter every slash I sent out. "Blitzkrieg!" he cried, his fists moving like a massive Gatling gun. Each fist tore through my sword slashes, and the remaining fists rained down around me like meteors. I used my future sight to avoid the majority of the impacts while slashing at the rest. Suddenly, I felt a threat to my flank and instinctively fired a massive lightning bolt. Garp brute force through it, punching me squarely in the chest and sending me flying through the air. I crashed through hundreds of meters of boulders, creating a massive ravine with my impact. Tui! I spat out the blood that gushed into my mouth. My body was breaking and reconstructing itself at a monstrous rate. If I hadn't tempered my physique to such a degree with lightning, I doubt I would still be standing. The more I fought Garp, the more I understood Conqueror's hockey entanglement. The more I learned, the closer I came to breaking through that final hurdle and mastering all the basics of hockey. To me, Conqueror's hockey entanglement was just the beginning. What I sought was the kind of strength I had felt in Lodetown when Rogers made the world itself bend to his whim. That was the strength I needed to challenge Emu, and I still had a long way to go. Getting distracted while fighting me, brat? Garp's voice thundered as he punched me in the face, cracking my jawbone. I reacted fast enough to put Shusui in the path of the punch, otherwise, my jaw would have shattered completely. You should give up, little brat. I'm not even using a fifth of my peak power, and I've already crushed your bones 3 times over. Yet, you still keep coming. Do you think you can beat me just by relentlessly attacking? You haven't even managed to break through my defense and cause any damage. And there's no way in hell that I would let that child be raised as a pirate. Garp roared, his fist coated with hockey, as he saw me picking myself up again after the last attack. I steadied myself, and my body was healing rapidly. I was using the electrical signals within my body to speed up the healing in my body. Maybe no other Logia could have made this possible except for my own. I won't give up, Garp-san. You would eventually let the kid die for your twisted sense of justice. You would once again become a bystander and watch as Roger's bloodline is erased from this world, I shouted, my resolve unwavering. I summoned all my strength, channeling my hockey and lightning into Shusui. Death Sonata. I swung my blade, a massive wave of lightning and hockey tearing through the air towards Garp. Garp's eyes gleamed with anger at my words. He met my attack head-on, his fists glowing with hockey. Meteor Fist, he roared, his punch colliding with my attack. The resulting explosion lit up the sky, a blinding light followed by a deafening roar. The ground beneath us shook, the force of our clash sending shockwaves across the island. I could feel my muscles straining, and my body was pushed to its limits. But I couldn't stop. I had to prove myself, not just to Garp but to myself. I needed to break through. I couldn't stagnate here for a long time. The shockwaves sent us both flying, and the ground beneath us was obliterated. I landed hard, more than 100 meters away, like a ragged doll, my body battered and bruised. Garp was just pushed back a few meters, standing across from me, breathing steadily, and still towering like a colossal mountain. You're close, aren't you, kid? I can feel it. I can feel that you are at the threshold. Consider this your final lesson from your mentor. Garp readied himself. He could sense that I had already understood how Conqueror's hockey entanglement worked. Without mastering the technique, there was no way I could breach Garp's current defense, a layer of armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey. Even though my Conqueror's hockey was overwhelmingly strong, not knowing how to utilize it in my attacks was a massive drawback. But finally, after hours of getting beaten to a pulp, I had reached it. Black and gold lightning crackled around me as the entire world seemed to freeze. Even Garp paused, his earlier casual demeanor shifting as he unleashed more of his strength. I felt it in my bones, I felt it in my very soul. Now I understood, to an extent, how Garp was countering my future sight. Conqueror's Haki was more than what I had believed it to be. The more I understood, the more power Garp instinctively released, realizing the fight would no longer be casual where he had been toying with me all this while. I took a deep breath as calmness returned. The entire world seemed tranquil. My Conqueror's Haki started undergoing a rapid transformation. If my earlier Conqueror's Haki was like an unrelenting tide, now it was like the deep ocean, calm yet unfathomable. Even Garp's fighting spirit was riled up as his own Conqueror's Haki intensified. As our wills clashed, the entire island seemed to split in two, with massive cracks spreading through it. Chunks of the island collapsed, creating an apocalyptic scene as our wills fought for dominance. The sea roared around us as the entire climate shifted, and massive barriers of tornadoes and thunder pillars surrounded the island, making it completely inaccessible. Even hundreds of miles away, the effects of the clash could be felt. The surrounding seas became a deadly zone that no one could traverse. I felt a strange connection with Kitetsu, as if the blade was calling me to unleash it one final time. I knew I was going to use Conqueror's Haki infusion for the first time. As I considered switching blades, Shusui in my arms vibrated dangerously, humming in protest. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for having such thoughts. Do swords have spirits? Well, who knows? In the world of One Piece, anything is possible. If a ship that's loved and cared for could manifest a fairy, maybe swords could too. But perhaps it was just me being paranoid due to the rush of adrenaline pumping through my body as it adapted to the infusion of Conqueror's Haki. Garp did not move, nor did he attack me, not wanting to disturb me from my semi-trance state. My Conqueror's Haki grew stronger and stronger, but Garp's own will seemed to grow stronger, matching my own. I was now sure that Garp, at his peak, might have been much stronger than anyone else when it came to Haki, even more than Shanks from the canon. Garp was in a league of his own. When it came to Haki, I doubted even if Whitebeard could match him, maybe only Roger was his true equal. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. The calm before the storm. My breathing steadied, and the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The island, the sea, and the sky were all witnesses to this monumental clash. Black and gold lightning enveloped me, intertwining with Shusui. I opened my eyes, determination burning within them. So you want to witness it too? I whispered as I slowly unsheathed Kitetsu despite knowing that I might lose the blade forever, feeling the power surge through me as I held the two blades. Shusui and Kitetsu glowed with an ethereal light, the blade resonating with my will, like two primordial dragons waking from their slumber. Garp watched, his expression one of anticipation and respect. Show me what you've got, Ross. Garp roared, his own Haki flaring up, the air crackling with intensity. Busashoku Koka. I launched myself forward, leaving behind a massive crater in its wake as my entire body merged with the infusion of Conqueror's Haki. I could feel the raw power flowing through me. The two blades morphed into two colossal dragons, one pitch black and the other golden, tracing the arc my blades made. I swung with all my might, channeling my Conqueror's Haki into the blades alongside my lightning and armament Haki. Nitten Ichi Ryu, Celestial Severance. The attack tore through the air, a massive wave of black and gold energy surging towards Garp. The two streaks of energy tore through the island, splitting it completely. Garp met my attack with a thunderous roar. Galaxy Annihilation. His fists glowed with unparalleled power as he punched forward, colliding with my attack. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, the entire sky lit up as if it were day. The entire island shattered beneath us, and the island itself seemed to scream under the pressure. The shockwave expanded, sending debris and waves crashing in all directions. As the two titanic forces clashed, an invisible barrier formed between our attacks, pushing against each other for absolute dominance. Two different worlds collided, creating a spectacle that could only occur when two apex powers met. The very world groaned under the pressure we emitted. The large island we stood on was no longer an island, it had completely been obliterated from existence, leaving only a small chunk of land beneath our feet, held together by the sheer force of our wills. Garp's Galaxy Annihilation met my attack head-on. His fists, glowing with an intense black and red aura, clashed with my dual-wielded blades, Shusui and Kitetsu, infused with the raw power of my conqueror's haki and lightning. The air between our weapons crackled with energy, an intangible force of will keeping our attacks apart, neither side willing to back down an inch. The impact was cataclysmic. A blinding light filled the sky, and the ground beneath us splintered and cracked. Shockwaves radiated outwards, tearing apart the remains of the island and sending massive tsunamis crashing into the surrounding seas. The sky itself seemed to split open, lightning and thunder roaring in protest to the clash of wills. The force of our clash was so immense that it altered the very climate, even the very fabric of space seemed to morph. Massive tornadoes and thunderstorms formed around the island with renewed vigor, adding to the already chaotic sea and making it completely inaccessible. Even in the deepest part of the sea, the effects could be felt, with the surrounding seas becoming an absolute dead zone. Even the Sea Kings hurried away from the area, fearing that they would be caught in the aftershock. As the dust settled after a few minutes, Garp stood tall amidst the destruction, but his eyes were set on mine. I was panting heavily, trying to gasp for more air. I was barely able to keep my consciousness as my body wanted to shut itself down to preserve what was left of me, but I refused to yield and brought myself to sit on my knees. My left arm completely shattered, it lay limply to my side. If not for my Logia abilities, I might have lost the arm entirely. Kitetsu was in pieces, barely held together by my haki infusion. I sheathed the blade instinctively, using my other hand while plunging Shusui to the ground, knowing it couldn't withstand another clash. With just my will pushing through, I faced Garp once more. The island lay in ruins, but the clash of our conqueror's haki was still going on despite my being on the brink. My haki never faltered, a testament to my unyielding will. I looked at Garp, respect and pride were evident in his eyes. He examined his fist, noticing a bone-deep gash on his knuckles. He smirked, recognizing that I had finally managed to break through his defense and land a scar. "You've done well, Ross. It seems like I have nothing more to teach you. I don't think there is anyone on this wide sea who could reach your level at such a young age. You truly were my greatest protege," Garp said, his voice carrying both pride and acknowledgement. "But remember, little brat, don't let pride get to your head. Just because you have grown a bit stronger, and at the rate at which you are growing, you might still need more than a decade or two to catch up to me. Who knows? Maybe I will be an old, broken man by then. Maybe you will never get to beat me in my prime." He taunted, his fist coated with haki again. "And if this is all you've got, forget about ever raising Roger's kid. I will raise him to become the greatest Marine the world has ever seen. I created a monster like you, so it's only right that I create someone to bring you down in the future. What do you think?" He chuckled, knowing I was on my last leg. Fighting Garp at full intensity for hours was something no one could handle unless they were on his level. "How naive of you, Garp-san. So what if you raise him to be a Marine? Tell me, what happens when the world government finds out that he is Roger's son? Do you think they will let him walk just because he is a Marine? What will you do then?" I roared, standing up despite every bone in my body being shattered. Even the rapid healing from my physique seemed insufficient, but I gritted through the pain, using Shusui as a crutch. Garp froze, thinking earnestly about my question. Then, with a deep sigh, he readied himself to end the battle, not wanting to answer. I didn't know how things would go in this world, but I was sure that the Garp in front of me was different from the one in canon. Many things that might have happened in the past might not come to pass in this world. With my intervention, even Rouge was alive. I very much wanted to take Ace under my care and raise him, knowing he had monstrous talent like Luffy. But I realized Garp was dead set on taking Ace and Rouge away, and the current me could do nothing to stop that. 5 years. 5 years, Garp-san. I will reach your stage in 5 years, so I hope you don't slacken and get stronger. And don't you go ahead and tell me then that you have grown weak because you've gotten old when I beat you, I declared, infusing Shusui with haki and merging it with my conqueror's haki. Although my body was on the brink of collapse, I needed to burn this feeling into my very soul. There was no better time than now to practice my new technique of conqueror's haki infusion. I roared and charged, my entire form morphing into lightning as Shusui hummed with brilliance. I infused more of my hockey into the blade. Garp covered himself with his own hockey, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. Our final clash was imminent. I swung Shusui with all my might, channeling every ounce of my conqueror's hockey into the blade. The air crackled with energy, and the atmosphere around us was charged with our wills. Garp's fists met my blade once more, the collision creating a shockwave that seemed to split the heavens itself. The island's remnants were obliterated, and the sea around us churned into a frenzy. The sky turned black as night, illuminated only by the lightning and energy of our clash. It was a battle that should have been remembered for ages, but unfortunately there was no one to witness such an epic. It was the day when another legend was born, when the clash of two wills shook the world itself. As the dust settled once more, Garp stood as the final winner, with his student laying in tatters within the massive crater on the only remaining piece of land as the island sank, but he knew that despite losing, my spirit remained unbroken. Garp, with a newfound respect in his eyes, nodded. "You've grown, Ross. But remember, this is just the beginning. The real battle lies ahead in the world. Never lose that resolve. I will wait for you to see the day when you will finally catch up to me," Garp said, his voice carrying a mix of pride and challenge. Chapter 172, Where am I? I groaned in pain, my voice barely a whisper. I didn't know how long I had been unconscious since my battle with Garp. "Ross! You're finally up," the voice of little Manchuri echoed from the side. I turned my head with difficulty, and every bone and muscle in my body was screaming in agony. How long have I been out?" I asked, though my question was more directed at Miyamoto, who stood by the side of the cabin. From the way my body rocked, I could tell we were at sea. I struggled to sit up, but Manchuri stopped me. "Ross, you should take it easy for a few days. Your body was completely destroyed. I had to transfer vitality from more than a dozen Sea Kings to heal your injuries," she explained, her voice tinged with exhaustion. As my observation hockey cleared, I noticed how pale and tired she looked. She must have been repeatedly healing me to keep me stable. "Ross Dono, I am sorry, but your mentor commandeered our ship and is taking it to East Blue. We couldn't afford to lose the boat in your condition, so we decided to go to East Blue with them," Miyamoto explained, a hint of self-reproach in his voice for not being able to keep control of our vessel. "So, the marine hero has turned pirate now and is stealing ships from other people, huh?" I chuckled as my observation hockey fully returned, seemingly enhanced by the ordeal. "Bahahaha. Brat, do you want another beating?" Garp's gruff voice echoed from the entrance, followed by Bogard. I struggled to sit up as they entered the small cabin. "You sure woke up much earlier than I anticipated." "Not bad. Did you perform any weird experiments to enhance your physique, kid? Your physique feels more akin to those with mythical devil fruit users." "So, what's the secret?" Garp asked. He knew I would come around sooner or later, but he must not have expected it so soon after our fight. "It's plain old physique training, Garp-san. I just used lightning to temper my body," I replied without holding back. Bogard, standing to the side, looked at me dumbfounded, as if I were insane. Who in their right mind would use lightning to temper their bodies? Even a lightning Logier user would need to put down all defenses and take the lightning head-on to temper their body. The kid was as crazy as his mentor, maybe even more. Bahahaha. Why didn't I think of such a method? Kid, you must help me try that method later. Who knows, maybe even I can improve my physique, Garp commented, contemplating the potential benefits of such a training method. "So, how are they doing?" I asked, wanting to know about Little Ace and Rouge. My observation hockey had already picked up their presence in the other room of the cabin, with Leo by their side. "They are healthy and doing fine. Thanks to your little friend here, we managed to save Rouge. If not for the little dwarf's help, we might have lost her," Garp admitted, genuinely grateful for Manchuri's assistance. He had been more concerned about keeping them safe from the prying eyes of the government and Marines than about Rouge's condition. "So, are you sure you want to take care of Little Ace and Rouge?" If the world government even catches a whiff of their presence, they won't hesitate to sink entire islands. You know what they did to the infants and mothers on the surrounding islands of Batarilla, right? I questioned, unsure of how things would proceed from here. Kid, don't be a sore loser. You lost the wager. Don't worry about them, I'm taking them back to my hometown. The people there might not be strong, but they are trustworthy. I will have Rouge change her identity, so you don't have to worry, Garp reassured me, his voice firm with resolve. He had already made plans, knowing full well how the world government operated and how to outsmart them. Sigh. Fine, just let me know if you need any help regarding the matter. Alright, now everyone clear the room. I want to get some more sleep. I shoot everyone out, eager for much-needed rest. Meeting Little Ace and Rouge could wait until I had regained enough strength to walk around. As the cabin quieted, I allowed myself to relax, my body sinking into the bed. My thoughts wandered to the battle with Garp, the clash of wills and hockey that had nearly torn me apart. I had come so far, but there was still a long way to go. With a deep sigh, I closed my eyes, ready to embrace the rest I desperately needed. Room of Authority, Mary Geos. A man clad in a pristine white lab coat sat in front of the 5 elders, a privilege granted to almost no one in the world. His appearance was as unusual as his genius, with an elongated, bulbous head that seemed to house his extraordinary intellect. Vegapunk was a man centuries ahead of his time, and today, the elders have called upon him to discuss several critical matters that will help them consolidate their power for years to come. The elders were acutely aware that Vegapunk was a double-edged sword. His boundless intellect made him indispensable, yet it also rendered him potentially dangerous. Nonetheless, they believed that as long as they kept him under a tight leash, this man of science would be instrumental in cementing the authority of the world government for centuries. Vegapunk, have you made any progress regarding the matters that we assigned to you? Elder Jupiter questioned. Among the numerous projects Vegapunk was spearheading were the creation of artificial devil fruits, the development of a mechanoid army, the engineering of their own giant soldiers, and, most importantly, research on the lineage factor. Before answering, Vegapunk leaned back slightly, his intense eyes betraying a mind that was constantly calculating. Before we proceed with the discussion, I would like to know what happened in Ohara, he asked. He knew the question would displease the elders, but he didn't care. Everyone within the library of Ohara was someone he had become acquainted with. They were among the best minds in the world, and he had gained invaluable knowledge from the library of Ohara in his younger days. Elder Mars's eyes narrowed, but he answered, his voice cold and unyielding. They were researching the ancient weapons, so they needed to be put down. But that isn't why we summoned you here. It has been a few years since you started working for us, yet there hasn't been any substantial progress on the projects we handed over to you. You have been consuming resources with no results to show. So tell me, Vegapunk, why should we keep you around? The elder's words were sharp, a reminder that they could not let Vegapunk become complacent. Vegapunk adjusted his glasses, a subtle but deliberate gesture. Ancient weapons, was it? Let's not dwell on matters of the past. As for the progress, while not immediately visible, it is significant, he began, his voice steady and confident. Artificial devil fruits are notoriously complex, and creating a stable version requires meticulous experimentation. Although I haven't been able to replicate the fruit that you had specifically asked me to recreate, I have been able to integrate Zoan fruits with objects. Vegapunk placed a few objects on the table, which he had integrated with ordinary Zoan fruits. However, I have made significant breakthroughs in the lineage factor that will not only aid in this endeavor but also in creating enhanced soldiers and possibly even achieving giantification. He paused, letting his words sink in. The elders listened intently, their stern faces betraying nothing. The mechanized cyborg army is also advancing. I have successfully integrated several models with advanced combat algorithms. While they are not yet perfect, they are leagues ahead of anything currently available. With continued funding and resources, I am confident we will achieve a functional prototype soon, but I need a suitable vessel who is willing to become part of the project. Without a suitable subject, I cannot proceed, and I have already shared these details with you. Elder Nusturo's eyes squinted. They all knew that the man sitting before them was keeping many things secret, but they had no way of prying open his mouth, even if they wanted to. As per what Vegapunk had said, he had requested a suitable subject for his experiments. They had considered suggesting Hector, but Vegapunk had laughed, saying that the man wouldn't even withstand the primary stage of modifications. However, Vegapunk showed partial results by weaponizing Kizaru's laser. So, what about the giant soldiers? Have you made any progress on that matter? Elder Warkuri questioned. The elders knew that in the future, they might have to clash with Elbaf as they once did, and they wanted to know if they could create giant soldiers of their own. If they could, it would elevate the world government's power to a whole new level. The samples that were acquired from the giants within the Marines are subpar. If we truly want to create a replica of the giants with certainty, I would at least need samples from the royal lineage of Elbaf. Unless you can help me obtain those samples, I don't think I can make much headway in this field, Vegapunk answered, his tone matter-of-fact. The elders went into deep contemplation, considering everything he had shared. The requirements Vegapunk placed before them were major hurdles, and without meeting these conditions, there would be little progress in the projects they were most vested in. But what even the elders were not aware of was that Vegapunk was deliberately placing these hurdles before them to delay their plans. He had already successfully recreated the artificial devil fruit by isolating the lineage factor from the samples they had provided, which belonged to Kaido, who had consumed the mythical Zoan fruit, Uo no Mi, model, Tsuryu. Vegapunk had successfully created an artificial version of the original fruit but declared it a failure and left it at Punk Hazard. As for the giant soldiers, he could already help create giants who might vary from 12 meters to 16 meters in height, with close to 60% of the original giant's strength and lifespan. However, he didn't disclose this information, knowing that handing over his successful research to the elders would doom the world forever. Vegapunk adjusted his glasses, hiding a glint of defiance in his eyes. The primary obstacle remains the quality of the samples. To achieve the desired results, superior genetic material is indispensable. Without it, any attempt would result in substandard soldiers, far weaker than the giants of Elbaf. The royal lineage carries the strength and durability we need. Elder Saturn, usually the most composed, tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. We understand your constraints, Dr. Vegapunk. We will discuss what measures can be taken to acquire what you need. However, our patience is not infinite. We expect results. Vegapunk bowed his head slightly, acknowledging their authority while hiding his true intentions. Of course. I am fully committed to delivering the outcomes you seek. With the proper resources, I am confident we can achieve remarkable advancements. Elder Saturn leaned forward, his gaze piercing. And what of the ancient weapons? Do you believe you can replicate or even create a new weapon that can surpass their power? The ancient weapons. Vegapunk paused, sensing the tension in the room. Although the elders showed no outward signs, he knew the world government must possess at least one ancient weapon. Unfortunately, without the blueprints of one of the ancient weapons, there is no way I can recreate a new weapon from scratch. Even if I were to design such a weapon, I don't think there would be any suitable power source to drive it. Well, maybe the lightning Logia fruit user might theoretically deliver such energy. Vegapunk's brain quickly shifted into calculation mode, his thoughts racing as he projected whether his whim of an idea could truly work. From his initial estimates, it seemed feasible. However, he failed to notice the growing intensity in the eyes of the five elders. Only a select few knew about the world government's greatest trump card, the ancient weapon Uranus. The issue was that, with its repeated usage during the war in the Void Century, the fuel source of the ancient weapon was completely depleted. To them, recreating the fuel source was much more important than recreating the ancient weapon itself. Elder Saturn carefully broached the topic, not wanting to break Vegapunk's concentration. Vegapunk, do you think it's possible to create a fuel source powerful enough to drive something as large as an ancient weapon, in theory? And can the Lightning Logia user be used as an alternate power source for an ancient weapon? Are there any other devil fruits that could be used in place of the lightning logia? Vegapunk, murmuring his calculations, looked up to find all 5 elders looking at him intently, hanging on his next words. From my initial calculations, the lightning logia is definitely a possible power source. The amount of energy that a single bolt of lightning delivers is not something that can be achieved with any other fuel source currently available in the world. He then started murmuring a few scientific terms that the elders were least bothered with. Elder Warcury cleared his throat to gain back Vegapunk's attention. So yes, a lightning logia user with enough mastery over his devil fruit could theoretically be used as a power source for an ancient weapon, but that would require a few modifications. This is only possible if we really have an ancient weapon at hand. As for any other devil fruits, the only one I think that would remotely have a chance would be the logia type Zuma Zuma no Mi. Vegapunk shared his wisdom, unaware that hundreds of plans were being triggered in the minds of the 5 elders by this small revelation. As for an alternate power source, well, I'm not sure. I cannot guarantee such a source without extensive research, Vegapunk added, knowing that his relationship with the elders was delicate. He needed to keep them interested, otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. The room fell silent as the elders absorbed Vegapunk's insights. Each of them was deep in thought, contemplating the implications of his findings. They were aware of the delicate balance of power in the world and understood that any advancement in ancient weaponry could tip that balance dramatically in their favor. Chapter 173, As the elders' minds raced with plans, Elder Jupiter's eyes shone as he thought of something. Vegapunk, what's the progress on the Seraphim project? Have you been able to extract anything from the piece of heart we provided you with? He asked, recalling that they had given Vegapunk the younger Donquxote's heart fragment that Aganya had originally provided as proof of the kill. They had left it under the place where Doflamingo was being punished, but after his escape, they had kept the sample to see if they could create a Vivre card from it. When that effort proved fruitless, they handed the sample over to Vegapunk for research. Vegapunk hesitated slightly before replying that the sample was dead. Tissues, everything was dead. I don't think I even have that sample anymore, it must have been incinerated long ago, he declared. This explanation dissatisfied Jupiter. Vegapunk's statement was true, but only partially. He had indeed incinerated the sample, but not for the reasons he stated. The memory of that chunk of heart was vivid in Vegapunk's mind. He had never come across such a phenomenon. Even months after the sample had been taken from the original host, it still retained vitality, as if it were trying to repair itself. Although others might not have detected it, his extensive research had revealed just how special the original host was. He had wanted to ask the elders to whom the sample belonged but refrained, knowing they would question his intentions. The sample's resilience and vitality were monstrous. He had only seen one other instance of such traits in Kaido, but those could be explained by the devil fruit Kaido consumed. This sample, however, was just a plain old regular sample with no devil fruit traits, nor was it from a different race, yet it was special, so special that he had to destroy it to prevent any future complications, especially with government agents constantly sniffing around his lab. Elder Jupiter's eyes narrowed in disappointment. Is that so, Vegapunk? It's unfortunate to hear. That sample was unique, and we had high hopes for its potential. His voice carried a hint of suspicion, but he let the matter drop for now. Vegapunk, sensing the shift in mood, quickly moved to steer the conversation back to safer ground. Regarding the Seraphim project, we've made significant strides. The research into lineage factors has allowed us to make advancements in the creation of humanoid weapons. However, for optimal results, we still require more specific genetic material, preferably from powerful bloodlines. The Seraphim project is promising, but it needs time and resources. The elders exchanged glances, weighing the benefits and risks of continuing to support Vegapunk's projects. Elder Saturn spoke up, his tone measured. Vegapunk, we understand the challenges you face. Ensure that you prioritize the projects of the utmost importance to us. Your work is crucial, and we expect to see tangible results soon. Vegapunk nodded, concealing his relief. Of course, Elder Saturn. I assure you that my team and I are fully committed to delivering the results you seek. The artificial devil fruits, the giant soldiers, and the Seraphim project are all progressing, albeit slowly due to the complexities involved. Elder Mars leaned forward, his gaze piercing. See to it that your progress accelerates, Vegapunk. The stability and future of the world depend on your success. You must already know how chaotic the seas are currently. Do not disappoint us. Elder Nustero, who had been carefully watching Vegapunk since the start of the meeting, finally spoke. Vegapunk, your insights are invaluable. We will consider your requirements and see what can be done to acquire the necessary resources and samples. In the meantime, continue your research. Vegapunk nodded, hiding a smirk. He knew he had bought himself more time. The elders would be hard-pressed to meet his demands, and that delay was crucial. He could continue his real work, the work that aimed to protect the world from tyranny, rather than hand it over on a silver platter. As Vegapunk prepared to leave the meeting, Elder Nustero spoke up. Well, before you leave, there is one more matter we need to discuss today. Knowing how important you are to the world government, we cannot have your safety compromised. Therefore, we have decided to impose stricter security measures. From now on, you will have to carry out your research from a secure world government stronghold. You may choose the location, ensuring that you are not disturbed during your research, and we can guarantee your safety. Vegapunk immediately realized the true intention of the elders. He had anticipated this day. Since leading MADS and agreeing to work under the world government, his movements have been monitored, but he has enjoyed a certain degree of freedom. It seemed that freedom was about to be completely revoked. But what about Punk Hazard? All my research is being conducted there. Vegapunk tried to see if there was a way to negotiate, but it seemed the elders were determined to restrict his freedom. Well, Punk Hazard will be taken care of. I'm sure there are other capable researchers to lead in your stead, Elder Jupiter added. They knew how crucial it was to keep Vegapunk under their control. With the new revelations, they needed to ensure Vegapunk had minimal contact with the outside world. Sigh. Fine. In that case, I would like to move my lab to an island in the New World. I have the basic infrastructure to build a full-fledged lab on Egghead Island. It originally belonged to MADS, but now it's in ruins. I'm sure we can repurpose it. However, there are a few conditions that need to be set before I agree to move to this new island, Vegapunk proposed, knowing that the elders needed him enough for some negotiation leeway. The elders were not pleased with the idea of Vegapunk establishing his new lab in the New World, where their influence was weakest. Their original intention was to move Vegapunk from Punk Hazard and isolate him within one of their secure strongholds in the Calm Belt or the first half of the Grand Line. In addition, I want to visit Ohara before I settle down in my new lab. There are hundreds of thousands of books in Ohara that I might need for my research. I want to see if any books can be salvaged. Elder Nestero's eyes sharpened dangerously, but Vegapunk disregarded the warning, adding more conditions, such as restrictions on CP agents and other government members regarding access to his lab, to prevent interference in his research. The more the elders heard about Vegapunk's absurd requests, the uglier their faces became, except for Elder Saturn, who keenly listened to every request. After another 5 minutes, Vegapunk finally stopped with his demands. Elder Saturn, deep in thought, finally spoke. Vegapunk, some of your requests are excessive, so you can forget about those. As for visiting Ohara, you may do so, but remember, you will be confined to Egghead Island after your trip. In addition, we will create a special scientific division, which you will lead. Vice Admiral Kizaru and a group of elite members from the Marines and Cypherpol will be reassigned to your science division team. Elder Saturn then clearly outlined their expectations and the concessions they were willing to make. Throughout his explanation, his cold, calculating eyes never left Vegapunk. As Vegapunk left the chamber, his mind was already racing with plans. The elders were powerful, but their understanding of science and its ethical implications was limited. He would continue to push forward with his genuine research, but he would ensure that the most dangerous discoveries remained hidden from those who would use them to impose tyranny. Back in the chamber, the elders resumed their discussion, their faces stern and contemplative. They knew that Vegapunk was a necessary asset, but they also sensed the underlying tension. Elder Mars broke the silence, his voice low and thoughtful. We need to keep a closer watch on him. His genius is unmatched, but so is his unpredictability. We must ensure he remains loyal to our cause. Elder Jupiter nodded in agreement. Indeed. His work is crucial to maintaining our dominance. We will provide what he needs, but we must also prepare for any eventuality. Elder Warcury turned to Elder Saturn, who was deep in thought. Was it wise to let Vegapunk visit Ohara? He still holds some attachment to that place, and who knows what he might uncover there. We need him for now, especially with his work on lineage factors and his new revelation that he can potentially develop a fuel source for the ancient weapons, Elder Saturn responded. The other elders were skeptical about Vegapunk's ability to create a viable power source, especially since Vegapunk himself admitted there was no current fuel source capable of operating an ancient weapon. However, Elder Saturn was sharper than the rest. You all underestimate that man. Elder Saturn narrowed his gaze towards the doorway where Vegapunk had left earlier. For all we know, every word he shared with us today might have been a lie. We have no idea how an intelligent mind like Vegapunk works. The more you tell him something is impossible, the more driven he will be to achieve it. If I'm not wrong, the man will soon start working on a secret project to create a viable power source for an ancient weapon. Yes, the man is smart, maybe smarter than anyone in this world, but his pride and his intelligence will drive him to create the very thing we need, even if we didn't ask for it, Elder Saturn chuckled. He understood Vegapunk to a certain extent. Vegapunk wanted to learn the truth, no matter the cost, and would take absolute measures to ensure his creations did not fall into the wrong hands. But ultimately, his thirst for knowledge would triumph over everything else. So are we to consider what Vegapunk said about the lightning logia? Elder Nuzjuro finally addressed the elephant in the room. They knew Vegapunk wasn't lying when he stated that a lightning logia user could be used to operate an ancient weapon. They had been searching for centuries for a viable power source to power Uranus, and finally, they had a lead, though it seemed like an impossible task. We need to bring the Donquxote brothers to the negotiation table. If we can really achieve what Vegapunk suggested, I'm sure within a decade or two, with our help, we can have the younger brother act as the fuel source for the ancient weapon, Elder Mars said, his eyes glowing with interest. After centuries of searching, they finally had hope of reviving their greatest trump card. Even if Vegapunk's suggestion has the slightest possibility, we need the brothers. Maybe Imu-sama was already aware of such an eventuality. Perhaps that was why we were ordered to stay away from the younger brother, Elder Jupiter added with reverence, to which the other elders nodded. We'll think of something. However, we also need to keep an eye out for the Zuma Zuma no Mi. Let's have both the Marines and Cypher Pole keep an eye out for it. We'll also place an anonymous trade request in the underworld for the fruit. I'm sure 10 billion bellies should suffice to bring even the most reluctant party to the table if they find the fruit, Elder Warcury suggested. The elders exchanged looks of agreement. They were determined to harness whatever power they could to ensure the world government's supremacy, and Vegapunk's brilliance was a key part of their plan. Elder Jupiter's eyes darted around the room as he continued, so how should we bring the Donquxote brothers back to our fold? We cannot afford to have them on the opposing side, especially now that we understand their importance to us. The elders fell into a heavy silence, each contemplating viable methods to reintegrate the Donquxote brothers. Every idea they considered seemed to hit a dead end. The tension in the room was palpable until Elder Saturn finally spoke up with a suggestion. How about we use the asset that we have reserved for Garp, he said with grave seriousness. The room froze in shock. This was one of their long-held secrets, a countermeasure kept solely to deal with Garp if he ever showed signs of rebellion. But, what about Garp then? He's from the D-clan. Have you forgotten that the only reason we can rest assured against Garp is because of this particular asset? Elder Mars added, his worry evident. The elders had ruled on behalf of Imu-sama for centuries, and they had ensured there was a contingency plan for every potential threat, including Garp. We don't know how strong Garp truly is, Elder Saturn responded. Once someone reaches our level, the influence of rule-based devil fruits becomes negligible. Garp has receded into the background and hasn't shown any signs of rebellion since God Valley. I can think of no other way to ensure the Donquxote brothers' loyalty. You all know how deep the grudge between us runs. We tried to erase the brothers and almost succeeded. This kind of grudge is not easily forgotten. Are we really sure that the threat of Garp has passed? Elder Workury interjected. This might be our only trump card against him. We don't truly know the extent of Garp's strength. Even during the capture of Shiki, do you think Garp wasn't capable of handling it alone? He might have been putting on an act, for all we know. Sengoku and Shiki aren't anywhere near Garp's level. Elder Saturn nodded, acknowledging the concern. But we need to understand that a source to awaken Uranus is much more important than the threat Garp poses. If we can get Uranus operational, we will have absolute dominance. How about we first discuss this matter directly with the asset? A fresh perspective might be what we need, and the asset's insight has proven invaluable countless times before. The asset they referred to was one of the most closely guarded secrets of Cypher Pole Aegis Zero. Only the 5 elders and the current leader of CP0 knew of the asset's true allegiance. After a moment of contemplative silence, Elder Jupiter spoke up, agreed. Let's summon the asset. We'll need to handle this delicately and ensure that we're making the best decision for the longevity of the world government. The elders nodded in unison, their faces set with determination. They had ruled for centuries, and they were prepared to do whatever it took to maintain their grip on power, even if it meant risking their most closely guarded secrets. Their conversation continued, a mix of strategy and caution, as they plotted the next steps in their grand plan. Vegapunk, meanwhile, was set to return to Punk Hazard to prepare for his departure to Egghead, ready to continue his work with a renewed sense of purpose and a silent vow to protect the world from the very knowledge he was uncovering. Chapter 174, Marine HQ, Marineford. The ceremony was set on a grand stage erected on the bay, allowing the entirety of Marineford to witness the momentous transition of power. Nearly 100,000 Marines stood neatly lined up in formations, their presence a testament to the gravity of the occasion. The orders from the higher-ups had come through just that morning, and Fleet Admiral Kong did not want to delay the proceedings. The stage was a marvel of military precision, adorned with the flags and insignias of the Marines, fluttering in the breeze. The sun was high, casting a golden glow over the sea of white and blue uniforms. The air was thick with anticipation as the Marines, from the lowest-ranked seamen to the highest-ranking officers, stood at attention. Fleet Admiral Kong, towering and authoritative, stepped forward. His voice, amplified by the sea breeze, boomed across the bay. Marines! Today, we mark a pivotal moment in our history. We honor the promotion of one of our finest and witness the passing of leadership that will guide us into the future. Virgo, standing tall and composed, approached the stage. He wore his new Justice coat adorned with the Rear Admiral epaulets, a symbol of his remarkable achievement at the young age of 19. The pride in his eyes was evident as he faced the massive assembly of his comrades. Kong continued, his voice steady and commanding, Rear Admiral Virgo, your dedication and unwavering commitment to justice have brought you to this point. It is with great honor that I present to you your promotion orders. A Rear Admiral at the mere age of 19. This is simply unprecedented in the entire history of the Marines, Tsuru commented, standing beside Zephyr. They were both present at the promotion ceremony for Virgo, who had earned his promotion to the position of Rear Admiral. Over the years, Virgo had honed his skills, becoming a formidable force within the Marines. His subordinates worshipped him, seeing him as the embodiment of a perfect Marine. Zephyr couldn't have been prouder as he watched the proceedings. Fleet Admiral Kong, a towering figure of authority and respect, handed over Virgo's promotion order and the order that gives him access to his own great battleship. The ceremony was grander than usual, a special occasion heightened by Kong's decision to pass the mantle of Fleet Admiral to Sengoku. Kong would soon take up the position of Commander-in-Chief of the world government, relocating to Mary Geos. The side platform next to the main stage was filled with high-ranking officers and dignitaries, all gathered to witness this momentous event. The atmosphere was charged with pride and anticipation. Virgo, standing tall and composed, accepted his new rank with a solemn expression, though his eyes betrayed a spark of excitement and determination. Zephyr's chest swelled with pride as he observed his son, now a rear admiral. He recalled the countless hours of training, the rigorous drills, and the unwavering dedication Virgo had shown throughout the years. This promotion was not just a recognition of his abilities but a testament to his relentless pursuit of excellence. Tsuru, with her keen eyes and sharp mind, saw the significance of this moment. "He's a remarkable young man, Zephyr. You've done well with him." Zephyr nodded, his gaze never leaving Virgo. "He's earned this. Every bit of it." Fleet Admiral Kong's voice boomed across the plaza as he addressed the assembly. "Today, we not only celebrate the promotion of one of our finest but also mark a new chapter in the leadership of the Marines. As I step into my new role as Commander-in-Chief, I am confident that Sengoku will lead with the same dedication and strength that have always defined our ranks." Applause erupted, echoing through Marineford Bay. Sengoku, standing beside Kong, acknowledged the applause with a nod. The transition of power was a significant moment, signaling continuity and stability within the Marines. The ceremony then shifted to the transition of power. Fleet Admiral Kong, preparing to pass the mantle of leadership, called Sengoku to the stage. Sengoku, a figure of immense respect and authority, approached with a solemn expression. The moment was charged with significance as Kong handed over the Fleet Admiral promotion orders to Sengoku. "In the presence of nearly 100,000 Marines, I pass on the mantle of Fleet Admiral to Sengoku," Kong declared. "He will lead with the same dedication and strength that has always defined our ranks." The applause was deafening as Sengoku accepted the orders. His eyes scanned the crowd, acknowledging the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. "I am honored to accept this position and the responsibilities that come with it. Together, we will uphold justice and ensure the safety of our world." Zephyr's keen eyes noticed a tinge of sadness in Sengoku's eyes as he accepted his new title and glanced at the empty seat on the side stage, which was particularly reserved for the Marine hero. Sengoku had personally requested his friend's presence during his promotion, but it seemed Garp was still brooding over past events. "So, Garp still hasn't returned yet?" Zephyr couldn't help but ask Tsuru, who was observing the ongoing proceedings. Everyone in the Marines knew the trio had been thick friends since they had started their Marine lives together. "No, Garp can be petty sometimes, but I'm sure now that Sengoku has become the Fleet Admiral, he will return soon," she chuckled, thinking about the many times in the past how Sengoku would trick Garp into doing his bidding. Despite repeated tricks, Garp would always be there when Sengoku needed him. "Good! It's good that he will be returning. We are already overwhelmed as it is, and with Kong-san moving to Mary Geo's, we will be losing another admiral. We need to find a way to fill the power vacuum that's being created," Zephyr commented while making sure to applaud whenever a Marine was given their accolades and promotion orders. Currently, with Sengoku getting promoted, technically he would be the only active admiral, as Aganya couldn't be counted on since she was always stationed at Mary Geo's and never reported to Marine HQ. "Yeah, Sengoku sure has his work cut out for him," Tsuru remarked. "So, do you think any of the young ones will be promoted to admiral level?" Zephyr turned to Tsuru and asked curiously. As the Marine's chief of staff, she must be aware of any upcoming admiral promotions, if there are any. "Oh, you'll know soon enough. The new fleet admiral has already scheduled a meeting with the highest-ranking officers to discuss some major matters," Tsuru chuckled, not giving a direct answer. The ceremony continued with speeches and accolades, each word resonating with the assembled Marines. The grand stage, the bay, and the presence of so many dedicated soldiers made this a day to be remembered for years to come. As the ceremony drew to a close, Virgo and the other Marines who were promoted mingled with the high-ranking officers, receiving congratulations and words of encouragement. Zephyr watched him, knowing that this was just the beginning of his son's journey. The Marines had gained a young and capable leader, and the future looked promising with Virgo in the ranks. Inside the main meeting hall of Marine headquarters, Sengoku sat in the Fleet Admiral's chair, a weighty mantle passed on to him by Kong, who had already departed for the Holy Land, leaving a mountain of unfinished work behind. Prominent figures within the Marines filled the room, their attention fixated on Sengoku. Breaking the palpable tension, he addressed the assembly. "I know the question that's been on everyone's mind. There are concerns about our dwindling number of admirals. Originally, when Admiral Aganya was drafted as admiral with a special appointment from the world government, we had plans to expand the number of admiral positions to 4. However, those plans were discarded due to various events." Sengoku's eyes scanned the room, noting the solemn recognition of the incident he alluded to, the abrupt betrayal of Vice Admiral Dragon. Attention then shifted to the admiral candidates present, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, except for Tensei. The common sentiment was that the 3 rising stars were still too young for the mantle of admiral and lacked experience. Myself, along with Kong-san, have discussed the matter regarding the admirals with the world government. We have finally devised a plan. Due to the influx of pirates, the Marines will also need a surge of fresh blood. His gaze settled on Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, the closest to being promoted. Even the eldest among them, Borsellino, Kizaru, was only 36. Sengoku felt it was too early for them to take the mantle of admirals, not due to a lack of strength, especially in Akiji's case, who outmatched the others, but because they lacked the steadiness required for the position. Sengoku had hoped to convince his friend Garp to accept the promotion, but he knew that as long as admirals had to directly serve the whims of the world nobles, Garp would never accept. "So, to bolster our ranks, we will be conducting a world military draft," Sengoku declared, stunning everyone in the room. "I have already received approval for this from the world government." The room buzzed with murmurs of shock and curiosity. A world military draft was an unprecedented move, a call to arms that would sweep the globe for capable individuals to join the Marine ranks. Tsuru leaned in closer to Zephyr, whispering, "This could bring in a lot of new talent, but it also means more responsibility on us to train and integrate them quickly." Zephyr nodded in agreement. "It's a double-edged sword. We need the numbers, but we must ensure they are ready for the challenges ahead." Sengoku continued, his voice steady and commanding, "We must be prepared for an influx of recruits from all walks of life. It will be our duty to mold them into Marines capable of upholding justice. This is not just about numbers, it's about quality and dedication. We will also accelerate the training programs for our current officers, focusing on leadership and resilience." His words carried weight, resonating with the experienced officers in the room who understood the gravity of the situation. The Marines were facing an era of unprecedented challenges, and the strength of their forces would determine their ability to maintain order. As the meeting progressed, detailed plans were laid out for the draft, including recruitment strategies, training regimens, and integration processes. The discussions were intense, reflecting the urgency and importance of the task at hand. Each officer contributed their expertise, ensuring that every aspect of the draft was meticulously planned. By the end of the meeting, there was a sense of resolve in the room. The Marines were about to embark on a significant undertaking, one that would reshape their organization and fortify their ranks. As Sengoku looked around, he saw determination in the eyes of his colleagues. They were ready to face the challenges head-on, united in their mission to protect the world. As the officers began to disperse, Sengoku called out, "Remember, this is just the beginning. We have much work ahead, but I have faith in each one of you. Together, we will ensure the Marines remain the beacon of justice in these turbulent times." The officers nodded in agreement, and their resolve solidified. The Marines were about to enter a new chapter, one filled with trials and triumphs, and they were ready to face it with unwavering determination. As the hall emptied, leaving only Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, Sengoku broke the silence. "Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Tsuru, stay back." Among the admiral candidates, Akainu's expression soured. He believed he was ready for promotion, and there were precedents for admirals under 40, Admiral Zephyr being a prime example. But with the world government's orders, his ambitions were stymied. Once the hall cleared, leaving the 3 senior officers, Zephyr couldn't help but voice his concerns. "So, when is Garp scheduled for a return?" We could really use his help once the world draft is initiated. We'll have quite a few elite talents coming in. I can't handle them all alone. Well, not for long. We will soon have our original numbers replenished and more, Sengoku replied. Tsuru and Zephyr raised their eyebrows in surprise. Are we really going to draft admirals too? Tsuru asked in shock. The position of admiral was not given easily. Even those who had been with the Marines for decades underwent thorough background checks before being appointed. Now, Sengoku was proposing that the world government had allowed direct drafting of admirals. Yes. The world government has provided a list of potential candidates, and there will be more as we announce the world military draft worldwide. Sengoku placed more than half a dozen folders on the table, detailing individuals with potential for admiral-level promotion. Tsuru and Zephyr each picked up a folder and started browsing. So how many admirals are we looking at? Zephyr questioned, his eyes scanning the folder. The world government has permitted us to bolster our ranks with 2 new admirals. It seems they have no intention of letting Admiral Aganya truly join the Marine ranks. We will also need a new instructor for the elite camp to give you more time for official matters. Additionally, we need to find a chief warden for Impel Down, Sengoku declared. Zephyr was currently managing the elite training camp along with his regular duties because there were no suitable admiral-level powerhouses to train the elite recruits. This is a big change. How did you even manage to convince the world government? Tsuru asked skeptically. She still couldn't believe they had suddenly allowed the Marines such a significant boost in power. Sengoku's brows furrowed with concern. I did not make the request. It was the world government that put forth this suggestion. As for why, here is your answer. Sengoku pushed 3 folders toward them, which Tsuru and Zephyr picked up and read, shock evident in their eyes. The reports were top secret, directly from the highest intelligence team of the world government. Golden Lion Shiki. Tsuru's voice trailed off as she read about Shiki's eradication of an affiliated country in the West Blue, claiming it as his domain and expanding his influence rapidly. But the second folder held even more alarming news, the rise of the so-called Revolutionary Army and their exploits in liberating countries. Their recent actions in the Sorbet Kingdom were detailed, and a bounty poster of the Revolutionary Army's leader slipped through the folder. This man was officially going to be declared the world's worst criminal. Wanted. Monkey D. Dragon. Dead or alive. 4,012,500,000 belly. However, it was the third piece of intel that left Tsuru and Zephyr speechless. They turned to Sengoku, who nodded in confirmation. The folder contained information on an unprecedented threat, one that had the potential to destabilize the entire world. Sengoku's voice was grave as he spoke. The world is changing rapidly. We are facing threats on multiple fronts. The Golden Lion Shiki, the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon, and, as for the last folder, I don't have to say what this means to the world. We must be prepared for anything. Tsuru and Zephyr exchanged a worried glance. The magnitude of the threats they faced was daunting. The Marines needed to be stronger than ever to protect the world from the chaos that loomed on the horizon. We have a lot of work ahead of us, Tsuru said, her voice resolute. Fleet Admiral, I suggest that the sooner you bring back Vice Admiral Garp, the more secure our Marines will be in these troubled times. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Let's get to work. We have a world to protect. As they delved deeper into the reports, the gravity of their mission became clearer. The Marine strength would be tested like never before, and it was up to them to rise to the occasion. With determination and unity, they prepared to face the turbulent times ahead. Chapter 175, Dawn Island, East Blue. It had been a few weeks since Portgas D. Ace was born, and we finally made it to Garp's hometown in Fusha Village. I had fully recovered to my peak, and after being able to move around, I met both Rouge and Ace. Little Ace was a ball of energy, despite being just a few days old. My voice of all things could detect that his bloodline was strong. With the help of Little Mancherry and Robin, Rouge had recovered remarkably well. She had thanked me, especially Mancherry, with tears in her eyes after realizing she had been saved. Originally, she had no hope of surviving Ace's birth, knowing her own condition better than anyone else, but my intervention had changed the fates of both little Ace and Rouge. As our small ship approached the island, I turned my attention to it. Robin was holding Ace and whispering softly, while Rouge looked at the island she would soon call home. Bogart had already left to make arrangements for Garp's return. He would soon be bringing a marine warship, as Garp had told me he would be rejoining active duty now that Sengoku had taken over as fleet admiral. "Home, sweet home!" Garp exclaimed as the ship finally docked at the small port on Dawn Island. "You sure you don't want to come along, brat? Fusha has some of the best delicacies to offer, and I'm sure you could take a few days' break from all the pirating," Garp offered as he stood on the pier. Behind him stood Rouge, holding little Ace. By my side on the ship, Robin, Mancherry, and even Leo were sulking about separating from little Ace. I had an important matter to take care of, and Fusha village could wait. After all, I was going to be a frequent visitor to this island in East Blue, which would very well become one of the most important places in all of the One Piece world. "No, Garp-san. Maybe next time. But let me ask you one last time, are you sure you don't want me to take care of little Ace?" The three who were sulking glared at Garp as if he were the monster denying them little Ace. Robin, who had now spent more than a month with us, had warmed up and even started calling herself Donquxote Robin, which was actually kind of amusing. "Brat! Don't make me beat you up again. And remember, as my grandson Ace grows up, if you feed him any nonsense about becoming a pirate and all that, I will personally hunt you down." Garp huffed. "For the past few weeks at sea, we have been having a funny argument about what Ace would become in the future. Garp was dead set on making Ace a marine, while I was adamant that Ace would become a pirate just like his father. However, Rouge had no strong opinions about the matter and would let Ace choose what he wanted to become for himself once he grew up. We soon said our farewells, with Leo breaking down in tears despite always boasting that he was the strongest in the crew. "So where to next, Rosdano?" Miyamoto asked as he steered the ship into open waters. I looked at my two blades that lay before me. Kitetsu was already broken, so it was time for me to find a new blade and, if possible, see if Kitetsu could be reforged. Although it may not suit me, I could pass it down to someone. "Set course for Shimatsuki village," I said, pointing at a small dot on the map for Miyamoto, whose brows rose in surprise when I mentioned the name of the village. His mind started racing with the possibilities of the village's connection to Wano. He turned to me curiously, as if wanting to know if it really had any connection. I couldn't help but smile. "Remember those people who left Wano country all those years ago?" Miyamoto nodded. Even the rest of the crew were now concentrating on what I said, while Robin started jotting things down in her personal journal. She now had a goal in life, to record the entire history of this world, not just the Void Century. Her ambition was greater. She wanted to uncover history as far back as she could dig. I had already given her the books that Odin had shared with me, except for his personal journal, which contained secrets the whole world was looking for. But I did not bother with the book and just kept it safe. Maybe someday in the future, when I truly wanted to know about the adventures of Roger and his crew, I might read the journal. The members of the Shimatsuki clan who had left back then settled down in East Blue, and this Shimatsuki village was created by them, I explained. Miyamoto's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but ask, "So does that mean Kazaburo-sama is there?" Miyamoto asked with reverence in his tone. Shimatsuki Kazaburo was a figure known throughout Wano as a formidable samurai, but what made him infamous was his skill as a grandmaster-level swordsmith. Enma, a sword currently wielded by Odin, the shogun of Wano, was personally crafted by Kazaburo. "Well, we'll just have to get there and see for ourselves whether he is there or not," I encouraged Miyamoto with a smile. With renewed vigor, he took the helm. If we had paddles, I am sure he would have started paddling the ship to make it go faster. "By the way, where is Lucci?" Robin asked, looking around the ship for her friend. "Where do you think?" Since he heard that Ross trained by swimming through the seas when he was young, he spent more time in the water than on the ship, Leo commented, a hint of amusement in his voice. Robin peered over the ship's railing, trying to spot Lucci. Lucci had not cared much about saying farewell to Garp or Rouge. To him, helping Rouge was merely an order that came from me. I was keeping track of Lucci's movements and had to admit that having him join our family was one of the best decisions we had ever made. He was growing at a monstrous rate, and even his hockey training was going smoothly. I made a mental note to acquire the devil fruit I had in mind for him. Once that happened, our family would have someone with the potential to rival even me in the future. As Robin leaned over the railing, her eyes scanned the waves for any sign of Lucci. The ocean sparkled in the sunlight, its vast expanse stretching endlessly in every direction. Just as she was about to give up, a sleek, dark shape broke the surface. Little Lucci emerged, cutting through the water with powerful, effortless strokes. He swam towards the ship with the grace and speed of a predator, his movements fluid and precise. Just then, my observation hockey picked up on a life form rapidly closing in on Lucci's position. Even Lucci seemed to have detected the approaching Sea King, preparing himself for the confrontation. I could deter the Sea King with my presence alone, but that would deny Lucci the valuable practice he needed. It was a good method to improve combat instincts, especially against Sea Kings, which were notoriously unpredictable. Soon, the massive Sea King surfaced, and to my surprise, I immediately recognized it. It was none other than the Lord of the Coast, the Sea King in the canon, who had taken the arm of one of the 4 emperors. I couldn't help but chuckle. There was no way this creature could have taken Shank's arm unless he allowed it voluntarily, even if caught off guard. The Lord of the Coast's appearance was menacing, with its gaping maw and rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Its scales glistened, and it let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the sea. Lucci, undeterred, remained calm and focused, his eyes locked onto the beast. "Let's see how you handle this, Lucci," I murmured to myself, curious to observe his performance against such a formidable opponent. The Sea King lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut with a thunderous clap. But Lucci was ready. With a swift use of Jeppo, he propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the beast's deadly bite. He hung in the air for a moment, his eyes locked on the Sea King, analyzing its movements with keen precision. "Jeppo!" Lucci called out, his legs moving so rapidly that he seemed to be running on air. He danced around the Sea King, moving faster than the eye could follow. The beast, confused and enraged, snapped at the air, trying to catch the elusive target. Knowing that it had missed its mark repeatedly, the Sea King roared in anger, splashing waves of water around furiously and circling back to confront its prey again. However, Lucci used Soru and appeared at the Sea King's flank, demonstrating his exceptional control of the Rokushiki techniques. He also had a decent hold on both armament hockey and observation hockey. Busashoku Koka. Lucci's entire arm blackened as he channeled a layer of hockey and launched himself forward, aiming squarely for the Sea King's face. Meteor Fist. Boom! The shockwaves reverberated for hundreds of meters as the Sea King staggered, some of its fangs shattering from the powerful attack. The maw of the Sea King had been visibly deformed from a single punch, and the beast roared in pain, blood flowing from its mouth. If anyone familiar with the Lord of the Coast had witnessed this, they would have been dumbfounded to see a boy not even 10 years old beating the crap out of the beast they had feared for decades. The little ones on the boat watched in awe as Lucci continued pummeling the massive Sea King, their eyes wide as Lucci showcased his incredible strength and skill. Robin made a mental note to go ahead and ask Ross to train her as well in the future, while Leo, still teary-eyed from the recent farewell, couldn't help but cheer for his crewmate. The Sea King, enraged and desperate, thrashed about, sending waves crashing in all directions. But Lucci was relentless. Using Jeppo, he stayed above the fray, darting in and out with precision strikes. "Tekai!" Lucci called out, his body becoming as hard as steel as the Sea King swung its massive tail at him. The impact sent a tremor through the air, but Lucci held firm, using the momentum to launch himself higher into the air. From his vantage point, Lucci observed the Sea King's movements, predicting its next attack. As the beast lunged again, Lucci used Rankyaku, a powerful kick that sent a slicing blade of compressed air towards the Sea King's eye. Rankyaku. The air blades sliced through the Sea King's defenses, striking its eye with surgical precision. The beast howled in pain, its thrashing becoming more frantic as it tried to shake off the relentless assault. Sure gone. Lucci's finger, hardened with armament hockey, pierced through the Sea King's thick hide, driving deep into its flesh. The precision and force of the attack caused another spurt of blood, adding to the beast's mounting injuries. Despite its massive size and fearsome appearance, the Sea King was being systematically dismantled by the small, determined figure of Lucci. His movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his rigorous training and natural talent. The Sea King, now blinded in one eye and bleeding profusely, with rage purging through its every pores, made a desperate attempt to crush its opponent. It reared back, opening its massive jaws wide, and lunged at Lucci with all its remaining strength. But Lucci was ready. Using Kami, he became as light as a feather, dodging the beast's attack with effortless grace. He moved with such speed and agility that it seemed as though he was floating through the air. Busashoku Koka. Lucci's voice rang out again as he channeled his haki into his legs. Rankyakugeishu. He delivered a powerful, haki-infused kick that sent a massive blade of compressed air slicing through the Sea King's neck. The attack was devastating, cutting through flesh and bone with ease. The attack left a massive gash, which exposed its very spine. If the Sea King hadn't moved its head out of instinct, then its entire head would have been severed from its body. The Lord of the Coast roared in pain and crashed into the sea with a tremendous splash. The beast's massive body convulsed and thrashed in tremendous pain for a moment before it turned to face Lucci again. However, it no longer held the idea of challenging him. Now, it only wanted to get away from this formidable opponent. Just as Lucci was about to deliver the killing blow, a pebble hit his leg, diverting his aim and causing the compressed air blade to miss its mark. With a final roar of both challenge and grievance, the Sea King looked in my direction before plunging back into the sea. Though it was a beast, it seemed to understand that I had just saved its life. Lucci soon landed on the ship, sulking because I had taken his kill away. Haha, Lucci, you have no idea how important that guy is. He's a mini-boss, you see, I said sheepishly, but Lucci didn't understand what I was talking about. He chose to ignore it because almost everyone in the family knew that sometimes I said things that didn't make sense to any of them. They were used to it by now. Lucci returned to where little Robin and the rest were standing. Robin looked up at him, her eyes wide with admiration. That was amazing, Lucci. You were incredible, she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Lucci shrugged, trying to hide his disappointment. It would have been better if Master Ross hadn't interfered, he muttered, though there was no real bitterness in his tone. Leo clapped and jumped onto Lucci's shoulders, his face split in a wide grin. Don't worry about it, Lucci. You did great. That Sea King didn't stand a chance against you. Miyamoto, who had been steering the ship, nodded in agreement. Indeed, your skills are impressive for someone so young. You would have made a quite fearsome samurai, Lucci Dono. Lucci nodded, appreciating the praise but still feeling the sting of having his victory taken away. He glanced over at me with curiosity in his eyes. Why did you stop me, Master? That Sea King could have been grilled or barbecued. I chuckled, ruffling his hair. There are some battles you don't need to fight to the end, Lucci. Sometimes, letting your opponent live teaches you more than killing them. Besides, that Sea King is special, it has a role to play in the future. You'll understand one day. Lucci sighed but didn't argue. He knew that I had reasons for everything I did, even if they didn't always make sense to him. As the ship continued its journey, the crew settled back into their routines, though the excitement of the battle still lingered in the air. Lucci, despite his sulking, couldn't hide the sense of accomplishment he felt. He had faced a formidable opponent and come out on top, proving his strength and skill to himself and his crewmates. Chapter 176, An Undisclosed Location, North Blue. A high-profile meeting was underway between various underground forces, mafia syndicates, and criminal organizations from North Blue, or at least what was left of these once mighty factions. The room was thick with tension, and fear was palpable among the attendees. These men, once monsters feared by the world, were now hiding, running for their lives since the man known as the Heavenly Demon had returned to North Blue. Doflamingo was hunting down his enemies with relentless fury. He had already taken down 2 of the 6 underworld emperors. He's a madman. A fucking madman. A man in a black suit ranted, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. All I did back then was purchase the assets he left behind. I didn't even have any connection with the events. But that demon killed them all, killed every last one from my family. His face contorted in agony as he recounted the horror. When he returned home from a business trip, he found his entire estate in ruins. All his men and family were slaughtered, and the estate was burned to the ground. He had narrowly escaped the massacre. His absence was the only thing that saved him from the same grisly fate. We need to stop him. Another voice chimed in, this one belonging to a burly man seated at the head of the table. He was one of the underworld emperors, currently controlling the smuggling ring. Doflamingo is dead set on hunting everyone down. He's out for vengeance, and he won't stop until he kills us all. Even the 5 families of the West have retreated completely from North Blue to defend themselves on their home turf. The burly man's voice was steady, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. Since the massacre on the wedding night, many parties related to the Donquxote family's downfall have tried to retaliate against the demon, but nothing seems to work. Doflamingo's wrath was unparalleled, his power was too great. He won't stop, a third voice interjected, softer but no less intense. It belonged to a woman, her face shadowed by the dim light. Doflamingo won't stop until he's purged North Blue of every last one of us. We need to band together, pool our resources. It's the only way we stand a chance. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The underworld emperors and their allies knew the truth in her words. Alone, they were vulnerable, but together, they might stand a chance. Do we have any intelligence on his movements? Someone asked. A man seated in the corner, dressed in a sharp suit and sporting a scar across his cheek with an eye missing and most of his body scorched, leaned forward. We've had our eyes on him, but what's the use? I set all 1,000 of my men to surround and kill him, but the bastard just laughed and started killing us for sport. Even his subordinates just stood by and watched as Doflamingo alone was enough to slaughter my men, who were equipped with sea stone bullets, and I even had 3 devil fruit users amongst my men. I threw myself into the sea so I could survive. Frustration and fear mingled in the air, a potent cocktail that made even the most hardened criminals uneasy. We need to draw him out, the burly man said, his voice cutting through the chatter. We need a plan that forces him into the open, where we can hit him with everything we've got. The woman leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. We could use bait. Something he can't resist. But what would that be? Perhaps, she said, her voice steady. Or maybe we can find someone powerful enough to challenge Doflamingo. Someone who hates him as much as we do. Who? The scarred man asked, a flicker of hope in his eyes. There's always someone, she replied. We just have to find them. But first, we need to get out of here. Staying in one place makes us easy targets. We need to find someone he cares about, the burly man said. Someone who can be the bait. A silence fell over the room as they pondered the question. What could tempt the heavenly demon enough to draw him into a trap? His brother, I heard that he has a brother who he loves, another man smoking a cigar said finally. Doflamingo is too strong for us to take on. So if we can exploit that and use his own brother against him, as long as we capture Doflamingo's brother, we might have a chance. Contrary to the man's expectations, the room plunged into a deathly silence. Many who were aware of the matter and had connections with the New World turned to face the fool who had suggested the idea. Doflamingo was already something they couldn't handle, and they were running for their lives. The thought of going after his brother was simply suicidal. Realizing he had made a fool of himself, the man awkwardly sank back into his seat, puffing nervously on his cigar. How about we place a new bounty on him in the underworld, another suggested, breaking the tense silence. No, a seasoned smuggler countered, shaking his head. I don't think anyone would even dare go after his head. Don't you know what he did to those bounty hunters who tried? Even simply thinking about it sends chills down my spine. I just hope I don't die like that. Now I regret ever involving myself with that matter back then, he sighed, frustration evident in his voice. It's all the world government's fault. A burly man roared, slamming his fist on the table. If they had just disposed of him when they captured the bastard back then, we wouldn't be hiding like rats now. Bang! A gunshot echoed inside the dimly lit room, cutting off the man's rant mid-sentence. He slumped forward, blood trickling from a bullet hole in his head. A hushed silence fell as everyone turned their heads in the direction of the gunshot. From within the shadows, 3 figures stepped out, adorned in white suits and wearing different styles of masks. The room's atmosphere shifted from fear to dread as the infamous world government agents revealed themselves. CP0, someone whispered, barely audible. The lead agent, wearing a mask with intricate designs, stepped forward. One should think 3 times before opening their mouth and openly insulting the world government. Now that's an offense punishable by death, he said, his voice cold and emotionless. Your attempts to conspire against Doflamingo are futile. He is not something people like you can handle alone. The realization of who these agents were sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. CP0, the elite and secretive unit of the world government, had a reputation for ruthlessness and efficiency. You think placing a bounty will help you bring down a pirate who has been clashing in the New World supremacy? The second agent mocked, their voice muffled by the mask. Doflamingo's reach extends far beyond what you can comprehend. He is a resourceful man, and we suspect he already knows about your little get-together. A murmur of fear and confusion rippled through the room. The attendees, once proud and powerful, now found themselves reduced to cowering criminals, cornered by a force far greater than any they had ever faced. What is the world government cipher pole doing here? The woman questioned, her voice a mixture of curiosity and defiance. The CP0 leader turned his gaze to her, his expression unreadable behind the intricately designed mask. Not many knew about the existence of the Aegis Division, and after a brief silence, he spoke. We are here with a proposal. As you stand now, Doflamingo will sooner or later hunt you down like dogs, one by one. Your fates are sealed unless you find a way to bring down Doflamingo, the CP0 agent declared, his eyes sweeping across everyone present at the table. Why are you helping us now? The world government left us to our fate. So why now? What are you guys planning, and even then, how do you propose we take down that monster? I am sure you are aware that he has a bounty of over 1.5 billion belly. That kind of powerful man should not be in the Four Blues, the underworld emperor commented. Although displeased with the world government's actions, he couldn't ignore the possibility that this might be their last saving straw. We have our own agendas, which you don't need to worry about. If you don't want to be part of the plan, you can leave any time, the CP0 leader remarked with a smirk. Everyone in the room knew that anyone who tried to leave would meet the same fate as the dead man slumped on the table. Good! Now that we have all come to an agreement, I must say that luring out Doflamingo is the only way to confront him. As for the current Donquxote family, there is one thing that might lure Doflamingo into a trap, the CP0 leader said. He pulled out a small chest, placing it on the table before opening it. Inside lay a devil fruit, its swirling patterns and vibrant colors unmistakable. With their limited knowledge, the attendees couldn't discern what kind of devil fruit it was, but they waited for the CP0 agent to explain. This is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. I am sure the Donquxote family would be interested if such a fruit were to be auctioned, he chuckled. Since the massacre in Level 6 of Impel Down, hundreds of devil fruits have returned to circulation in the seas, and many are popping up throughout the world. Greed was evident on many faces around the table when the CP0 leader revealed that it was a mythical Zoan fruit. The allure of such a rare and powerful treasure was almost palpable, but no one dared to reach for it. They all knew too well the fate of anyone who tried to take something that belonged to the world government. The air in the room was thick with tension, a potent mix of avarice and fear. The dimly lit room, filled with the faint scent of cigar smoke and the quiet hum of hushed whispers, felt almost suffocating. The soft, Flickering light from the chandelier cast eerie shadows on the walls, making the masked faces of the CP0 agents seem even more menacing. The sight of the fruit, with its swirling, almost hypnotic patterns, only intensified the atmosphere. A bead of sweat trickled down the temple of one of the underworld figures, a portly man known for his ruthless dealings in the black market. His eyes were fixated on the fruit, and for a moment, he looked like he might reach out and grab it. But then his gaze flickered to the CP0 agents, their presence a stark reminder of the power and danger they represented. He quickly averted his eyes, the desire for self-preservation overpowering his greed. The CP0 leader, sensing the room's hesitation, allowed a thin smile to crease his lips behind the mask. "Good. You understand the stakes," he said, his voice smooth and authoritative. "This fruit is not for you to take. It is a tool, a means to an end. Use it wisely, and it may just save your lives." The world government was aware that the Donquxote brothers were actively hunting for devil fruits. Confirmed sources indicated that within the short time they had resurfaced, they had acquired nearly half a dozen devil fruits, with potentially more obtained in secret. In such a time, if a mythical Zoan fruit, one of the rarest devil fruit types, were to be auctioned in North Blue, Doflamingo would undoubtedly take the bait. No! It wouldn't work. Doflamingo is too smart to fall for it. None of our powers can auction the fruit, as he will immediately know it's a trap. Even the world government auctioning it would be too high profile, the woman countered, analyzing the feasibility of the plan. The CP0 agent chuckled. "Of course, we have considered this issue. That is why we suggest you reach out to Germa 66 to conduct this auction. In the meantime, you can also pool your resources and hire Germa to take down Doflamingo once and for all," he commented. The CP0 leader couldn't help but smirk. For them, it wasn't a loss if either force perished. These desperate men and women, clinging to their fading power, would pool their resources to hire Germa. They already had intel that Germa was looking for massive funding, and Judge was someone they needed to deal with, especially because of his involvement with MADS. As for the devil fruit, if things went south, they would simply take it away. The room fell silent as the criminals considered the proposal. The idea of involving Germa 66, a mercenary force known for its advanced technology and ruthless efficiency, was both tempting and terrifying. They were notorious for their combat prowess and scientific advancements, but hiring them would come at a steep cost. A woman, her sharp features partially obscured by a dark veil, leaned forward. "How do we know this plan will work? Doflamingo is not a fool. He will see through any obvious trap." The CP0 agent nodded, acknowledging her concern. "Indeed, Doflamingo is cunning. But he is also ambitious and greedy. The lure of a mythical Zoan fruit is too great for him to ignore. Especially given the recent surge in devil fruit circulation. He will come, and when he does, you guys can get rid of him once and for all." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The suggestion of involving Germa 66, with their formidable technology and mercenary prowess, lent a new layer of credibility to the plan. The criminals present, though driven by their own interests, recognized the necessity of a united front against such a powerful foe. "But why would Germa 66 help us?" Another man asked, his voice laced with skepticism. "They are mercenaries, not our allies. What's in it for them?" The CP0 leader's eyes gleamed with a knowing look. Germa 66 is in need of funding. Their recent endeavors have stretched their resources thin. Offering them a substantial sum in exchange for their services will ensure their cooperation. And make no mistake, their involvement will tip the scales in your favor. The room fell silent as everyone considered the proposal. The stakes were high, but so was the potential reward. The thought of finally being free from Doflamingo's relentless pursuit was too enticing to dismiss. "Fine," the burly underworld emperor finally said, his voice carrying a weight of reluctant determination. "We'll pool our resources and contact Germa 66. But if this plan fails, the world government will have more than just Doflamingo to worry about." "We have no other choice," the woman finally said, breaking the silence. If we want to survive, we need to take this risk. We need to reach out to Germa 66 and lure Doflamingo into the open. In that case, we will help you coordinate with Germa 66 and ensure everything goes according to plan, the CP0 leader assured them with a sinister chuckle. Remember, this is your best chance to bring down Doflamingo. Do not waste it. As the meeting adjourned, the criminals dispersed, each with a sense of grim determination. They knew the risks involved, but the prospect of freedom from Doflamingo's relentless pursuit was worth the gamble. The CP0 agents watched them leave, satisfied that their plan was set in motion. In the shadows, the CP0 leader communicated with his superiors, confident that the operation would bring about a significant shift in power. They had set the pieces on the board, and now, it was only a matter of time before the game began. Chapter 177, Three Whale Island, New World. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the island, shaking the very ground beneath the inhabitants' feet. The once peaceful island of whalers, home to a modest population of honest folk, had been transformed into a nightmarish lair of terror and despair ever since the beast pirates claimed it as their own a month ago. The day the beast pirates arrived was a day of horror etched forever in the memories of the islanders. Kaido, their monstrous leader, unleashed his wrath upon the helpless villagers, killing them wantonly to satiate his insatiable anger. His fury was fueled by the devastating battle with Odin, which had left his once mighty crew decimated. More than 3/4 of his original crew had perished in Wano, with many more deserting after witnessing Kaido himself flee from the battlefield. The crew that once numbered in the thousands is now reduced to mere hundreds, a shadow of its former glory. Kaido had been training like a madman since their arrival on the island. His rage was volcanic, and whenever it erupted, it was the innocent villagers who paid the price. He would descend upon the village, torturing and killing indiscriminately, his anger manifesting in horrific violence. At the edge of the island, Kaido stood, his massive frame looming over the tranquil sea. His once unblemished body now bore 3 large scars, each a testament to a fierce battle fought and nearly lost. 2 of the scars were given by Odin, the legendary samurai who had wounded Kaido deeply. The third, and largest, scar slashed across his back, a painful reminder of an attack from an unknown assailant. Yet, Kaido's instincts told him who the attacker was. There were few people in the world who could wield lightning as a weapon. Kaido roared in anger, the sound echoing like thunder. He slammed his fist into the water, sending waves crashing around him. The ocean itself seemed to recoil from his fury. His eyes burned with rage and frustration. Every breath he took was a reminder of his defeat, and every scar was a symbol of his vulnerability. Kaido, the indomitable beast, was haunted by the specters of those who had dared to defy him and nearly succeeded. He clenched his fists, and the muscles in his arms bulged with raw power. The water around his feet hissed and steamed from the sheer heat of his fury. Memories of the battle with Odin flashed through his mind, each swing of Odin's sword, each strike that had found its mark. And then came the attack that had come from nowhere, the searing pain of lightning tearing through his flesh. "Curse you, Odin!" Kaido bellowed, his voice a roar that sent flocks of birds scattering into the sky. "Curse you and that lightning-wielding bastard!" His followers watched from a distance, fear and awe mingling in their eyes. They had seen Kaido in many states, drunk, wrathful, victorious, but this simmering fury was different. It was the fury of a wounded beast, more dangerous and unpredictable than ever. Kaido's mind churned with thoughts of revenge. He would rebuild his crew, stronger and more loyal than before. He would crush anyone who stood in his way, reclaiming his place as one of the mightiest forces in the world. And he would find the one who had scarred his back, making them pay dearly for their audacity. As the sun set, casting a blood-red glow over the island, Kaido stood at the shore, a titan against the dying light. His scars throbbed with pain, a constant reminder of his need for vengeance. He would not rest until he had hunted down every last one of his enemies and restored his name to its former glory. "Kaido-sama," a voice echoed across the beach. Kaido turned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he saw King, one of the few who still believed in him despite his loss. King's loyalty was unwavering, and Kaido acknowledged his presence with a curt nod before turning his attention back to the horizon. He stood waist-deep in seawater, training his resistance. He didn't know if this method would work, but he was desperate to grow stronger. The battle in Wano had shattered his belief in his invulnerability, teaching him a painful lesson. "Kaido-sama, a CP agent has come to meet you," King announced. Before Kaido could respond, another voice, dripping with mockery, echoed from behind King. "Ah, the mighty 100 beasts Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, running and hiding from a battle. Who would have known that you would have such a day too?" The CP leader taunted, unaware that Kaido's anger was already at a boiling point. The mere presence of the government agents was enough to enrage him, but he maintained his calm, not lashing out immediately. "It seems that you are not as invincible as you make people believe you to be," the CP leader chuckled. "Why are you here?" Kaido's voice was a low growl, a barely contained storm of fury. The CP agents had no idea that their fates were already sealed. "I am just here to renegotiate the terms of the agreement you previously had with the world government and also to give you a piece of good news," the agent continued, his tone mocking. Kaido felt every word coming out of the agent's mouth was an insult. "Well, now that you are in no position to supply us with advanced weapons and sea stone, you need to pay us back in a different way. You have taken the world government's resources and money, so it is only right you pay something back." Before he could finish, a large palm clasped his masked face in a vice-like grip. Kaido's eyes burned with fury. "Let them know I will come for them too," Kaido hissed. The other two CP agents, who had followed the leader, moved to act, but King was quicker. A blade pierced through one of the agents' backs as King attacked the moment Kaido moved. The CP leader struggled in Kaido's grasp, but Kaido's grip tightened. The pressure increased until the agent's head popped like a balloon. Kaido had no more interest in dealing with the world government. He realized he had been too naive to deal with them directly. His first course of action would be to rebuild his crew along with a base, and then he would go on a hunt to bring down everyone who stood against him. He tossed aside the corpse and returned to his training. Kaido now understood that relying too much on his devil fruit would doom him sooner or later. His haki still had a long way to go if he truly wanted to become the king of the world. The sea lapped around his waist, each wave a reminder of his vulnerability, and his determination hardened. He would emerge stronger and more fearsome than ever, and those who had dared to challenge him would pay the ultimate price. Kaido's eyes turned to King, who had finished off the second agent. "King, summon the remaining crew." "We have work to do," Kaido ordered. King nodded. "Yes, Kaido-sama." Kaido's mind churned with plans for revenge and rebuilding. He would not rest until his power was absolute, and those who had defied him lay broken at his feet. The scars on his body were a constant reminder of his past failures, but they also fueled his resolve. He would turn his pain into power, his defeat into victory. The world would tremble once more at the name of Kaido, the king of beasts. Wano Kuni, New World. Whitebeard sat majestically on a specially prepared seat, while Oden occupied the shogun's seat. Wano, which had remained closed for centuries, had hosted the Whitebeard pirates, who had come to their rescue when the world government and marines had besieged them. Whitebeard and his crew had stayed back to ensure that Oden had the time to recover completely and stabilize Wano. "So, the world government is already making such a power play?" Whitebeard commented as he read through the latest intelligence that Marco had passed to him. Even Oden, who held a similar copy, couldn't help but frown. The main piece of information was about the military world draft. The Marines were planning to expand at an unprecedented rate. From the approximate numbers, it seemed like their total strength would almost double. The surprising fact for Whitebeard was that the world government had agreed to this. Although the Marines were under their command, they had never wanted to allow the Marines more power than intended, so they could be kept in check. "Pops, it's just a military draft. At best, they would get more regular troops. I don't think many from the New World would even bother joining the Marines, and the Four Blues are not really going to provide them with quality forces," young Marco commented. Marco had been growing steadily and was fitting well into the role of 1st Division commander, but it seemed like he still held some arrogance as part of Whitebeard's crew. "You truly underestimate the Four Blues, Marco. I can list a dozen names off the top of my head, and every one of these fellows came from the Four Blues. You shouldn't underestimate a place. Have you forgotten that the man who conquered the seas came from the East Blue, which is considered the weakest of the seas? And the man who rivaled him also came from the same East Blue," Whitebeard replied, his voice carrying the weight of experience. Marco fell silent, absorbing his captain's words. Whitebeard's gaze shifted back to the report at hand, his thoughts a mix of concern and confidence. He was not worried about the Marine's abrupt declaration of a world draft because, as long as he was alive, no one could touch what was his. Of that, he was confident. Odin, meanwhile, was deep in thought. The world government must be planning something big to agree to such a massive expansion. They never give the Marines more power than necessary. Whitebeard nodded. Indeed. This draft isn't just about numbers. It's about preparation. They're getting ready for something. But what could it be? Marco asked, his curiosity piqued. What could they be preparing for? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. War, perhaps. Or a significant shift in power dynamics. The new world is full of unpredictable elements. They might be trying to consolidate their control. Odin spoke up, his voice steady. Whatever it is, we need to be prepared. Wayno has just recovered, and we can't afford another conflict so soon. Marco turned to Whitebeard, a serious expression on his face. Pops, do you really think the Marines can pose a threat to us? Whitebeard took a sip of his sake and looked at his 1st Division commander. The Marines are always a threat, Marco. Never underestimate your enemy. But we have something they don't, family. Our bond makes us stronger than any military force. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at his crew, his family. Let them come. We'll show them why we are the strongest in the world. Has there been any news of that bastard Kaido? Odin asked, his voice tight with anger. His fist clenched, and his knuckles turned white. If he had not taken on the responsibility of governing Wayno, he would have already embarked on a hunt for Kaido. He must be hiding at the edge of the world somewhere, Whitebeard replied, his deep voice resonating through the room. But trust me, that brat will return. If Kaido truly realizes what he lacks and starts working to mitigate his shortcomings, he will become an even more dangerous adversary for you. After all this humiliation, he's bound to make a comeback. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as he spoke, a mix of caution and advice in his tone. Kaido's devil fruit isn't simple. If that brat ever successfully awakens his devil fruit and masters his haki, he would truly become a force to reckon with. Odin's gaze hardened as he listened, the weight of Whitebeard's words sinking in. The tension in the room was palpable, a reflection of the gravity of the situation. Whitebeard continued, Kaido's fruit is a mythical Zoan, one of the rarest types, and even among mythical Zoans, his fruit seems to hold a special place. If he awakens it and combines it with advanced haki, he could reach a level of power that even I would respect. Right now, he's licking his wounds, but if he emerges stronger, he could become a true apex predator of this world. Odin's brow furrowed in thought. He knew the potential dangers Kaido posed, but hearing Whitebeard's analysis made it all the more real. I won't let that happen, Odin vowed, his voice low but filled with determination. Whitebeard nodded, understanding Odin's resolve. That's the spirit. But remember, Odin, power isn't just about strength. It's about strategy and will. Kaido will be more cunning after his defeat. You need to be ready for anything. Now that you have taken responsibility for Wayno, you have a duty to your people. And worry not, we, the Whitebeard pirates, will come to your aid. After all, I can't have my brother fighting his battles alone. So, you guys have planned to depart early? Odin switched the topic because he knew that the Whitebeard pirates were leaving to attend to another important matter. Yes, we've been getting repeated reports from Fishman Island. The island is being ravaged, and a few among my crew have wished for me to intervene directly, Whitebeard commented. With more than 20 divisions now, he had quite a few fishmen among his crew, and his sons had made a heartfelt plea to help Fishman Island. "So, you are planning to declare Fishman Island as your territory?" Odin asked with a smile. He knew how Newgate acted. Once he set his mind on something, there were no half measures. Whitebeard took a large gulp of sake and bellowed with laughter. "I am going to teach all those upstart brats what happens when they mess with my family." Odin couldn't help but join in the laughter. The room seemed to lighten, if only for a moment, as the two powerful men shared a moment of camaraderie. The bond between them was strong, forged through battles and mutual respect. "Fishman Island is lucky to have you as their protector," Odin remarked, his tone sincere. "With you declaring it as your territory, no one would dare touch it." Odin leaned back, his mind briefly drifting to the peaceful times he hoped to secure for Wayno. "It's good to know you'll always have our backs, Newgate-san." Whitebeard's expression softened. "Always, Odin. We're family, and family looks out for each other. Now, about Kaido." "Leave Kaido to me," Odin interrupted, his voice filled with determination. "I will ensure Wayno is ready for his return. I won't let him bring suffering to my people again." Whitebeard smiled, a mixture of pride and concern in his eyes. "I know you will, brother. Just remember, if you ever need us, we'll be here." No one fights alone in the Whitebeard family. Chapter 178, Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. "So this is where the people from the Shimatsuki clan who left all those years ago settled?" Miyamoto asked in wonder. The man was eager to meet one of the Grandmaster swordsmiths, cutting the travel time by half. He was as excited as a child about the new places they visited. Every experience was novel to him. The only one who maintained a semblance of calm was Lucci. Meanwhile, Robin, Leo, and Mancheri were already playing tag on the beach. My observation hockey picked up more than 50 villagers, carrying makeshift weapons, and made their way toward us. "Visitors, please get behind us. There are pirates coming to raid the village," the man in the lead spoke. However, there was no fear in his eyes, as if they were used to pirates regularly. Then his eyes set on Miyamoto, who was dressed in his samurai attire. His eyes sparkled. "Sir! By any chance, are you a samurai?" he questioned, for the people of Shimatsuki village saw samurais with reverence. Even if the pirates were too much for them to handle, they just had to send a word to Ishin Dojo, and the samurai masters from the dojo would come and decimate the pirates. Miyamoto turned to me to ask for instructions on whether he should reveal his connections to Wayno. I simply shrugged. "Miyamoto-san, why don't you take care of those ruffians? I'm sure the people would like to see a samurai from Wayno in action." I gestured towards the sea, where a small galleon-sized ship flying pirate colors was making its way towards the island. The crowd sparkled with reverence when they understood that Miyamoto was truly a samurai from the homeland of samurais. Miyamoto was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with veteran vice admirals, so these no-name pirates of East Blue were a cakewalk. Even little Lucci could decimate them with both his hands tied behind his back. "Don't hold back, Miyamoto-san. The prestige of Wayno is on the line," I chuckled, teasing him. The villagers, who had come to confront the pirates, watched Miyamoto's every move with reverence. I doubted these people might start a faith-worshipping samurais. Miyamoto simply scoffed. His towering 4-meter form turned towards the sea as the pirate ship drew closer to the island. He gripped his katanas firmly in his hands as a sudden pressure erupted. If not for me countering the shockwave, many villagers would have been thrown off their feet. Notorio Iai, Phantom Bull. With blinding speed, Miyamoto infused his katanas with armament haki and unleashed a powerful cross-slash that spanned dozens of meters, targeting the galleon. A large phantom of a majestic bull roared and charged alongside the cross-slash. To the onlookers, it seemed as if a massive bull was charging on top of the seawater to run down the incoming galleon. "Turn! Turn the ship away, you bastards!" The pirate captain roared as he saw the massive attack charging in their direction. The ethereal bull was almost 5 times their ship's size. They had never seen or heard of such an attack in all their lifetimes, but they felt it was an imminent threat to their lives. However, it was too late. Within seconds, the attack reached the ship, the cross-slash tearing through it and decimating it into pieces. Most of the pirates were killed instantly, while those who fell into the sea were devoured by the Lord of the Coast, who had been following our ship for days. The Sea King was truly cunning, having followed us all the way from Fusha village and feasting on the other little bosses that Lucci killed during his swim towards Shimotsuki village. The villagers erupted in cheers and awe, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence for Miyamoto. He had not only protected their village but also reinforced the legendary status of samurais from Wano. Miyamoto, with his katanas still humming from the attack, turned back to the villagers, giving them a slight bow, acknowledging their gratitude. "Miyamoto-san," I said, clapping him on the shoulder with a suppressed laugh as he was overwhelmed by the over-enthusiastic villagers. "The prestige of Wano is in good hands." My gaze then turned towards a figure hiding behind a tree hundreds of meters away. The man had followed the villagers in secret, likely someone from Ishin Dojo who had come to ensure the villagers weren't harmed while fighting the pirates. The man seemed shocked at Miyamoto's display of power and quickly discerned that he was a samurai from Wano. The man stepped out of the shadows, and the villagers gathered around Miyamoto were surprised at the newcomer's respectful bow. "Kushiro-sama." The sentiment was echoed among the crowd. My eyes widened in realization as I recognized the young man, Kuina's father and Zoro's first mentor. Under Kushiro's orders, the villagers cleared the coast. They might not have realized who I was, but it seemed Kushiro was well aware of my identity, his hand gripping his sword tightly. One would surely become infamous with a bounty close to 2.5 billion. Donquxote Rosinante. Why is a man? He gave me a look over and realized, to his shock, that I was yet a teen. "Why is someone of your caliber out here? I don't think these people have anything that's worth your attention." His attention then turned to the samurai standing next to me. He knew that if it came to a clash, he might not be able to best Miyamoto, let alone fight me. His gaze fell onto the two swords strapped to my hip, and his eyes widened in shock and realization. "That's..." He looked at me, wanting to confirm whether what he was seeing was true. He had only ever heard descriptions of the revered blade of the sword god Ryuma but had never seen it, so he wanted to confirm it. Miyamoto, however, did not bother about Kushiro's defensive stance against us and directly inquired, "Fellow samurai, can you please direct us to where the grandmaster named Shimotsuki Kozaburo lives?" He asked with a smile that looked creepy on his rugged face, especially with those scars. "Miyamoto-san, meet Shimotsuki Kushiro, descendant of the Grandmaster Shimotsuki Kozaburo," I introduced, as both Miyamoto and Kushiro's eyes widened in surprise. I unleashed my observation haki, covering the whole island and beyond, accurately pinpointing the strongest aura within the island, which was probably the man I was looking for. Kushiro very much wanted to confront me about the blade I was carrying. Shusui was the national treasure of Wano, a revered sword that belonged to their ancestor. Now, a pirate was openly brandishing it as if it were his personal property. However, he knew that he was no match for me. Despite the urge to challenge me, Kushiro realized that I was not the kind of monster the World Economy newspaper depicted. Would such a bloodthirsty monster sail around the seas with little children in tow? And from the looks of it, the children were not being forced, they were happily running around, just like any regular children. "How do you know my name?" Kushiro questioned warily, though he made no move to draw his sword. "Well, you know who I am, so it's only fair that I know who you are, right?" I replied with a wide smile. Lucci and Robin gave me a dumbfounded stare, as if trying to say, "That actually makes no sense. You're an infamous pirate with your face plastered all over the world." They then mechanically turned their heads towards Kushiro. "We're here to meet Kozaburo-sama. Can you please take us to him? If it's too much trouble, we can find him ourselves," I added with a smile. Kushiro felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that denying my request was not an option. Kushiro hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. Finally, he nodded and gestured for us to follow him. "This way," he said, his voice steady despite the unease in his eyes. As we walked through the village, the path winding into the forest, Kushiro's curiosity and wariness were palpable. He glanced frequently at the legendary blade at my side, struggling with his inner conflict. The villagers, still in awe, whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and reverence. As we walked, Kushiro couldn't help but steal glances at my swords from time to time. "That blade, it truly belongs to the sword god Ryuma, doesn't it?" he finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Yes," I confirmed, "Shusui, the blade wielded by your ancestor Shimatsuki Ryuma himself. It was passed down to me with the blessing of the people of Ueno." Miyamoto, walking beside me, wanted to laugh at my blatant lie. He had been there when I bargained with the shogun for Ryuma's corpse and Shusui. A quick glare from me silenced him, though he couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Miyamoto had come to believe that Shusui had genuinely chosen me, so he didn't think like other samurais in Ueno. Kushiro nodded, deep in thought. "It is an honor to see such a legendary sword in person," he said quietly. "My father will be most interested in meeting you both. May I?" He hesitated, clearly wanting to take a closer look at the legendary blade rumored to have been tempered by the blood of a true dragon. I drew Shusui slowly, the black blade gleaming ominously in the dappled forest light. Kushiro's eyes widened as he took in the intricate craftsmanship and the powerful aura emanating from the sword. He reached out, then stopped himself, looking to me for permission. I nodded, and he gently took the blade, examining it with the reverence one might show a holy relic. "It's heavier than it looks," Kushiro noted, his fingers tracing the edge. "And the craftsmanship, this is truly a masterpiece. My father will be eager to see it." We continued our walk towards the secluded house of Shimatsuki Kozaburo, the atmosphere growing more solemn with each step. The villagers' awestruck whispers faded as we moved deeper into the forest. The trees thickened around us, casting long shadows that danced in the fading light. Finally, we reached a large clearing past the forest, atop a small hill covered in grassland. This appeared to be the largest plot of land on the entire island. At the summit stood a grand dojo, known as the Isshin Dojo. The front of the dojo was adorned with the Shimatsuki family crest, which consists of 2 crossed cutlasses. The Isshin Dojo was an impressive structure, built with dark wooden beams that stood out against the lush greenery. The roof was steep and elegantly curved, reminiscent of traditional architecture, with ornate tiles that glistened in the sunlight. Sliding shoji doors lined the front, opening up to a wide veranda where students were seen practicing their forms. The dojo exuded a sense of reverence and tranquility. Surrounding the dojo were meticulously maintained gardens, with stone pathways winding through carefully placed rocks, bonsai trees, and blooming flowers, creating a serene environment for training and meditation. My gaze shifted to the edge of the plot near the cliff, where a secluded house stood apart from the rest of the facilities. It was modest but sturdy, with a small workshop attached. As we approached, the sound of a hammer striking metal grew louder. Inside the workshop, an elderly man was fully immersed in forging a sword. His eyes were sharp, and he exuded a quiet power. Every movement was precise and purposeful. Kushiro stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Father, I bring visitors." Before Kushiro could interrupt the man's work, Miyamoto stepped forward and gently stopped him, whispering softly, "Let the Grandmaster finish. We will wait." He then turned towards me for permission, and I gave a quick nod. Kushiro understood and stepped back. Turning to Kushiro, I asked, "Would it be all right if the kids visited the dojo?" Kushiro nodded and signaled to a few others who had gathered to see the visitors. "Arashir-san, would you please arrange quarters for our guests?" He then addressed the woman standing next to Arashir, who seemed to be Arashi's wife. "Tara-san, please take care of the children. I'm sure they would like a tour of the dojo." My mind froze for a second. Meeting people only mentioned in the canon was one thing, but this was big. Arashir and Tara were the parents of Zoro. I almost wanted to ask if Tara-san was pregnant, but I controlled my curiosity. Then it clicked. If I go by the canon timeline, this should be around the time Kuina was born. I subtly scanned the area using my haki and the voice of all things, and sure enough, within the main compound beside the dojo, there was a woman heavily pregnant and due any time now. Tara immediately smiled and stepped up to guide the kids, who curiously went to check out the dojo. Arashir followed them to make arrangements for our stay. My instincts told me I would be staying in this village for quite some time. Miyamoto, Kushiro, and I waited for nearly 2 hours as the old man continued forging his new blade. Finally, he examined every inch of the newly forged sword but sighed and murmured, "Sigh. It seems like I need more inspiration. I wonder if it's the materials I used. Maybe I should try something much rarer." He then carefully set aside the new katana. Despite it being a failure, he showed the blade the respect it demanded. Throughout the session, Miyamoto stood by the door, not wanting to intrude, as swordsmithing techniques were considered sacred and learning them without permission was taboo. I took my seat casually on the grass by the cliff, enjoying the sea breeze, while Kushiro waited by Miyamoto's side. Kozaburo's eyes widened for an instant as he stepped out of the workshop and laid eyes on Miyamoto. He quickly regained his composure, his gaze shifting to the swords Miyamoto carried. In a soft yet firm tone, he asked, "Are you from the Uzuki family? Why is a samurai so far away from home?" Kozaburo lit his pipe, but his sharp gaze never left Miyamoto. Kushiro might not have recognized the blades Miyamoto carried, but Kozaburo immediately identified their significance. These were no ordinary swords. One of them was among the 21 great-grade blades, the illustrious Beniheim, Crimson Princess, a family heirloom of the Uzuki family. This blade was gifted to Miyamoto by his brother, Uzuki Tempura, the current daimyo of Udon, as Miyamoto had given up his claim to Udon despite being the elder sibling. The other sword, Ryu no Tsum, Dragon's Claw, was one of the 50 skillful grade blades, bestowed upon Miyamoto by Kazuki Oden himself when Miyamoto declared he would venture out to sea by my side. This blade had been stored in the treasury of the Kazuki family, a testament to its immense value and history. Kozaburo's eyes flickered with a mixture of recognition and curiosity as he studied Miyamoto. To carry such blades is no small honor. You must be quite the warrior. Miyamoto bowed deeply in respect, acknowledging the elder's discerning eye. Yes, I am from the Uzuki family. My name is Uzuki Miyamoto. I have journeyed far from Ueno, accompanying my master, Donquxote Rosinante. Chapter 179. At the mention of a master, Kozaburo's gaze followed Miyamoto's own to where I was seated at the cliff's edge, enjoying the sea breeze. Even his observation haki was unable to detect the true depths of the teen's strength, who sat in complete harmony with nature. Kozaburo was taken aback. Such resonance was only heard of in old family records, and he never expected to encounter such a formidable swordsman at such a young age. Ignoring his son, Kushiro, who stood by Miyamoto's side, Kozaburo moved towards me. I was already aware of his attention, so I turned to the old man and warmly gestured for him to accompany me. Kozaburo smiled warmly and then turned to his son, Kushiro, his tone stern. "Brat! What are you standing there for? Go and get our guests some tea." Enjoying tea out in the open would be a novel experience. He then turned to me, and I nodded in agreement. "Yes, father." Kushiro immediately bowed and showed no reluctance as he left to arrange refreshments. Kozaburo, followed by Miyamoto, then settled beside me. His eyes finally laid on the two sheathed blades by my side, and they widened in reverence as he recognized Shusui. "Brat, tell me, did you steal this blade?" Despite his question, there was no accusation in his tone, nor did he make any move to take the blade without my permission. "What do you think, Kozaburo-san?" I chuckled, meeting his gaze, which seemed intent on reading my mind. From my estimation, Kozaburo was definitely a powerhouse, likely reaching admiral level in his prime, though now his strength seems to be on the decline due to his age. "One cannot wield Shusui unless the blade acknowledges them, so I'm sure the blade must have acknowledged you," he said, his gaze then shifting to Sandai Kitetsu. "This blade seems to have served you well throughout its life," he murmured softly. I couldn't help but pick up Kitetsu and caress it lovingly. People called it a cursed blade, but it had been my companion for nearly a decade, and I shared a deep connection with it. "Well, Kozaburo Dano, this is one of the reasons I came here, to ask if you can reforge this blade for me, I asked sincerely. Kozaburo's gaze remained fixed on Shusui for a moment longer before he turned his attention back to Kitetsu. He extended his arm, and I carefully placed the sheathed Kitetsu into his hands. Kozaburo carefully unsheathed the blade, his heart pained at the sight of it. The blade was shattered, its integrity held together only by the haki flowing through it. For a grandmaster of his caliber, this was unprecedented. The body of the blade was beyond repair, yet its spirit seemed resilient. Kozaburo recalled old records mentioning sword spirits, but this was the first time he felt strongly that Kitetsu might indeed possess such a spirit. Only a swordsman who deeply loved and nurtured their blade could imbue it with a spirit, though such notions were often dismissed as myth. Holding Kitetsu in his hands, Kozaburo began to reconsider those ancient tales. How long have you possessed this blade, kid? I don't recall the third-generation Kitetsu having a black blade. Did you nurture it yourself? He questioned, scrutinizing every inch of the blade with care. I've had it for less than a decade, and yes, I've nurtured it myself, I replied. Kozaburo was surprised. A teenager nurturing a black blade was unheard of. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of his own son and feel a pang of disappointment, comparing him to such a talent. Kozaburo was known for his gruff demeanor, often disappointed in himself and his heir for not living up to the name of their ancestors. Pushing aside his distracting thoughts, he focused on the matter at hand. Repairing this blade is not possible, it can only be reforged. But that would mean Sandai Kitetsu will perish, as the new blade will no longer be the same. Even if there is a sword spirit within it, it will perish if the blade is reforged, he commented, returning the blade to me. He then requested both Miyamoto and me to inspect the other blades while he left me to ponder my decision. Normally, Kozaburo would never agree to reforge a sword as unique and potentially spiritually endowed as Kitetsu. Yet, as a master swordsmith, his instincts told him that forging such a blade might lead to the breakthrough he had sought his entire life. The old man then started carefully examining the remaining blades. Kozaburo returned them to their scabbards and turned his attention to me. So tell me, kid. Kozaburo began with a piercing gaze. I don't believe you traveled all the way to East Blue to find me just to have a sword reforged. His eyes narrowed dangerously. And are you not aware of what your surname means? You are a Donquxote, which means you must be a celestial dragon. The atmosphere on the cliffside tensed instantly. Kushiro, who had been pouring tea, froze as he realized the implications. He knew that I was a notorious pirate, but he hadn't connected me to the celestial dragons. Born and raised in East Blue, he was sheltered from Wano's deeper history and their enmity toward the celestial dragons. His trembling hands dropped the teacup as he instinctively reached for his blade. Miyamoto, loyal and protective of his master, also bristled in defense, ready to act. However, Kozaburo's stern voice cut through the tension, reprimanding Kushiro for his recklessness. You brat! Do you have a death wish? He sighed heavily and then turned his gaze toward where I sat, unmoving and still caressing my blade. Do you think that kid is defenseless? With casual nonchalance, he picked up a porcelain cup and tossed it in my direction. As the cup hurtled toward me, an invisible force tore through it, reducing it to dust a mere meter away. If you had drawn your blade, you might not even have a corpse left behind. The kid is not someone you can face at your current level, Kozaburo warned, his voice firm and authoritative. He then turned to Miyamoto, who had already unsheathed his blade, ready to defend if necessary. I have nothing against the kid. I simply want to hear your story about why a warrior of Wano follows someone with the bloodline of a celestial dragon, he stated calmly, his curiosity piqued. I couldn't help but sigh. The old man was truly sharp. Although he had secluded himself in East Blue, his origins in Wano meant he likely knew at least the names of the families associated with the celestial dragons. So, unless you tell me your true purpose here, I'm sorry, but I cannot help you, he declared, exhaling smoke as he poured himself a cup of tea and savored it. I weighed my options and realized that lying to the old man wouldn't get me anywhere. I didn't want this situation to escalate into a needless confrontation. Kozaburo Dano, I'll cut to the chase. I am here for a specific blade, rumored to have been passed down the Shimatsuki line for generations, a blade that even your ancestor Ryuma couldn't tame, I explained, revealing the primary reason for seeking out the master swordsmith. Both Miyamoto and Kushiro were surprised. They had never heard of such a blade existing. Kushiro even shook his head in disbelief, thinking I had been misled by some rumor. Seriously? Do you really think a sword that couldn't be tamed by the sword god would actually exist? Kushiro couldn't help but ask. Even Miyamoto unconsciously nodded, seemingly agreeing with Kushiro's skepticism. However, Kozaburo remained silent, his gaze fixed on me with a mixture of shock and intrigue. Although Kozaburo seemed calm and composed on the outside, his emotions were a whirlpool, a turmoil that didn't escape my observation haki and the voice of all things. The old man truly knew something about the blade, and I couldn't help but smile involuntarily. I was a dual sword wielder, and because of the lack of a second blade, I had made do with just Shusui all this while. But now, finally, I had hope. Kid, it seems you must have been misinformed. There is no such blade that exists. He spoke with a plain tone, but I knew he was lying. Kozaburo Dano, if you are worried about my allegiance to the celestial dragons, you can rest assured I have no relations with those scum. If you are still unsure, I think this should reassure you to some extent. I undid my shirt and turned my bare back towards them. All three were shocked to see a symbol etched into my flesh. Kozaburo immediately recognized the mark as the world noble's mark, the hoof of the soaring dragon, a mark that was rumored to be indelible. You're a slave. Kushiro whispered, unable to make sense of what was going on. His father had just said that I had the name of a celestial dragon, but here I was, bearing the slave mark. This absolutely made no sense. I put my shirt back on. Long story short, I have no allegiance to the celestial dragons. Just so you know, I have a rare ability that tells me when people lie to me, I said with a smile. Kozaburo's brows tightened in worry. This was one of the greatest secrets passed down through their lineage. He hadn't even disclosed this information to his own son, but now an outsider had come looking for them, seeking the sword that should have been unknown to anyone in the world except for himself. Kozaburo's eyes bore into mine, searching for any hint of deceit, but he found none. His grip on his pipe tightened slightly. A rare ability, you say, he murmured, contemplating his next move. I understand your hesitation, Kozaburo Dano. But I hope you weigh your next words carefully. Like it or not, I am a pirate, and when people deny me the things that I want, it normally ends in bloodshed. I do not want to resort to violence, especially against a noble lineage like the Shimatsuki clan. You must already be aware that, in your current state, you are no match for me, I said earnestly. Kozaburo's jaw tightened, and even Kushiro felt the unease in the air but didn't act hastily. Miyamoto felt conflicted, knowing that if it came down to a clash, he would side with me because of his warrior's code. He had already taken an oath to follow me, so it didn't matter to him if he was the light or the darkness. Kozaburo sighed, deeply conflicted. He took another puff from his pipe before speaking again. The blade you seek is called Akatsuki, meaning dawn. It was forged by my ancestors during the Void Century for a specific purpose, with the help of the Kazuki clan. But it was deemed untamable, even by Shimatsuki Ryuma himself. It has been hidden away, its power is too great, and its spirit is too wild. It is believed that the blade has even surpassed the 12 supreme grade blades. Kushiro's eyes widened in shock. Father, you never told me. It was for your protection, Kushiro, Kozaburo interrupted. The knowledge of that blade is both a curse and a burden, and its power is a double-edged sword. All my life, I have tried to tame that blade. Our ancestors even believed that the blade was cursed, but what I feel is that the blade is waiting for someone worthy to wield it. Kozaburo turned his gaze back to me. If you truly wish to wield this blade, you must prove your worthiness. The blade will test you, and if you are found wanting, it will destroy you. He moved his kimono to expose the right side of his shoulder and part of his chest. His entire right side seemed dead and turned purple-blue like stone. Kozaburo's voice was tinged with a mixture of resignation and caution. This is the mark of my failure. Akatsuki's spirit is strong, and it has never accepted a master. It has even consumed the lives of quite a few Shimatsuki clan members throughout our long history who dared to tame the blade. Are you truly prepared to face this test, knowing the consequences? But you must promise me one thing before I reveal its location. If you fail, you must leave and never return, taking this secret to your grave. I nodded solemnly. So, the Shimatsuki clan had it all along, I murmured, a smile creeping onto my face. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect the old man to know the blade's exact location. I had thought the clan might have some leads at best. I am prepared for the test, whatever it may be. I have come too far to turn back now. Kozaburo studied me for a long moment, his gaze penetrating as if searching my soul. Then, with a sigh, he stood, his expression resolute. Very well. Follow me. The time has come for you to face Akatsuki and see if you are truly worthy. Chapter 180, Care to explain why you brought me here, Kozaburo-san? I asked with amusement, glancing around the outdoor training ground. I knew getting the location of the sword out of the old man's mouth wouldn't be simple. I had used my observation hockey to scan the island multiple times but still couldn't detect anything suspicious. Since Kozaburo had already agreed to disclose the location, I decided to play along for now. I know what's going on in that pirate mind of yours, brat. Don't bother looking for the blade. Unless I disclose the location, there's no way you can find it, he chuckled, tossing a bamboo training sword at me while picking one up for himself. I raised my eyebrows, intrigued by his intentions. This couldn't be the test of the blade, after all. Kozaburo chuckled again. Kid, as the blade's current guardian, I should first conduct a test of my own, don't you think? It's only fair. Why the training swords, though? I asked with a smirk. I'm sure we can go a few rounds with real blades. Kid! I'm soon going to have a grandchild. If we clashed for real, I would die for sure. If I were holding a real blade, even though I knew I would lose, I wouldn't stop. And you don't seem like the type to show mercy to your opponent. So it's better this way. At least I'll get to meet my grandchild, even if I lose. I'll just end up with a broken body and ego at worst, he commented casually. Kushiro, standing to the side, couldn't help but gape in shock at his father's words. Since when has his father, who always nags about a warrior's spirit, become so cunning? But then he was relieved. If what his father said was true about not being a match for me, it was better they clashed with bamboo swords. As I took my stance, I couldn't help but feel a growing respect for the old man. This wasn't just about the sword. It was about proving myself in a different way. Kozaburo's eyes sparkled with a mix of amusement and determination as he mirrored my stance. Ready when you are, old man, I said, tightening my grip on the bamboo sword. Kozaburo nodded, his expression serious now. Remember, this is not just a test of skill. It's a test of spirit. Busashoku koka. The old man immediately launched himself forward, infusing his bamboo sword with haki. I responded in kind, meeting his strike with equal force. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the training ground, pushing back both Kushiro and Miyamoto. The repeated clashes of bamboo swords echoed through the dojo, drawing the attention of onlookers who gathered to witness the intense sparring. It was fortunate Kozaburo had chosen to hold it outdoors, otherwise, the dojo would have been torn apart by their ferocity. For several minutes, we traded blows, neither gaining a clear advantage. I could feel Kozaburo's years of experience in every move, his relentless attacks pushing me to my limits. Sweat dripped down his forehead, showing he was pushing himself just as hard, but I welcomed the challenge, it was exhilarating. Throughout my life, I'd never adhered to a specific swordsmanship style, my skills were instinctual. In contrast, Kozaburo's techniques were refined and smooth, flowing like a calm stream compared to my rushing waterfall. Suddenly, Kozaburo changed tactics, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes, sending dozens of slashes towards me. I managed to block them all, feeling the sting of bamboo against my hands. He grinned mischievously. "Not bad, kid. But let's see how you handle this," he shouted, increasing his speed and intensity. Kushiro couldn't help but ask Miyamoto, did they really have to switch to training swords? They both watched in awe as the ground around us bore massive ravines and destruction. Miyamoto gulped, realizing the potential devastation if real blades were used. "Be more worried about what they could do with real blades," Miyamoto muttered, his awe mixed with concern. He hadn't witnessed my full swordsmanship prowess before, assuming my lightning powers were my primary strength. Shockwaves reverberated as we clashed relentlessly, each of us pushing the other to the limit. Kozaburo sought to gauge my true strength, while for me, it was a thrilling test of pure swordsmanship prowess that I hadn't experienced since facing Mihawk. I infused my bamboo sword with armament hockey and swung down fiercely in an overhead strike. Kozaburo blocked with a sturdy guard, but the sheer force of the blow cracked and splintered the earth beneath him. Hundreds of meters around us were cleared as dust and debris were pushed aside by the intense pressure of our clash. Spectators, mostly children who had come to watch, wisely took cover behind walls to avoid being caught in the aftermath. The training ground bore witness to our dance of blades, the earth cracking and splintering beneath our feet with each powerful strike. Spectators watched in awe as the arena transformed into a battleground of raw power and skill, where each movement held the potential to decide the outcome of the duel. In a moment of heightened focus, I infused my bamboo sword with armament hockey, channeling all my strength into a devastating overhead strike. Kozaburo anticipated the move with a fraction of a second to spare, deflecting the blow with a swift counter of his own. The force of our clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing nearby trees to sway and the ground to tremble. With a grunt of effort, Kozaburo shifted tactics again, his attacks becoming more fluid and unpredictable. He unleashed a series of sweeping strikes and thrusts, testing my endurance and technique. But my natural reflex seemed much superior compared to the old man, so I responded in kind, matching his ferocity with calculated precision and overwhelming force. As the duel reached its peak, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits. The air crackled with the energy of their hockey-infused bamboo blades, creating an aura of intensity that enveloped the entire arena. Each clash of swords was a testament to years of training and mastery, where skill and strategy converged in a dazzling display of swordsmanship prowess. With a sudden surge of energy, I launched into a flurry of strikes, each one aimed at breaking through Kozaburo's defenses. He parried and countered with expert precision, his movements a blur of speed and finesse. Yet, I sensed a subtle shift in his stance, a split-second opening that allowed me to exploit a weakness in his defense. In a decisive move, I executed a swift feint followed by a powerful thrust, driving Kozaburo back with the force of my attack. He staggered, his bamboo sword slipping from his grasp as he stumbled to regain his balance. The ground trembled beneath us, the impact of our clash leaving a lasting impression on the training ground. As the dust settled, I stood with a wide smile on my face, my bamboo sword raised in a defensive stance. Kozaburo, though visibly fatigued, looked at me with a mixture of pride and respect. "You've surpassed my expectations, kid," he admitted, a smile of admiration tugging at his lips. "Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed that one could reach such a level with instincts alone." I nodded, a surge of pride and gratitude filling my chest. "Thank you, Kozaburo Dono. Your guidance and expertise have been invaluable." He nodded in return, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Remember what you've learned today. Swordsmanship is not just about strength and speed, it's about adaptability and seizing opportunities." "Wow! Kushiro-sensei, can someone really become as strong as them just by practicing swordsmanship?" One of the children exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. "Can you also create those huge ravines with your sword?" Another child piped up eagerly, "Sensei, have you ever fought someone like them? Were you as fast? And do you think they'll ever let us spar like that?" a third added, bouncing on their toes with excitement. Kushiro chuckled warmly at their enthusiasm, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he fielded their questions. Well, you all have some sharp questions today. Yes, practicing swordsmanship diligently can indeed make you very strong. As for creating ravines like that, perhaps one day you'll find out. Kozaburo glanced over at me with a proud smile, adding, "Kid, you've had an excellent teacher. You've honed your sword instincts to the limit." I nodded gratefully, recalling my time under Bogart's tutelage in the Marines, where I had honed my skills relentlessly. Sigh. I wish I could take you on as my disciple, Kushiro mused wistfully, but it's too late for that now. If only someone like you were of the Shimatsuki lineage, our family's name would echo through the ages once more. Who knows, Kozaburo-san? I replied mysteriously, teasingly referring to future events I knew of. Maybe someday someone from the Shimatsuki family will rise to the occasion. Perhaps even your own grandchild. Kozaburo's eyes lit up at the mention of his future grandchild, but he remained silent, his thoughts turning back to the task at hand, testing me with the legendary blade, Akatsuki. So, Kozaburo-san, I pressed eagerly after passing his test, why don't you take me to where the blade is now? Just as Kozaburo began to lead the way, Tara's urgent voice interrupted from the living quarters. Kushiro-san, the lady has gone into labor. Well, it seems the sword will have to wait, I remarked with a chuckle, understanding the priority of family moments over ancient relics. However, to my surprise, Kozaburo turned sharply to his son with a wide smile. You brat! Stop standing there and daydreaming. Go tend to my daughter. He barked, then gestured for me to follow him. Instead of heading toward his daughter-in-law, he led me toward the coast. I turned to Miyamoto with a nod. Stay with the kids, I'll be back soon, I instructed, then followed Kozaburo as he walked briskly toward the shoreline. As we walked, I couldn't help but ask, aren't you supposed to be there for your granddaughter's birth? Kozaburo chuckled, his stride steady toward the sea. Who says it's going to be a girl? Just a gut feeling, I replied with a chuckle. Well, who knows? Maybe when my grandkid is born, it'll be such an auspicious moment that Akatsuki will finally find its master, he mused, a twinkle of hope in his eyes. It was clear that Kozaburo's deepest desire was for me to conquer the blade and fulfill his clan's legacy. As we reached the shoreline, Kozaburo turned to me with a determined look. Follow me, he said simply, then plunged into the open sea. I stood dumbfounded for a moment, realizing why I hadn't detected the blade with my haki across the island. It was hidden beneath the waves. Shaking my head in admiration, I followed Kozaburo's lead and dove into the sea, ready to face the final challenge that awaited beneath the surface. Soon enough, I found myself following the old man beneath the waves. After a few minutes, he guided us into a special underwater cavern. To my surprise, as we surfaced, we stepped into a large air pocket, completely dry despite the surrounding ocean. It was a natural marvel filled with glowing underwater flora, and my observation haki detected lifeforms, including a sea king's nest. The massive creature roared, but I gently zapped it with a small bolt of lightning, ensuring it remained unharmed. Kozaburo, dripping wet as he climbed onto the cavern's dry floor, stared at me in dumbfounded awe. Kid! Are you a devil fruit user? He asked, to which I nodded with a chuckle, confirming it as I playfully twirled a tendril of lightning in my hand. But how? Sea water. It's supposed to be the bane of all devil fruit users, he exclaimed with surprise. Trust me, Kozaburo-san, not every devil fruit user fears the sea, I replied, recalling the mysterious elders in the canon who seemed immune. How they gained such immunity remained a mystery. Bullshit! Admit it, kid, you're a freak of nature. Perhaps this blade was waiting for a freak like yourself, he grinned mischievously, leading me deeper into the underwater cavern. As we ventured further, entering a vast chamber, I was utterly shocked. There, hidden away, was a poneglyph. Kozaburo chuckled at my reaction. Did you really think the Shimatsuki left Wano without reason? This poneglyph is why we settled on this island, he said with pride. But my attention was fixed on the sword lying in front of the poneglyph, within a pitch-black scabbard. Despite the dim lighting, the sword seemed to absorb all the light around it. Named Akatsuki meaning dawn, it exuded an aura of darkness. Activating my voice of all things, I heard the haunting wails of countless souls surrounding the blade. It was as if it would devour anyone who approached it. How many lives were sacrificed to forge this blade? I murmured, my gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the weapon. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, Kozaburo answered solemnly, his voice heavy with the weight of history. Our clan's ancestors foresaw their impending defeat, so they sought ways to preserve knowledge while the world government sought to erase it. With assistance, the Kazuki clan developed an indestructible material whose composition was obscured to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. This blade was crafted from that very material, and in addition, it was infused with sea stone, a weapon capable of destroying a poneglyph, perhaps the only one of its kind. Why create a weapon to destroy the vessels of history? And why entrust this knowledge to me? I queried, my confusion mounting. It felt as though Kozaburo had entrusted the fate of the world to a stranger. Tell me honestly, kid, can you communicate with the world itself? Kozaburo asked pointedly. If not, you wouldn't know of the sacrifices that birthed this blade. The Akatsuki was created with purpose, to challenge the ultimate adversary, one that our ancestors and Joy Boy failed to vanquish centuries ago, he continued, his tone grave. Emu. You know about Emu? I gasped, stunned by the revelation. Kozaburo nodded solemnly. Do the rest of the Shimatsuki family know? I pressed urgently. He shook his head. Only I do, and it's passed only to the clan head. I intended to take this secret, along with the sword's location, to my grave unless I found a suitable heir before my death. But you seem to possess knowledge beyond my own, he chuckled softly. Perhaps our ancestors sought the necessity of an indestructible weapon that would be the bane of all devil fruit users, a weapon wieldable only by those untouched by devil fruits. But fate sure works in weird ways, even they may not have foreseen someone like you, an anomaly, Kozaburo mused, his gaze fixed on the ancient blade before us. That's the end of this tale for now, thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.